In the summer of 1796, a 19-year-old in Brunswick discovered that a 17-sided polygon could be constructed with only a compass and straightedge, a problem that had stood unsolved for over 2,000 years, and mathematics would never quite be the same. This is the story of Carl Friedrich Gauss, the son of a gardener and a nearly illiterate mother, who saw patterns in numbers the way others might notice the changing of seasons, effortlessly, inevitably, as though the universe had whispered its secrets to him alone. If these quiet histories help carry you toward rest, subscribing means more of them will find their way to you. The night is long, the pace unhurried, and the mind can drift wherever it wishes while the words continue, soft and steady. Let us start, then, in the small German duchy of Brunswick, in a modest house, where a remarkable child is just beginning to count. In the quiet town of Brunswick, which the German-speaking people of that time called Braunschweig, there arrived into the world on the 30th day of April in the year 1777 a child who would one day reshape the very foundations of mathematics, though of course no one present at his birth could have known this, and the circumstances of his arrival were as humble and unremarkable as countless other births in that modest corner of the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. The spring air would have carried the familiar scents of that region, perhaps the distant earthiness of recently turned gardens or the faint mineral smell from the canals that wound through the town, and in a small dwelling on what would later be known as Wilhelmstrasse, a woman named Dorothea brought forth her only son into a world of limited means but, as it would turn out, unlimited intellectual possibility. The Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel was, in those closing decades of the 18th century, a small German state nestled among the patchwork of territories that made up the Holy Roman Empire, which itself was nearing the end of its long and complicated existence. Brunswick, the principal town, was home to perhaps 30,000 souls, most of whom lived lives governed by the rhythms of manual labor, the cycles of the seasons, and the expectations of a rigid social order that offered little in the way of upward mobility for those born into the working classes. The streets were narrow in many quarters, and the houses of the common people were built close together, modest structures of timber and brick that sheltered families whose daily concerns centered on the practical matters of earning bread and keeping warm through the long northern winters. Into this world of honest toil and limited horizons was born Carl Friedrich Gauss, though at the moment of his birth he was simply another infant, red-faced and crying, wrapped in whatever simple linens his mother had prepared for his arrival. His father, Gebhard Dietrich Gauss, was a man whose hands knew the weight of tools and the texture of soil and mortar, a working man who moved through life taking whatever employment he could find to support his family. Gebhard had worked as a gardener, tending the grounds and plants of those who could afford such services, and he had served as a canal tender, maintaining the waterways that were vital to the commerce and drainage of the region, and at various times he had labored as a bricklayer, contributing his physical strength to the construction of walls and buildings throughout Brunswick. The life of a laborer in late 18th century Germany was not an easy one, and Gebhard Dietrich Gauss would have risen early and worked late, his earnings modest and his prospects for advancement essentially non-existent. He was, by all accounts, a practical man, perhaps somewhat rough in manner, as working men of that era often were, shaped by the demands of physical labor and the necessity of providing for a household on uncertain and irregular income. He had been married once before, and from that first marriage he had a son, which meant that the infant Carl Friedrich came into a family that already included an older half-brother, a fact that would have shaped the household dynamics in ways both subtle and practical, as resources were divided and attention was shared among the children. Dorothea Benz, who became Dorothea Gauss upon her marriage to Gebhard, was the mother who would prove most influential in recognizing and nurturing whatever spark of unusual ability might reveal itself in her son. She was a woman of considerable native intelligence, the sort of person who understood things deeply and intuitively even without the benefit of formal education, which had largely been denied to her as it was denied to most women of her social class in that time and place. Her literacy was minimal at best, and she could barely read or write, skills that were considered unnecessary for a woman whose life was expected to revolve around domestic duties and the raising of children. But her mind was sharp and her observations were keen, and she would live long enough to see her son achieve recognition that she could scarcely have imagined during those early years of his childhood. There is a small and touching detail about Dorothea that reveals both her limitations and her deep connection to the events of her life, and this is the fact that she could not recall the precise date on which her son had been born. The keeping of exact records was not always a priority among the common people, and the blur of domestic responsibilities and the passage of ordinary days could easily obscure such details. But Dorothea remembered clearly that her son had arrived on a Wednesday, and she knew that this Wednesday fell exactly 8 days before the Feast of the Ascension, which is a movable feast in the Christian calendar, its date determined each year by the date of Easter. This was the information she held on to, this anchor of religious observance and weekly rhythm, and it was all she had to offer when questions arose about the precise timing of her son's entry into the world. Years later, when Carl Friedrich Gauss had grown into a young man of extraordinary mathematical ability, he would take this fragmentary information from his mother and apply to it the very skills that would make him famous. The calculation of the date of Easter, and therefore the date of Ascension, for any given year is a problem that involves the cycles of the moon and the sun, the rules established by church councils centuries ago, and a good deal of careful arithmetic. And Gauss, delighting in such puzzles, worked backwards through the calendar to determine that if his birth had occurred on a Wednesday 8 days before Ascension in the year 1777, then the date must have been the 30th of April. In this way, the son gave to the mother, and to history, a precision that she herself could not provide, and the act of calculating one's own birthday became one of the many small legends that would accumulate around the figure of Gauss as his reputation grew. The family dwelling on Wilhelmstrasse was a modest home, as befitted people of their station, and one should picture not a grand townhouse but rather a simple structure, perhaps showing the wear of years and the patches of necessary repairs. A place where warmth came from carefully tended fires and where every item of furniture and every kitchen implement represented an investment of precious income. The streets of that quarter of Brunswick were home to families much like the Gausses, people who worked with their hands and lived close to the margins, where illness or unemployment could spell disaster and where children were expected to contribute to the household economy as soon as they were able. The smell of cooking, of wood smoke, of the earthy scents that cling to working clothes, these would have been the background notes of daily life in that small home. The social conditions of late 18th century Brunswick were such that a child born to a bricklayer and a barely literate mother would normally be expected to follow a path very similar to that of his father, taking up some form of manual trade and living out his years in honest but unremarkable labor. The rigid hierarchies of German society in that era did not encourage dreams of advancement, and the education available to children of the working class was basic at best, designed to produce obedient workers and soldiers rather than scholars or professionals. There were few ladders by which a peasant's grandson might climb to respectability, and those that existed were narrow and precarious. requiring both exceptional ability and exceptional luck, as well as the patronage of those with wealth and influence. The peasant origins of the Gauss family stretched back through generations of people who had worked the land and plied humble trades, whose names appeared in no histories and whose lives left few traces beyond the simple records of parish churches. Gebhard Dietrich Gauss was himself only one generation removed from the soil, and his various occupations as gardener and laborer reflected this agricultural heritage even as the family had moved into the more urban setting of Brunswick. The world of universities and academies, of published books and scientific societies, would have seemed impossibly remote from that small house on Wilhelmstrasse, a realm inhabited by a different species of humanity altogether. And yet it was from precisely this unpromising soil that one of the greatest minds in the history of mathematics would emerge. Among the members of the extended family, there was one figure who deserves particular mention, and this was Dorothea's brother Friedrich, who worked as a weaver, a skilled trade that required dexterity and patience and a certain methodical intelligence. Friedrich Benz was apparently a man of some perception, and he seems to have been among the first to recognize that his young nephew Karl possessed abilities that set him apart from other children. The work of a weaver involves patterns and counting, the careful interlacing of threads according to precise sequences, and perhaps this daily engagement with numerical relationships gave Friedrich an appreciation for the mathematical turn of mind that he observed in his sister's son. Whatever the source of his insight, Friedrich became an early champion of the boy's potential, and his recognition provided important emotional support during those first years when Karl's gifts were beginning to manifest themselves. The economic struggles of the Gauss family were real and persistent, the kind of constant low-level anxiety about money that shapes a household and teaches children early lessons about the value of thrift and the precariousness of security. Gebhard's employment was irregular, as was often the case for laborers who depended on the availability of work in gardens or on construction sites or along the canals, and the income he brought home would have fluctuated with the seasons and the fortunes of his various employers. There would have been times of relative sufficiency, when the pantry was reasonably stocked and the rent was paid on time, and other times when the family felt the pinch of scarcity and had to make do with less than they needed. In such circumstances, education could appear as either a luxury that poor families could not afford, since it meant keeping a child from productive work, or as a potential escape route, a way for a clever child to lift himself into a more secure and respectable position in life. The tension between these two views of education played out in many working-class households of that era, and the Gauss family was no exception. Gebhard, the practical laborer, may have seen little point in excessive schooling for a boy who would presumably need to earn his living with his hands, while Dorothea, with her untutored but keen intelligence, seems to have sensed that her son was capable of something more than the life that circumstances would normally have assigned to him. The Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, for all its modest size, was ruled by a line of dukes who took some interest in the advancement of learning and the welfare of their subjects, and this political circumstance would eventually prove crucial to the young Gauss's future, though in those earliest years of his childhood such considerations lay far beyond the horizon of possibility. The town of Brunswick itself had a certain civic culture, with schools and churches and the various institutions of a settled community, and while these resources were not equally available to all, they did create an environment in which an exceptional child might, with luck and support, find opportunities for development that would not have existed in a more purely rural setting. The half-brother from Gebhard's first marriage remains a somewhat shadowy figure in the story of Gauss's childhood, his name and fate less well documented than those of the famous mathematician who would later overshadow all other members of the family. The presence of this older sibling in the household would have been simply a fact of daily life for the young Karl. Another person at the table, another body in the small rooms of that modest home, and the relationship between the half-brothers, whether warm or distant, close or merely coexisting, is largely lost to historical record. What we do know is that Carl Friedrich was his mother's only child, the sole product of her union with Gebhard, and this may have intensified the bond between mother and son and strengthened her investment in his future. The spring of 1777, when the infant Carl Friedrich first drew breath in that house on Wilhelmstrasse, was a time of wider turmoil in the Atlantic world, though news of distant events would have reached Brunswick only slowly and would have seemed remote from the daily concerns of a bricklayer's family. Across the ocean, the American colonies were in the midst of their revolution against British rule, and the ideas of liberty and natural rights that animated that struggle were beginning to percolate through European intellectual circles, though their practical effects would not be felt in Germany for some years yet. In France, the monarchy of Louis XVI continued its slow decline toward the catastrophe that would erupt in 1789, and the philosophers of the Enlightenment were still producing their works of reason and reform. But in the small house where Dorothea nursed her newborn son, these great currents of history flowed unseen and unheeded. The world that awaited the child born on that April Wednesday was one poised between the old order and the new, between the rigid hierarchies of the 18th century and the transformations that the 19th century would bring, and mathematics itself was on the verge of developments that would require minds of extraordinary power to carry forward. The tools of calculus, developed in the previous century by Newton and Leibniz, were being refined and extended, and the foundations of various mathematical disciplines were being strengthened and systematized, preparing the ground for advances that no one could yet foresee. Into this moment of transition and preparation came the child who would one day be called the Prince of Mathematicians, though for now he was simply Karl, the baby in the modest home, son of a laborer and a woman who could not even recall the date of his birth. As we consider these Brunswick beginnings, we might allow our minds to rest on the simple facts of place and family, the texture of a life lived close to the edge of poverty but not without love and not without hope, the small home on Wilhelmstrasse and the working parents and the uncle who noticed something special in the child's eyes. The story of genius often begins in just such unprepossessing circumstances, and the gap between origin and achievement, between the bricklayer's son and the master mathematician, is part of what makes such stories both remarkable and, in their own way, reassuring, for they remind us that extraordinary ability can emerge from anywhere, that the accidents of birth and class do not finally determine the limits of human possibility. And so we leave the infant Carl Friedrich in his mother's arms, in the spring of 1777, in the town of Brunswick, in the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, knowing something that no one in that small house could know, which is that this child would one day stand among the greatest mathematicians who ever lived. But for now he is simply a baby, and the evening is growing late, and there is a certain comfort in beginnings, in the quiet ordinariness of a scene that contains within it the seeds of things not yet imagined, and we may rest in that thought as the story continues its gentle unfolding. In the small German Duchy of Brunswick, in the year 1777, in a modest dwelling made of simple materials and warmed by a modest hearth, a child came into the world who would one day reshape humanity's understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and the very fabric of measurement itself. This child was Carl Friedrich Gauss, Born on the 30th of April to parents of humble means and limited formal education. And yet, from the earliest years of his life, there were signs, small and quiet at first, then increasingly unmistakable, that something quite extraordinary was unfolding within the walls of that unremarkable home. The household into which young Carl Friedrich arrived was not one filled with books or scholarly conversation, not a place where intellectual pursuits were encouraged or even particularly understood, but rather a working family concerned, as most working families are, with the practical matters of earning a living and keeping food upon the table. His father, Gerhard Dietrich Gauss, was a man of many trades, working at various times as a gardener, a canal tender, a bricklayer, and a foreman of laborers, a practical man with practical concerns who saw little value in the abstractions of learning when there was honest work to be done with one's hands. His mother, Dorothea, née Benz, was a woman of sharp native intelligence but almost no formal education whatsoever, unable to read or write throughout her life, and yet possessing something perhaps more valuable still, a deep and unwavering belief in her son's unusual gifts and an iron determination to see those gifts nurtured rather than squandered. The dwelling itself was spare and functional, as one might expect from a family of modest means in late 18th century Germany, with none of the comforts or intellectual resources that might be found in wealthier homes. There were no shelves lined with leather-bound volumes, no globes or mathematical instruments, no tutors arriving at appointed hours to instruct the children in Latin or geometry. What learning occurred in this household occurred largely by accident or through the sheer force of a child's inexplicable hunger to understand the world around him. And yet, despite this absence of what we might consider intellectual stimulation, or perhaps in some mysterious way because of it, genius found fertile ground and began, very quietly at first, to flourish. One of the earliest and most remarkable stories from young Carl Friedrich's childhood, a story that would be told and retold throughout his life and long after, concerns an incident that reportedly occurred when the boy was merely 3 years of age. His father, Gerhard, in his capacity as a foreman, was engaged in the tedious but important task of calculating the weekly wages owed to the laborers under his supervision, a task involving the addition of various sums for hours worked and rates of pay, the sort of arithmetic that requires careful attention but follows predictable patterns. The young child, who could barely speak in complete sentences and had received no instruction whatsoever in mathematics, was present in the room as his father worked through these calculations, perhaps playing quietly on the floor or simply watching with the unfocused attention that small children often display. When Gerhard had completed his figures and prepared to record the final sum, the small voice of his 3-year-old son interrupted him, gently but with certainty, to point out that the calculation contained an error. The child, who had apparently been following the mental arithmetic in his head while appearing to play, supplied the correct figure in its place. Gerhard, understandably startled and perhaps somewhat skeptical, worked through the calculation again with greater care, only to discover that the boy was right, that somehow this child who had never been taught to add or subtract had performed a complex series of calculations in his head and had arrived at the correct answer while his father, a grown man accustomed to such work, had made a small but definite mistake. This story, like many stories of childhood genius, may have grown somewhat in the telling over the years, embellished perhaps with details that make it more dramatic or more easily remembered, and yet the essential truth of it was never questioned by those who knew Gauss or who witnessed the extraordinary mathematical abilities he displayed throughout his long life. Whether the child was precisely 3 years old, whether the calculation was precisely of the type described. These details matter less than the fundamental reality they point toward, which is that Carl Friedrich Gauss possessed, from the very earliest age, a mind that operated in ways that defied ordinary explanation. Equally remarkable was the manner in which the young Carl Friedrich taught himself to read, a process that unfolded not through formal instruction but through the child's own relentless curiosity and his willingness to ask questions until he understood. Having no books of his own and no parent capable of teaching him the alphabet in any systematic way, the boy would approach various family members and neighbors and point to letters he encountered, on signs perhaps, or on the rare printed materials that found their way into the household, and ask what sounds they made and how they combined to form words. Through this piecemeal method, gathering knowledge in fragments from whoever happened to be nearby and willing to answer a child's questions, young Carl Friedrich assembled for himself the ability to read, piecing together the code of written language much as he might later piece together the patterns underlying prime numbers or the orbits of celestial bodies. This self-directed approach to learning extended naturally to arithmetic as well, with the boy absorbing the principles of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and beyond through a combination of observation, questioning, and what can only be described as intuition. Long before he entered any formal schooling, long before any teacher stood before him with chalk and slate, Carl Friedrich had made himself familiar with the basic operations of mathematics and had begun to sense, in some inarticulate but powerful way, the deeper structures that lay beneath them. Numbers spoke to him, or rather, he heard in numbers a kind of music that others could not perceive, patterns and relationships that revealed themselves to his unusual mind as naturally as the colors of flowers reveal themselves to ordinary eyes. The language that young Carl Friedrich learned to speak, and indeed the language he would continue to speak throughout his entire life, even after achieving international fame and corresponding with the greatest minds of his era, was the local dialect of Brunswick, a form of Low German quite distinct from the High German of educated discourse and formal writing. This dialect, with its particular rhythms and vocabulary, its local color and working-class associations, remained the tongue in which Gauss was most comfortable, the language of his childhood home and his mother's voice, and he never entirely abandoned it for the more refined speech that his later station in life might have seemed to require. There is something touching in this linguistic loyalty, this refusal to shed the markers of his humble origins even as he ascended to the highest levels of intellectual achievement, as though the Brunswick dialect was a thread connecting the great mathematician to the small boy who had once sat on a simple floor and corrected his father's sums. Among the many gifts that distinguished the young Gauss from other children, perhaps none was more striking than his extraordinary memory, a capacity for retention and recall that bordered on the photographic. What he read, he remembered, not merely the general sense of it but the specific details, the precise wording, the exact figures. What he calculated, he could hold in his mind with perfect clarity, performing operations of considerable complexity without recourse to paper or pencil, carrying forward intermediate results through chains of reasoning that would have overwhelmed ordinary memory many times over. This ability to perform extended mental calculations, to hold multiple figures and operations in mind simultaneously while manipulating them according to the rules of arithmetic, was a skill that would serve him throughout his life, allowing him to test conjectures and explore mathematical possibilities with a speed and freedom that pen and paper could never have provided. It was not long before the neighbors began to take notice of the unusual child in their midst, this small boy who seemed to understand things that grown men struggled with, who asked questions that revealed a mind operating on a different level entirely. Word spread quietly through the community, as such word does, that the Gauss boy was something out of the ordinary, that he could perform calculations of startling difficulty, that he had taught himself to read without proper instruction, that there was something about him that set him apart from the other children of the neighborhood. These observations, passing from neighbor to neighbor in the unremarkable way that local gossip travels, would eventually reach ears capable of acting upon them, setting in motion a chain of patronage and support that would allow the boy's gifts to develop into their full flowering. But before that patronage arrived, before the wider world took notice and intervened, there was a battle to be fought within the household itself, a quiet but fierce struggle between parents who held very different views about their son's future. Gerhard Gauss, the practical father, saw little point in extended education for a boy of their social class, believing, as many working men of his era believed, that a son's duty was to learn a trade and contribute to the family's income as soon as possible. What use were books and figures when there was brick to be laid and canals to be tended? What good was learning when it put no bread on the table and no coins in the pocket? Dorothea, the mother, saw matters very differently indeed. Though she could neither read nor write herself, though she had no direct experience of the world of learning and scholarship, she recognized in her son something precious and rare, something that must not be allowed to wither for want of cultivation. With a determination that seems all the more remarkable given her limited circumstances and limited power within the family structure of her time, she fought for her son's right to continue his education, resisting her husband's desire to put the boy to work, insisting that this child was meant for something more than manual labor. It was a battle she would win, though perhaps not through argument alone, and her fierce protection of Carl Friedrich's educational prospects would prove to be one of the most consequential acts of maternal devotion in the history of science. The Brunswick into which Carl Friedrich Gauss was born and in which he spent his formative years was not, it should be noted, an entirely unpromising environment for the emergence of genius. The duchy was ruled during this period by Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand, a man of considerable cultivation and progressive views who placed genuine value upon education, the arts, and the improvement of his subjects' minds. Under his patronage, Brunswick had developed something of a cultural atmosphere, with support for schools, encouragement of learning, and a general disposition toward enlightenment that distinguished it from many other small German states of the era. The Duke himself was known to take personal interest in promising young people of talent, regardless of their social origins, and this disposition would prove crucial to the young Gauss's future. It was into this atmosphere, then, that the first signs of Carl Friedrich's genius emerged and were noticed, first by family, then by neighbors, and eventually by those in positions to do something about it. The combination was fortuitous, one might even say providential, the appearance of extraordinary mathematical talent in a child of humble birth, arising in a time and place where such talent might actually be recognized and supported rather than being ground down by poverty and circumstance. Many children of similar gifts, we must suppose, have been born into situations where their abilities went entirely unnoticed, where there was no Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand to provide patronage, no system of schools and teachers capable of identifying and nurturing unusual promise, and these children, however brilliant, passed through life without ever having the opportunity to develop their potential. But for Carl Friedrich Gauss, the circumstances aligned. The household was modest, yes, and the intellectual resources were nearly non-existent, and the father would have preferred to see his son at work rather than at study. Yet the mother's devotion was unshakable. The local culture was receptive to the identification of talent, and the boy himself possessed not merely the raw ability but also the drive, the curiosity, the sheer hunger for understanding that would push him forward even when the path was unclear. In the years to come, teachers would recognize his gifts and pass him upward through channels of support that would eventually bring him to the attention of the Duke himself. But all of that lay in the future, and for now, in the modest dwelling in Brunswick, a small boy with an extraordinary mind was simply beginning to reveal what he was capable of, one quiet demonstration at a time. The story of the 3-year-old correcting his father's arithmetic would become famous, passed down through generations of mathematicians as a kind of founding legend, a tale that illustrated in miniature the nature of Gauss's genius. But to dwell too long on such stories, charming though they are, would be to miss the larger point, which is that genius of the kind Gauss possessed does not announce itself through a single dramatic incident but rather reveals itself gradually, through an accumulating pattern of abilities and insights that eventually becomes impossible to ignore. The story of the payroll calculation is memorable precisely because it is so improbable. A 3-year-old child performing mental arithmetic that his father could not match. And yet it was only the first of countless such demonstrations, only the first indication of what was to come. Throughout his childhood, the young Carl Friedrich continued to display abilities that set him apart, learning things he had not been taught, understanding things he had no business understanding, solving problems that should have been far beyond his years. He did not merely absorb the mathematics he encountered but seemed to reinvent it from first principles, deriving results that others had taken centuries to establish, and doing so with an ease that suggested he was not so much learning mathematics as remembering it, as though the truths of number and form had been waiting in his mind all along, needing only the slightest prompting to emerge. The cultural atmosphere of Brunswick in the 1780s, while certainly more conducive to learning than many other environments, should not be romanticized as an ideal nursery for genius. The schools were basic, the teachers were of mixed quality, and the social expectations for a boy of Gauss's class would have pointed firmly in the direction of practical work rather than intellectual achievement. That he was able to rise above these limitations was due in part to his own remarkable abilities, in part to his mother's tireless advocacy, and in part to the fortunate presence of individuals who recognized what they were seeing and took steps to ensure that it was not wasted. And so, in those early years, while the wider world knew nothing of the child who would one day be called the Prince of Mathematicians, the foundations were being laid, quietly and without fanfare, for one of the most extraordinary careers in the history of human thought. The boy who had corrected his father's sums, who had taught himself to read by asking questions of anyone who would answer, who had learned arithmetic before anyone thought to teach him, who spoke the Brunswick dialect and never forgot it, who remembered everything and calculated everything and understood everything that came within his reach. This boy was preparing, in ways he could not have articulated or even understood, for a life of achievement that would reshape the very landscape of mathematics and science. The story of that life stretches far ahead, through years of education and discovery, through contributions to number theory and astronomy and geodesy and magnetism and so much more, through honors and recognition and the quiet satisfactions of a mind engaged with the deepest problems of existence. But for now, in the modest household in Brunswick, it is enough to note that something remarkable had begun, that the early signs of genius were visible to those with eyes to see them, and that a mother's love and a duke's patronage and a child's insatiable curiosity had combined to create the conditions under which that genius might flourish and grow. In the year 1784, or perhaps it was 1785, for the records of such small matters were not always kept with perfect precision in those days, a young boy named Carl Friedrich Gauss was enrolled at the St. Catherine's Volksschule in the city of Brunswick, and this moment, ordinary as it must have seemed to everyone involved at the time, would become one of the most celebrated episodes in the entire history of mathematics, though of course nobody standing in that schoolyard on that particular morning could have suspected anything of the sort, for the child appeared to be merely another son of a working family, dressed in simple clothes, carrying whatever modest supplies his parents had managed to provide, and walking through the doors of an institution that served the children of laborers and tradespeople and the various humble families of that German city. The schoolhouse itself was not a place of particular beauty or comfort, and if we are to picture it accurately, we must imagine a rather cramped and somewhat dim interior, for the windows were small, as was common in buildings of that era, and the light that filtered through them was often grey with the clouds that gathered over northern Germany, and in winter the daylight hours were short, and candles were expensive, so the children sat in a kind of permanent twilight during the darker months, squinting at their slates and their primers, their breath sometimes visible in the cold air when the stove in the corner failed to warm the room adequately, and the benches were hard and crowded together, with children of various ages packed into the same space, for the educational system of the time did not always separate students as carefully as we might expect today, and the noise and confusion of so many young voices must have been considerable, though the schoolmaster did his best to maintain order through methods that were, by our modern standards, rather strict and sometimes harsh. The schoolmaster of St. Catherine's was a man named Johann George Butner, and he was by all accounts a serious and somewhat severe individual who ran his classroom with firm discipline and who relied, as most teachers of his era did, on methods of instruction that emphasized repetition and rote memorization above all else, for this was the accepted approach to education in 18th century Germany, and indeed throughout most of Europe, the idea being that children learned best through drilling the same facts and procedures over and over again until they became automatic. And Butner had a classroom full of children from families who expected their sons to learn enough reading and arithmetic to be useful in trade or craft, not to become scholars or philosophers. And so the curriculum was practical and the methods were traditional, and there was little room for creativity or individual expression, and if a child showed unusual ability, it was not always clear what should be done about it, for the system was not designed to accommodate exceptional minds, and most teachers simply carried on with their established routines regardless of the particular student sitting before them. The classroom would have smelled of chalk dust and wood smoke and the particular odor of many children in close quarters, and the walls were probably bare or decorated only with simple instructional materials, perhaps an alphabet chart or a multiplication table, and the children sat on long benches with their slates in their laps, for paper was expensive and slates could be wiped clean and used again indefinitely, and the scratching of slate pencils was the constant background sound of the schoolroom, along with the drone of children reciting their lessons in unison and the sharp voice of the schoolmaster correcting errors or calling for quiet. And into this unremarkable environment came young Carl Friedrich Gauss, who was somewhere between 7 and 10 years of age at the time of the famous incident that would later be told and retold in countless books about mathematics, though the exact date has been lost to history and different sources give different years. And this uncertainty is itself a small reminder of how little attention was paid to the early lives of ordinary children in that era. even children who would later become famous throughout the world. On a certain day, which may have been in 1786 or 1787 or perhaps some other year entirely, for the story has been polished by many tellings and the details have shifted somewhat over the generations, the schoolmaster Butner decided to assign his class a task that would keep them busy and quiet for a considerable time. For he had work of his own to attend to. Or perhaps he was simply tired. Or perhaps he wished to test their diligence. And the task he assigned was this: that each student should add together all the integers from 1 to 100. That is to say, they should calculate the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 and so on all the way up to 100. And this was exactly the sort of tedious, time-consuming exercise that fit perfectly with the educational philosophy of the age. For it required no insight or understanding, only patience and careful attention, and a student who worked steadily and made no errors might expect to spend half an hour or more on such a calculation, adding number after number in a long column, and Butner perhaps anticipated a peaceful interval during which he could attend to other matters while the children bent silently over their slates, their chalk pencils scratching away as they laboriously worked through the problem. The custom in that classroom, and perhaps in many classrooms of the time, was that when a student finished a task, he would bring his slate forward and place it on the schoolmaster's desk, and the slates would accumulate in a pile. And later Butner would review the answers and determine which students had succeeded and which had made errors. And there may have been rewards for the first correct answer or punishments for incorrect ones. For such was the nature of schooling in those days. And so after assigning the problem, Butner probably expected to wait quite some time before the first slate appeared on his desk, for the calculation was genuinely laborious if done in the straightforward way, adding each number to the running total one at a time, and even a clever student might need 20 or 30 minutes to complete it accurately, and a slower student might take much longer, and some might never finish at all. For arithmetic errors were easy to make and difficult to detect in such a long computation, and a single mistake early in the process would render the final answer incorrect. But something unexpected happened, something that must have startled Butner considerably, for almost as soon as the problem had been stated, almost before the other children had properly begun their work, young Carl Friedrich Gauss stood up from his bench and walked to the front of the room and placed his slate on the schoolmaster's desk. And on the slate was written a single number, and that number was 5050. And Gauss returned to his seat and sat quietly while his classmates continued their laborious calculations. And Butner must have looked at this slate with considerable suspicion. For how could any child produce an answer so quickly? And the most likely explanation was that the boy had cheated in some way, perhaps by obtaining the answer from an older student beforehand, or perhaps by simply guessing. For 5050 is a round and plausible-seeming number, and a lucky guess might produce it. And Butner probably set the slate aside with some irritation, intending to deal with this presumptuous child later, after the other students had finished and he could compare the answers. And so the lesson continued, and the minutes passed, and one by one the other children completed their calculations and brought their slates forward, and the pile on Butner's desk grew, and eventually all the slates were collected, and Butner began to review the answers, and most of them were wrong, as might be expected. For arithmetic errors are easy to make in such long computations, and the children were young and the light was poor and the work was tedious. But when Butner came to examine the slates more carefully, he discovered that the first slate, the one placed on his desk by the young Gauss within moments of the problem being assigned, contained the correct answer, and this must have been a moment of considerable surprise for the schoolmaster, and perhaps also of some embarrassment. for he had probably assumed the worst about the boy, and now he was forced to consider the possibility that something genuinely remarkable had occurred in his classroom. The method that Gauss had used, and which he presumably explained when questioned by Büttner, was elegant and simple and beautiful in the way that the best mathematical ideas always are, and it involved recognizing a pattern in the numbers that made the long addition entirely unnecessary. For Gauss had observed that if you take the first number, 1, and add it to the last number, 100, you get 101, and if you take the second number, 2, and add it to the second to last number, 99, you again get 101, and if you take the third number, 3, and add it to the third to last number, 98, you once again get 101, and this pattern continues all the way through the list, so that 4 plus 97 equals 101, and 5 plus 96 equals 101, and so on. And when you count how many such pairs there are, you find that there are exactly 50 of them. For the numbers from 1 to 100 can be arranged into 50 pairs that each sum to 101, and therefore the total sum is 50 multiplied by 101, which equals 5050, and the entire calculation can be done in one's head in a matter of seconds if one sees the pattern clearly, and young Gauss had seen it immediately, without prompting, without having been taught anything about such methods, simply by looking at the problem with fresh eyes and asking what structure might be hidden within it. Büttner's suspicion, it is said, turned gradually to amazement as he understood what the boy had done, for this was not merely a correct answer but a demonstration of genuine mathematical insight, the kind of thinking that cannot be taught through rote memorization or drilled through endless practice, but which arises naturally in certain minds when they encounter the right kind of problem. And Büttner was experienced enough to recognize that something unusual had happened in his classroom, that this child from a working-class family, this son of a gardener and a stonemason's daughter, possessed abilities that transcended anything Büttner had seen in his many years of teaching. And to his credit, Büttner did not ignore this discovery or dismiss it as a fluke, but instead took steps to nurture the boy's talents. And the first of these steps was to introduce him to a young man named Martin Bartels, who served as a teaching assistant in the school and who would become one of the most important figures in Gauss's early mathematical development. Martin Bartels was perhaps 8 years older than Gauss, which would have made him a young man of 15 or 16 or thereabouts when he first encountered the remarkable child. And Bartels was himself mathematically inclined, with interests that went far beyond the simple arithmetic taught in the Volksschule, and he recognized in Gauss a kindred spirit, someone who shared his fascination with numbers and patterns and the deep structures that underlie the mathematical world, and the two of them began to study together, meeting outside of regular school hours to explore mathematical ideas that went far beyond the standard curriculum. And this relationship would prove to be of immense importance to Gauss's development, for Bartels had access to books and knowledge that would otherwise have been unavailable to a child of Gauss's background, and he was willing to share them generously and to guide his young friend through the complexities of more advanced mathematics. Together, Gauss and Bartels worked through texts on algebra, learning the manipulation of symbolic expressions and the solving of equations, and they studied analysis, which is the branch of mathematics concerned with limits and continuity and the behavior of functions, and eventually they progressed to the calculus, that magnificent invention of Newton and Leibniz that had transformed mathematics and physics in the century before, and which was still considered advanced material, taught only at universities and to serious students of natural philosophy. And yet here was a child of 8 or 9 or 10 years working through these ideas with the help of a teenage assistant. absorbing concepts that most people never encounter in their entire lives, and not merely absorbing them but mastering them, understanding them deeply, and beginning to see connections and possibilities that would bear fruit in his later work. The partnership between Gauss and Bartels was one of those fortunate accidents that sometimes occur in the history of science and mathematics, when two people with complementary abilities find each other at exactly the right moment. And Bartels deserves considerable credit for recognizing Gauss's genius and for doing everything in his power to cultivate it, even though this meant giving up his own time and sharing his own limited resources with a younger boy who might otherwise have been seen as a competitor. And the fact that Bartels later went on to become a professor of mathematics at the University of Kazan in Russia, and there taught the young Nikolai Lobachevsky, who would become one of the founders of non-Euclidean geometry, is a wonderful illustration of how mathematical knowledge passes from generation to generation, forming chains of influence that stretch across decades and continents. And in this particular chain, the link between Gauss and Bartels connects one of the greatest mathematicians of all time to one of the most revolutionary discoveries of the 19th century. For Lobachevsky's non-Euclidean geometry would eventually overthrow assumptions about space and geometry that had stood unchallenged since the time of Euclid. But we are getting ahead of ourselves, as the evening grows longer and the fire burns lower. For in 1786 or 7 or 8, none of this had happened yet, and young Carl Friedrich Gauss was simply a bright child in a cramped schoolroom in Brunswick, studying by inadequate light and sitting on hard benches and learning what he could from a stern schoolmaster and a helpful assistant. And the world beyond that schoolroom was vast and largely unknown to him, though it was a world that he would eventually reshape through his mathematical discoveries. And for now it is enough to picture him there, a small figure in a grey room, his slate covered with numbers, his mind alive with patterns and possibilities, unaware of the fame that awaited him but already demonstrating the qualities that would make that fame inevitable. And in this image there is something peaceful and reassuring, the reminder that great minds begin in ordinary places, that genius can emerge from poverty and obscurity, and that the light of understanding can shine even in the dimmest and most crowded of schoolrooms. The teaching methods of the era were not designed to produce original thinkers like Gauss, and indeed they might well have stifled such a mind in different circumstances, for the emphasis on rote learning and mechanical repetition does not naturally encourage the kind of creative insight that Gauss displayed in solving the summation problem, and many children with mathematical potential must have passed through schools like St. Catharine's without ever having the opportunity to discover their abilities, either because no suitable problem was ever placed before them or because no Butner or Bartels was present to recognize and nurture their talents. And in this sense Gauss was fortunate, even in his humble circumstances, to have found himself in a situation where his abilities could be noticed and encouraged. And we may be grateful that this particular alignment of circumstances occurred, for without it the history of mathematics might have been quite different, and many of the discoveries that we now attribute to Gauss might never have been made, or might have been made later and by others, or might have taken different forms. For the development of mathematics depends not only on the inherent logic of the subject but also on the particular individuals who happen to study it and the particular paths their minds happen to follow. And so the story of St. Catharine's schoolroom and the summation problem has become one of the most famous anecdotes in mathematics, told and retold to generations of students as an illustration of mathematical elegance and childish genius. And though the details may have been embellished over the years, and though we cannot be certain exactly when it happened or exactly how Gauss phrased his explanation or exactly what expression appeared on Butner's face when he understood what had occurred, the essential truth of the story remains. that a young child from an unremarkable background saw something that experienced adults had missed, and in doing so announced himself to the world, or at least to the small corner of the world that was present in that classroom, as a mind of exceptional power and originality. And this is as good a beginning as any for the story of one of history's greatest mathematicians, a beginning that is both humble and extraordinary, both ordinary and miraculous, and which carries within it all the promise of the remarkable career that would follow. In the year 1791, when Carl Friedrich Gauss was 14 years old, a series of quiet conversations among schoolmasters and local officials set into motion a chain of events that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of his life, lifting him from the modest circumstances of a bricklayer's household and placing him under the protection of one of the most cultivated rulers in the German states. This transformation did not happen suddenly or dramatically, as such things rarely do in the actual unfolding of history, but rather emerged gradually through the patient efforts of men who recognized that exceptional talent, however rare, requires material support if it is to flourish and contribute to the broader advancement of human understanding. Johann Christian Martin Bartels, the young teaching assistant who had first noticed the remarkable abilities of the small boy in Büttner's arithmetic classroom, had by this time developed a genuine friendship with Gauss, and the two would often spend their evenings working through mathematical problems together, exploring territories that lay far beyond the boundaries of ordinary schoolroom instruction. Bartels spoke of Gauss's abilities to others, and word of the prodigy began to circulate among the educated citizens of Brunswick, reaching eventually the ears of those who moved in circles adjacent to the ducal court. Büttner himself, the schoolmaster who had initially set the famous summation problem and who had witnessed Gauss's instantaneous solution, also contributed to this growing awareness, mentioning his extraordinary pupil to various acquaintances and officials who might be in a position to help secure the boy's future. The Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, as it was formerly known, was at this time ruled by Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand, a man whose reputation extended far beyond the boundaries of his relatively small territory. The Duke was widely regarded as one of the most enlightened rulers of his age, a prince who combined military distinction with genuine intellectual cultivation and who took seriously his responsibilities as a patron of learning, science, and the arts. He had traveled extensively in his youth, visiting the courts of Europe and forming friendships with philosophers, artists, and men of letters, and he had returned to Brunswick with a sincere commitment to fostering cultural and intellectual advancement within his domains. Under his rule, the duchy had become known as a place where talented individuals could find support and encouragement, regardless of their social origins, and where the pursuit of knowledge was valued as a worthy endeavor deserving of state protection. The Duke's patronage was not merely a matter of occasional generosity or sporadic gifts bestowed upon those who happened to catch his attention, but rather reflected a considered philosophy about the obligations of enlightened governance. He believed that a ruler had a duty to identify and nurture talent wherever it might be found, understanding that such individuals could bring honor to their homeland and contribute to the general progress of civilization. This was an age when the ideas of the Enlightenment had penetrated deeply into the thinking of educated Europeans, and many rulers sought to demonstrate their modernity and refinement by supporting scholars, artists, and scientists whose work might otherwise have been impossible without financial assistance. The Duke of Brunswick was among the most sincere and consistent practitioners of this enlightened approach, and his reputation for generosity toward men of learning was well established throughout the German-speaking world. It was through the combined efforts of Büttner, Bartels, and various local officials that an introduction was arranged between the young Gauss and the Duke, an encounter that must have seemed, to the 14-year-old son of a laborer, like an entry into an entirely different world. The ducal court, even in a modest German state like Brunswick, represented a level of refinement, wealth, and social elevation that would have been almost unimaginable to someone of Gauss's background, and we might pause to consider the mixture of nervousness and excitement that the boy must have felt as he prepared to meet the ruler of his homeland. Yet, by all accounts, Gauss conducted himself with a quiet confidence that impressed those who witnessed the meeting, answering questions about his studies and demonstrating his mathematical abilities in a manner that was neither boastful nor excessively humble, but simply direct and honest. The Duke, for his part, appears to have recognized immediately that he was in the presence of an extraordinary intellect. He was accustomed to meeting talented young people who had been brought to his attention by various intermediaries, and he had developed over the years a discerning eye for distinguishing genuine ability from mere precocity or well-rehearsed performance. In Gauss, he perceived something different, a depth of understanding and an originality of thought that set the boy apart from others who had been presented to him as promising students. The Duke asked questions, listened carefully to the responses, and observed the young man with the attention of someone who understood that he might be witnessing the early emergence of a truly significant mind. Following this initial meeting, the Duke made a decision that would prove to be one of the most consequential acts of patronage in the history of science. He determined that Gauss should receive financial support sufficient to allow him to pursue his education without the constraints of poverty, freeing him from the necessity of following his father into manual labor and providing him with the resources he would need to develop his abilities to their fullest extent. This support began modestly, in the form of a regular stipend that supplemented the family's income and allowed Gauss to continue his studies without needing to seek employment. The stipend was not enormous by the standards of ducal expenditure, but to a family like the Gausses, it represented a transformation in their circumstances, a recognition from the highest authority in the land that their son possessed gifts worthy of cultivation. The significance of this patronage extended far beyond the mere provision of money, important though that was. It represented a social leap of considerable magnitude, the elevation of a peasant's son to the status of ducal protégé, a position that carried with it not only financial benefits but also a kind of social protection and legitimacy that would have been otherwise unattainable. In the rigid hierarchies of 18th-century German society, where one's birth largely determined one's prospects and where the boundaries between social classes were difficult to cross, such an elevation was remarkable and rare. The Duke's patronage announced to the world that Gauss was someone of consequence, someone whose talents had been recognized by a man of judgment and discernment, and this recognition opened doors that would have remained firmly closed to an unknown boy from an obscure family. Gauss's father, Gebhard Dietrich Gauss, had always expected that his son would eventually take up a trade, perhaps following him into the bricklaying business or apprenticing in some other practical occupation that would provide a steady income and a respectable position in the community of working people. The elder Gauss was not an unkind man, and he had not opposed his son's education with any particular vehemence, but he was fundamentally practical in his outlook and somewhat suspicious of pursuits that did not lead directly to material security. The Duke's patronage effectively resolved this tension within the family, providing an alternative path for the young Carl Friedrich that even his practical-minded father could accept. With regular financial support coming from the ducal treasury, there was no longer any pressing need for the boy to abandon his studies and take up manual work, and Gebhard Gauss seems to have accepted, if perhaps without fully understanding that his son's future lay in a different direction than his own. In 1792, when Gauss was 15 years old, the Duke arranged for him to be enrolled at the Collegium Carolinum in Brunswick, an institution that occupied a position somewhere between a secondary school and a university, providing advanced instruction to students who were preparing for university study or for careers in government administration, the church, or other learned professions. The Collegium Carolinum had been founded in 1745 by Duke Carli, the grandfather of Gauss's patron, as part of an earlier effort to promote education and culture within the duchy, and it had developed over the decades into a respected institution with capable instructors and a curriculum that encompassed classical languages, philosophy, history, and the sciences. For a boy like Gauss, who had exhausted the educational possibilities of the ordinary schools available to him, the Collegium represented an opportunity to continue his intellectual development in an environment that could actually challenge and stimulate his abilities. The transition to the Collegium Carolinum marked a significant change in Gauss's daily life and in the nature of his education. He was now studying alongside the sons of respectable families, young men who were being prepared for positions of responsibility in Brunswick society, and he was receiving instruction from teachers who were themselves learned individuals with broad knowledge of their subjects. The curriculum included substantial work in classical languages, particularly Latin, which was still the language of scholarly communication throughout Europe, and Gauss proved to be an excellent student of languages as well as mathematics, developing a facility with Latin that would later enable him to correspond with scholars across the continent and to write his mathematical works in the universal language of the learned world. During his years at the Collegium Carolinum, Gauss continued to receive regular financial support from the Duke, and this support was not merely impersonal or bureaucratic but reflected a genuine interest on the Duke's part in the young man's progress and welfare. The Duke would occasionally summon Gauss to court, inquiring about his studies, asking what he was learning and what problems he was working on, and expressing encouragement for his continued efforts. These interactions must have been somewhat extraordinary occasions for Gauss, moments when the humble student found himself in conversation with one of the most powerful men in the region, discussing matters of learning and science as if they were equals in their shared interest in the advancement of knowledge. The Duke's attention was not condescending or merely ceremonial but reflected a sincere engagement with Gauss's intellectual development and a genuine pleasure in watching the unfolding of his remarkable abilities. A correspondence developed between the Duke and his young protégé, letters passing between them that discussed Gauss's studies, his discoveries, and his plans for the future. The Duke's letters were encouraging and supportive, expressing confidence in Gauss's abilities and urging him to continue his work with diligence and perseverance. Gauss's letters, for their part, kept his patron informed of his progress, describing what he was learning and occasionally sharing insights or discoveries that he had made in the course of his studies. This correspondence continued for many years, forming a thread of connection between the ruler and the mathematician that transcended the formal relationship of patron and beneficiary and took on some of the qualities of a genuine intellectual friendship, despite the vast differences in their social positions. The Duke's support was not limited to the years at the Collegium Carolinum but continued when Gauss was ready to proceed to university studies. In 1795, at the age of 18, Gauss enrolled at the University of Göttingen, one of the most distinguished centers of learning in the German states, and the Duke provided the funding necessary to support this more advanced phase of his education. The university years would prove to be a period of extraordinary productivity for Gauss, a time when many of his most fundamental discoveries were made and when he began to establish his reputation as one of the foremost mathematicians of his generation. And all of this was made possible by the continuing generosity of his patron in Brunswick. The financial support that the Duke provided to Gauss over the years amounted to a substantial investment, sufficient to maintain the young man comfortably throughout his education and into the early years of his professional career. This support freed Gauss from the anxieties about money that troubled so many scholars of his era, allowing him to focus his attention entirely on his work without needing to seek employment or to worry about how he would pay for his books, his lodging, or his daily necessities. The Duke understood, as all good patrons must understand, that creative work of the highest order requires not only talent but also freedom from distraction. And he provided that freedom to Gauss with a generosity that was both material and moral, both financial and personal. The relationship between the Duke and Gauss lasted until the Duke's death in 1806, a period of some 15 years during which the young mathematical genius transformed into the mature scholar whose works would reshape entire branches of mathematics and astronomy. The Duke did not live to see the full flowering of Gauss's career, the great discoveries and publications that would establish him as one of the towering figures in the history of science. But he knew before his death that his investment had been wise, that the talented boy he had taken under his protection had grown into a man of extraordinary accomplishment. The Duke's patronage had made this possible, and Gauss never forgot the debt he owed to his benefactor, referring to the Duke with gratitude and respect throughout his life. When we consider the story of Gauss's early years, we are reminded of how dependent the development of talent is upon circumstances and upon the support of others. Gauss possessed abilities that were extraordinary and rare, but those abilities might never have found their full expression if not for the chain of recognition and support that began with Büttner and Bartels, continued through the local officials who brought him to the Duke's attention, and culminated in the Duke's generous and sustained patronage. Each link in this chain was necessary, and if any had been missing, the history of mathematics might have been quite different. The bricklayer's son might have become a bricklayer himself, his remarkable mind devoted to the practical calculations of construction rather than to the abstract heights of mathematical theory. The Collegium Carolinum provided Gauss with an education that prepared him well for the university studies that followed, but it also provided something else that was perhaps equally valuable: a community of learning in which his talents could be recognized and encouraged by both instructors and fellow students. He formed friendships during these years, connections with other young men who shared his interest in learning, and he began to develop the habits of scholarly work that would characterize his entire career. The institution itself, with its library, its classrooms, and its atmosphere of serious intellectual pursuit, offered an environment very different from the crowded elementary school where his abilities had first been noticed, an environment in which a young person of exceptional gifts could find stimulation and challenge appropriate to his level of development. The Duke's role in all of this cannot be overestimated, for it was his vision and generosity that made everything else possible. He was not merely a source of funds but a genuine patron in the older and richer sense of that word, someone who took a personal interest in the welfare and progress of those he supported and who understood that such support was not charity but investment in the future of human knowledge. The Duke believed, as many enlightened rulers of his era believed, that the cultivation of genius was a worthy use of the resources at his command, and that by supporting individuals like Gauss, he was contributing to something larger than himself or his duchy, something that would endure long after the political arrangements of his time had been forgotten. As Gauss pursued his studies at the Collegium Carolinum, mastering Latin and Greek, reading the works of the great mathematicians who had preceded him, and making his own first tentative explorations into mathematical territory that no one had visited before. He did so with the security that comes from knowing that one's basic needs are provided for and that one's efforts are valued by someone in a position to judge their worth. This security allowed him to take intellectual risks, to pursue problems that might not yield immediate results, to think deeply and patiently about questions that required long periods of concentrated attention. The Duke's patronage purchased for Gauss the most valuable commodity that any scholar can possess, the freedom to think, and Gauss used that freedom with an effectiveness that would justify many times over the confidence that his patron had placed in him. And so we come now to a quieter chapter in the young life of Carl Friedrich Gauss, a period of gentle awakening that unfolded within the walls of an institution known as the Collegium Carolinum, which served as Brunswick's preparatory academy for those students who showed promise enough to continue onward to university studies. The year was 1792, and Gauss was 15 years old, still slight of frame and rather shy in manner, though possessing already that peculiar intensity of focus that would characterize his entire working life. The Collegium Carolinum, named in honor of the ruling House of Brunswick, occupied a handsome building in the heart of the city, and it was here, over the course of 3 unhurried years, that Gauss would transform himself from a mathematically gifted schoolboy into something approaching a genuine scholar, reading deeply and widely in the classical languages, in natural philosophy, and most especially in the mathematical works of those great thinkers who had come before him. The curriculum at the Collegium Carolinum placed considerable emphasis upon the classical languages, as was customary for institutions of higher learning during this period, and Gauss applied himself to the study of Latin and Greek with the same quiet diligence he brought to all his intellectual pursuits. Latin, of course, was not merely an academic exercise in those days, but rather the living language of scholarship itself, the tongue in which Newton had composed his Principia, in which Euler had written many of his most important treatises, and in which learned men across Europe continued to correspond with one another on matters of science and philosophy. Gauss had already acquired a foundation in Latin during his earlier schooling, but at the Collegium Carolinum he deepened his command of the language considerably, learning to read it with fluency and even with pleasure, so that the great works of mathematics and natural philosophy became as accessible to him as any text written in his native German. Greek, too, occupied his attention during these years, and though it was perhaps less immediately useful for his scientific reading, Gauss found in the study of ancient Greek a certain satisfaction of its own, an appreciation for linguistic structure and etymological precision that would remain with him throughout his life. Indeed, the young Gauss displayed such aptitude for languages that he seriously considered, for a time, pursuing a career in philology rather than in mathematics. This may seem surprising to us now, knowing as we do the extraordinary mathematical achievements that lay ahead of him, but it speaks to the breadth of his intellectual interests and to the genuine pleasure he took in the study of language itself. He possessed what might be called a natural ear for linguistic patterns, an ability to perceive the underlying structures that connected words and grammatical forms across different tongues, and this same faculty for pattern recognition served him equally well in his mathematical investigations. Throughout his life, Gauss would maintain fluency in several languages beyond German and the classical tongues, eventually acquiring French with considerable Polish, English sufficient for reading the scientific literature of Britain, and even Russian, which he taught himself in his later years with characteristic thoroughness. But during his time at the Collegium Carolinum, The choice between philology and mathematics remained genuinely open in his mind, and it was only through his increasingly profound engagement with mathematical texts that the balance eventually tipped toward the science of numbers and magnitudes. The ducal patronage that had brought Gauss to the Collegium Carolinum conferred upon him benefits beyond mere tuition and board, for it granted him access to library resources that would otherwise have been quite beyond the reach of a boy from his modest circumstances. Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand maintained a genuine interest in learning and in the cultivation of talented young men within his territories, and through the Duke's favor, Gauss found himself able to borrow books and manuscripts from collections that represented the finest mathematical and scientific thinking of the age. It was through these library resources that Gauss first encountered, in their original form, the works that would shape his mathematical development most profoundly, and he approached these texts not as a student dutifully completing assigned readings, but rather as an independent explorer, choosing his own path through the vast landscape of accumulated mathematical knowledge. His reading was extensive, systematic in its way, yet also driven by genuine curiosity rather than by any external compulsion, and this habit of independent study would remain characteristic of Gauss throughout his entire career. Among the works that Gauss read during these years at the Collegium Carolinum, none perhaps made a deeper impression upon him than Isaac Newton's Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, which he studied in its original Latin text. The Principia, first published in 1687, represented the crowning achievement of 17th-century natural philosophy, setting forth the laws of motion and the theory of universal gravitation in a framework of rigorous geometrical demonstration. Gauss read through this monumental work with careful attention, following Newton's intricate proofs and absorbing not only the physical content but also the mathematical methods that Newton had employed. The experience of reading Newton in the original, of struggling with difficult passages and then achieving understanding, confirmed in Gauss a growing confidence in his own mathematical abilities, a sense that he could engage meaningfully with the very highest level of scientific thought. Newton's influence would persist throughout Gauss's career, not only in the specific methods and results that Gauss drew upon, but also in a broader commitment to mathematical rigor and precision that both men shared. Equally important for Gauss's development were the works of Leonhard Euler, the extraordinarily prolific Swiss mathematician who had spent much of his career in St. Petersburg and Berlin, and who had contributed fundamental advances to virtually every branch of mathematics then known. Euler's output was so vast, encompassing hundreds of papers and numerous book-length treatises, that no single reader could hope to master it all. But Gauss read as widely in Euler's works as his circumstances permitted, studying treatises on number theory, analysis, and the calculus of variations with careful attention. Euler wrote with a certain clarity and directness that made his works relatively accessible even to younger readers, and Gauss found in Euler's pages both specific mathematical techniques that he could employ in his own investigations and a broader sense of what mathematical research looked like when practiced at the highest level. The breadth of Euler's interests, ranging from pure number theory to applied problems in mechanics and astronomy, may have helped to shape Gauss's own vision of mathematics as a unified discipline whose various branches were deeply interconnected. Another work that occupied Gauss's attention during his years at the Collegium Carolinum was Joseph Louis Lagrange's Mécanique analytique, a treatise on mechanics that had appeared in 1788 and that represented a thoroughgoing reformulation of mechanical principles in purely analytical terms. Where Newton's Principia had relied heavily upon geometrical methods, Lagrange sought to reduce all of mechanics to a branch of analysis, deriving the equations of motion from variational principles expressed in the language of the calculus. Gauss studied the Mécanique analytique with great care, appreciating both its mathematical elegance and its systematic approach to physical problems. And the influence of Lagrange's analytical methods can be detected in much of Gauss's later work, particularly in his contributions to celestial mechanics and geodesy. Reading Lagrange alongside Newton gave Gauss an appreciation for the different ways in which mathematical ideas could be developed and presented, and this awareness of stylistic alternatives would inform his own mature approach to mathematical exposition. It was also during these years at the Collegium Carolinum that Gauss first encountered the works of Pierre de Fermat, the 17th-century French mathematician whose investigations into the properties of numbers had laid much of the groundwork for what would later become the theory of numbers. Fermat had never published a systematic treatise on his number-theoretic discoveries, leaving behind instead a scattered collection of letters, marginal notes, and challenges posed to other mathematicians. And this fragmentary legacy had been preserved and transmitted through the editorial efforts of his son and through references in the works of later mathematicians. Gauss came upon these formation materials through his library reading, and the encounter sparked in him an interest in number theory that would become one of the central preoccupations of his mathematical life. Fermat's style of posing problems and asserting results without providing proofs appealed to something in Gauss's temperament, presenting a series of intellectual challenges that invited the reader to discover proofs for himself, and Gauss took up this invitation with enthusiasm. Among the questions that attracted Gauss's attention during this period was the ancient and fundamental problem of the distribution of prime numbers, those integers greater than 1 that possess no divisors other than themselves and unity. The primes had fascinated mathematicians since antiquity, appearing to be scattered through the sequence of natural numbers in a manner that was at once irregular and yet suggestive of underlying patterns. By the age of 15 or 16, Gauss had begun to investigate this distribution through a combination of extensive numerical calculation and theoretical reflection, computing tables of primes and observing empirically how their frequency diminished as one moved to larger and larger numbers. He noticed that the primes became gradually sparser, and he sought to characterize this thinning out in precise quantitative terms. Through careful study of his tables, Gauss arrived at a conjecture regarding the average density of primes near a given magnitude, a conjecture that would later be refined into what is now known as the prime number theorem, though a rigorous proof would not be achieved until nearly a century after Gauss's initial observations. This early work on prime distribution illustrates the characteristic Gaussian approach of combining extensive computation with theoretical insight, allowing the data themselves to suggest the form that a mathematical law might take. In addition to his purely mathematical investigations, Gauss developed during these years a growing interest in astronomy, an interest that would eventually lead him to some of his most celebrated achievements. His entry into astronomical thinking came in part through his discovery, or perhaps rediscovery, of a curious numerical relationship known as Bode's law, which described an approximate pattern in the distances of the known planets from the Sun. This relationship, which had been publicized by the German astronomer Johann Elert Bode in 1772, held that the planetary distances followed a simple arithmetical progression, at least approximately, and Gauss was intrigued by the question of whether this pattern reflected some deeper physical principle or was merely a numerical coincidence. His reflections on Bode's law led him to think more generally about the mathematical description of celestial motions, and he began to read more widely in astronomical literature, preparing the ground for the dramatic contributions he would make to this field in the early years of the next century. The combination of precise observation and mathematical analysis that characterized astronomical work appealed strongly to Gauss's temperament, and astronomy would remain one of his primary interests throughout his life. The study habits that Gauss developed during his time at the Collegium Carolinum were notably solitary in character, reflecting both his personal temperament and the nature of his intellectual pursuits. He preferred to work alone, reading and calculating in private rather than seeking out the company of fellow students for collaborative study. This was not misanthropy, but rather a practical recognition that his own pace and direction of inquiry did not necessarily match those of his peers, and that he could make better progress by following his own path without needing to accommodate the interests or abilities of others. Gauss was not unfriendly in his daily interactions, and he maintained cordial relations with his teachers and fellow students. But when it came to the work that mattered most to him, he kept his own counsel. This preference for solitary investigation would persist throughout his career, and though Gauss maintained extensive correspondence with other mathematicians and occasionally collaborated on specific projects, his most important work was almost always accomplished in private, often years before he chose to share it with the wider world. As the months and years passed at the Collegium Carolinum, Gauss became increasingly confident in his mathematical abilities, recognizing that he possessed talents that set him apart from even the most capable of his fellow students. This confidence was not arrogance, for it rested upon the solid foundation of genuine accomplishment, of difficult problems solved and demanding texts mastered through his own unaided efforts. He had read Newton and understood him, had worked through Euler and Lagrange and found their arguments sound, had begun to make discoveries of his own regarding the distribution of primes and other number-theoretic questions. The young man who had once feared that his mathematical insights might be mistaken or already known was gradually developing the assurance that comes from repeated success, from the experience of finding that his ideas did indeed hold up under careful scrutiny. By the end of his time at the Collegium Carolinum, Gauss knew himself to be a mathematician of considerable promise, ready to proceed to university studies and to engage more fully with the great unsolved problems that awaited him. The years from 1792 to 1795 thus marked a crucial period of formation in the life of Carl Friedrich Gauss, a time of quiet but intensive preparation during which he acquired the tools, both linguistic and mathematical, that would serve him throughout his long career. The classical languages opened to him the treasures of the European scientific tradition, allowing him to read Newton and Euler and Fermat in their own words. The works of the great mathematicians provided him with both specific techniques and broader models of what mathematical research might achieve. His early investigations into the distribution of primes and other number-theoretic questions gave him his first taste of original discovery, while his interest in astronomy planted seeds that would later bear remarkable fruit. And through it all, the solitary young scholar from Brunswick was developing those habits of independent study and rigorous thinking that would characterize his mature work. As we leave him now, poised at the threshold of his university years, we may picture him in the quiet of his study, surrounded by borrowed books and sheets of calculations, wholly absorbed in the contemplation of mathematical truths, preparing himself, though he did not yet fully know it, to become one of the greatest mathematicians the world has ever known. In October of 1795, a young man of 18 years arrived in the small university town of Göttingen, carrying with him a modest collection of belongings and a mind already filled with mathematical ideas that would, in time, reshape entire fields of human knowledge. Carl Friedrich Gauss had traveled from his native Brunswick, leaving behind the familiar streets and modest circumstances of his childhood, to begin a new chapter of his life at one of the most respected universities in all the German-speaking lands. The journey itself was not particularly long, perhaps a day or so by coach through the gentle countryside of Lower Saxony, but it represented a profound transition from the world of the grammar school and the patronage of a generous duke to the wider intellectual community of a proper university, where scholars gathered from across Europe to study, to teach, and to advance the boundaries of human understanding. The funding for this venture came, as so much in Gauss's early life had come, from the generosity of Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand of Brunswick, who had recognized the exceptional talents of the young mathematician some years earlier and had taken it upon himself to support the boy's education. The Duke's patronage was neither casual nor limited, but rather a sustained commitment to nurturing what he perceived to be a genuinely extraordinary gift. He had already funded Gauss's years at the Collegium Carolinum in Brunswick, and now he extended that support to cover the costs of university study, providing a stipend that would allow the young man to devote himself to learning without the constant worry of financial hardship that so often plagued students of limited means. This arrangement meant that Gauss could approach his studies with a certain freedom, able to purchase books when necessary, to pay for his lodgings, and to live, if not in luxury, then at least in reasonable comfort while he explored the intellectual treasures that Göttingen had to offer. The University of Göttingen, formerly known as the Georgia Augusta after its founder King George II of Great Britain, who was also the Elector of Hanover, had been established in 1734 and had risen with remarkable speed to become one of the preeminent centers of learning in Europe. Unlike some of the older German universities, which remained bound by tradition and ecclesiastical authority, Göttingen had been founded with a spirit of academic freedom and Enlightenment principles that attracted scholars and students who sought a more progressive intellectual environment. The university had gained particular renown for its faculties of law and medicine, but it was also distinguished by its commitment to the natural sciences and mathematics, fields that were increasingly recognized as essential to the advancement of human knowledge and practical affairs. By the time Gauss arrived, Göttingen had earned a reputation as a place where serious scholarship was valued, where new ideas could be explored without undue interference, and where the life of the mind was accorded genuine respect. Perhaps the greatest treasure of the university, and certainly the resource that Gauss would come to value most highly during his years there, was its library. The Göttingen University Library had been built up with considerable care and expense over the decades since the university's founding, and by the late 18th century it had become one of the finest academic libraries in all of Europe. The collection was extensive and remarkably current, with new books and journals acquired regularly from across the continent, ensuring that scholars had access to the latest developments in their fields as well as to the foundational works of earlier generations. For a young man like Gauss, whose appetite for mathematical knowledge far exceeded what any single teacher could provide, this library was nothing short of a revelation. Here he could find the works of Euler and Lagrange, of Newton and Leibniz, of the ancient geometers and the modern analysts, all gathered together in one place, waiting to be read, studied, and absorbed. Gauss spent countless hours among these shelves, working his way through treatises and memoirs, filling in gaps in his knowledge, and discovering new problems that sparked his curiosity and set his mind to work. The professors at Göttingen were, on the whole, respected figures in their fields, men who had contributed to the advancement of learning and who brought their expertise to bear in their teaching. In mathematics, the most prominent figure was Abraham Gotthelf Kästner, a man of considerable reputation who had written textbooks and made contributions to various areas of mathematics over a long career. Kastner was well into his 70s when Gauss arrived, a venerable presence in the university who had taught generations of students and who was widely regarded as an authority in his field. Gauss attended his lectures, as was expected of a student pursuing mathematical studies, but he found the experience rather disappointing. Kastner's teaching style, whatever its merits may have been for other students, did not suit the young prodigy who had already, by his own independent reading and thinking, advanced well beyond the material covered in the standard courses. The lectures seemed slow, the content elementary, and the presentation lacking the spark of genuine insight that Gauss craved. This was not necessarily a failing on Kastner's part, for he was teaching to a general audience of students with varying levels of preparation, but for someone of Gauss's abilities, the classroom simply could not provide the intellectual nourishment he needed. In physics, the situation was somewhat different, for the professor in that field was Georg Christoph Lichtenberg, a figure of genuine brilliance and wide-ranging interests who had made his mark not only as a scientist but also as a writer of aphorisms and a keen observer of human nature. Lichtenberg was a more engaging presence than Kastner, possessed of a lively mind and a gift for communication, and his lectures on experimental physics attracted students who appreciated his clarity and his evident enthusiasm for his subject. Gauss attended these lectures as well, and while he found them more stimulating than the mathematics courses, he remained primarily self-directed in his studies, preferring to learn from books at his own pace rather than following the structured curriculum of the lecture hall. This was a pattern that would characterize much of Gauss's intellectual life, a tendency to absorb knowledge through private reading and solitary reflection rather than through the mediation of teachers, however capable they might be. The truth was that Gauss learned more from the library than from the lecture hall, more from the pages of Euler's collected works than from any professor's explanations. He would borrow volumes, carry them back to his lodgings, and work through them with the same intensity he had brought to his studies in Brunswick, filling pages with notes, calculations, and observations. The library became his true classroom, and the great mathematicians of the past and present became his teachers, speaking to him through their written words across the distances of space and time. This mode of learning suited his temperament perfectly, for it allowed him to move at his own pace, to linger over difficult passages, to skip ahead when the material was already familiar, and to pursue tangents and connections that no fixed syllabus could accommodate. It was during these years at Göttingen that Gauss formed one of the most important friendships of his life, a bond with a fellow student named Wolfgang Bolyai that would endure, through correspondence and memory, 4 decades to come. Bolyai was a Hungarian, some years older than Gauss, who had come to Göttingen to study mathematics and who recognized immediately, upon meeting the young man from Brunswick, that he was in the presence of an exceptional mind. The two students were drawn together by their shared passion for mathematics, their delight in abstract thinking, and their willingness to engage in long conversations about problems that most of their contemporaries could neither understand nor appreciate. They became companions in the truest sense, spending hours together in discussion, taking walks through the streets of Göttingen and the surrounding countryside, and challenging one another with problems and ideas that stretched their abilities and deepened their understanding. Their walks were a regular feature of their friendship, excursions through the pleasant town and out into the gentle landscape of fields and forests that lay beyond its boundaries. As they walked, they talked, their conversation ranging over mathematical questions, philosophical puzzles, and the great uncertainties of life and career that faced young men of intellectual ambition in that era. Bolyai was a thoughtful and earnest companion, possessed of genuine mathematical talent, though perhaps not quite of the same transcendent order as Gauss, and he brought to their discussions a warmth and a sincerity that Gauss valued deeply. They debated the foundations of geometry, the nature of mathematical proof, the relationship between mathematics and the physical world, and countless other topics that engaged their restless minds. These conversations were not merely pleasant diversions but genuine intellectual collaborations, moments of shared exploration that left lasting impressions on both participants. The friendship between Gauss and Bolyai would continue long after their student days had ended, sustained by a correspondence that lasted for years and that touched on both mathematical and personal matters. Bolyai returned to Hungary after his time at Göttingen, eventually becoming a professor of mathematics himself, and the two men exchanged letters that reveal the depth of their mutual affection and the enduring importance of their youthful bond. It is worth noting, in this connection, that Bolyai's son, János Bolyai, would later become one of the pioneers of non-Euclidean geometry, a development that Gauss himself had anticipated in his private researches but had never published, and the intertwining of these two families through mathematics and friendship adds a poignant dimension to the story of Gauss's years at Göttingen. Despite his evident gifts and his growing body of mathematical discoveries, Gauss remained uncertain during this period about the direction his career should take. He was deeply drawn to mathematics, of course, and had already achieved results that would have established the reputation of a lesser man. But he also felt a strong attraction to philology, the study of languages and texts, which engaged another aspect of his formidable intellect. Gauss had a genuine talent for languages, a facility with Latin and Greek, and an interest in the structure and history of linguistic systems, and he could well imagine a career devoted to this field rather than to mathematics. The choice between these two paths was not obvious to him, for both offered the prospect of meaningful intellectual work, and he spent considerable time during his years at Göttingen weighing the merits of each possibility. This uncertainty may seem surprising given what we now know of Gauss's subsequent contributions to mathematics, but at the time it was a genuine dilemma, a fork in the road that required careful thought and eventually a decisive resolution. The town of Göttingen itself was a pleasant enough place for a student to live, a modest settlement of perhaps 10,000 inhabitants that existed primarily to serve the university and its population of scholars and students. The streets were narrow and winding in the older parts of town, lined with half-timbered houses and punctuated by churches and public buildings that gave the place a character typical of small German towns of that era. The university dominated the life of the community, providing employment for tradesmen, landlords, and shopkeepers, and lending to the town an atmosphere of learning and intellectual activity that distinguished it from purely agricultural or commercial settlements of similar size. Students were a constant presence in the streets and taverns, recognizable by their dress and manner, and the rhythm of the academic calendar shaped the social and economic life of the entire community. Gauss's lodgings were modest, as befitted a student of limited means even with the Duke's stipend to support him. He rented rooms in the town, simple accommodations that provided a place to sleep, to study, and to work on the calculations and proofs that occupied so much of his time. The rooms were probably cold in winter, lit by candles in the evening hours, and furnished with the basic necessities of a student's existence: a bed, a table, a chair, and shelves or storage for his books and papers. It was in these humble surroundings that Gauss conducted much of the intellectual work that would later astonish the mathematical world. Sitting at his table with pen and paper, working through problems that had baffled other minds, and recording his discoveries in a small notebook that he had begun to keep for this purpose. This notebook, which scholars have come to call his scientific diary or Notizen journal, was begun in 1796 and would continue for many years thereafter, serving as a private record of Gauss's mathematical discoveries and insights. The entries were typically brief, often cryptic, noting a result or a theorem in condensed form without the full proofs or explanations that would be needed to communicate the ideas to others. Gauss wrote these entries for himself, not for publication, and the notebook served as a kind of intellectual ledger, a way of keeping track of what he had accomplished and when. The dates recorded in the diary allow scholars to reconstruct the chronology of Gauss's discoveries with considerable precision, revealing the astonishing pace at which his mind was working during these years and the remarkable range of problems he was investigating simultaneously. The meticulous record-keeping reflected a personality that valued order and precision, that took satisfaction in documenting achievements, and that understood, perhaps, that the ideas flowing from his pen were of sufficient importance to deserve careful preservation. The first entry in this diary, dated March 30th, 1796, recorded one of the most significant discoveries of Gauss's early career, a result concerning the construction of regular polygons that had eluded mathematicians since antiquity. But that discovery, and its profound implications for the understanding of geometric possibility, belongs to a later part of our story. For now, it is enough to note that the diary existed, that Gauss had begun the practice of recording his insights in this systematic way, and that this small notebook would eventually become one of the most precious documents in the history of mathematics, a window into the working mind of a genius during the most productive years of his intellectual life. The student life at Göttingen proceeded at its own gentle pace, marked by the changing of the seasons, the beginning and ending of academic terms, and the small rituals of daily existence in a university town. Gauss attended lectures when he felt they might be useful, spent long hours in the library, worked in his rooms on problems that fascinated him, and found companionship and intellectual stimulation in his friendship with Bolyai and others who shared his interests. He was not a particularly social young man, preferring the company of books and close friends to the broader society of student clubs and gatherings, but neither was he a recluse, and he participated in the life of the university community to the extent that suited his temperament and his purposes. The years at Göttingen were formative ones, a time when Gauss deepened his knowledge, refined his abilities, and began to produce the original work that would establish his reputation as one of the greatest mathematicians the world had ever known. And so the young man from Brunswick settled into his new life at the university, reading in the magnificent library, walking with his friend through the streets and fields, sitting in lectures that sometimes bored and sometimes engaged him, and always thinking about mathematics, about the problems that called to him from the pages of books and from the depths of his own restless mind. The intellectual world of Göttingen had opened before him, offering resources and opportunities that his native city could never have provided, and he was making the most of what this new environment had to offer. The Duke's generosity had made it all possible, and Gauss was repaying that investment in the only way he could, by dedicating himself to the pursuit of knowledge with all the considerable powers at his disposal. On the 30th day of March, in the year 1796, A young man of 19 years sat in the quiet hours of early morning and performed a calculation that would change the course of his life and the history of mathematics itself. Carl Friedrich Gauss, still a student at the University of Göttingen, still uncertain whether his future lay in the study of ancient languages or in the abstract world of numbers and forms, discovered something that no human mind had found in over 2,000 years. He proved, through careful and methodical reasoning, that it was possible to construct a regular polygon of 17 sides using nothing more than a compass and an unmarked straightedge. This may sound, at first hearing, like a modest accomplishment, a mere curiosity of geometry, but to understand why this discovery sent quiet ripples through the mathematical world, and why it convinced the young Gauss to devote his life to mathematics rather than philology, we must travel back through the long centuries to the workshops and academies of ancient Greece, where the story of constructible polygons truly begins. The ancient Greek mathematicians, those patient and rigorous thinkers who laid the foundations of geometry as we know it, were deeply interested in the question of which figures could be drawn using only the simplest of tools. They allowed themselves a compass, which could draw perfect circles of any radius, and a straightedge, which was merely a ruler without any markings upon it, useful only for drawing straight lines between 2 points or extending a line indefinitely in either direction. With these two humble instruments, the Greeks discovered that one could construct many beautiful and regular figures. A regular polygon, you may recall, is a closed figure with all sides of equal length and all interior angles of equal measure. The equilateral triangle is the simplest such polygon, having 3 sides, and the Greeks knew well how to construct it. The square, with its 4 equal sides and 4 right angles, was similarly within their grasp. The regular pentagon, that lovely 5-sided figure which appears in nature and in art, was known to the followers of Pythagoras, and Euclid himself included its construction in his Elements. The regular hexagon, with its 6 sides, could be made by a pleasing method involving the radius of a circle, and the ancients understood how, once you had constructed a certain polygon, you could double the number of sides by bisecting each arc, thus obtaining figures of 8, 10, 12, and 16 sides, and onwards in this doubling fashion. Yet there were limits to what the Greeks could achieve, limits that seemed, for many centuries, to be immovable boundaries of the possible. They could construct polygons of 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, and 16 sides, along with all the further doublings thereof, but certain numbers remained stubbornly out of reach. The regular heptagon, with its 7 sides, resisted all attempts at construction. The nonagon, with 9 sides, was similarly intractable. And the heptadecagon, that elusive 17-sided figure, was so far beyond consideration that it scarcely entered the discussions of geometers at all. For more than 2 millennia, from the time of Euclid to the late 18th century, no one added a single new prime-sided polygon to the list of constructible figures. It was as though the ancients had discovered all the islands in a particular sea, and the modern world simply accepted that there were no more islands to be found. Into this long stillness came the young Gauss, with his extraordinary capacity for seeing patterns where others saw only confusion, and for finding connections between ideas that had previously seemed unrelated. What Gauss discovered on that March morning was not merely a clever trick for drawing a 17-sided polygon, though he did eventually work out the explicit construction. His discovery was far more profound, for he uncovered a deep connection between the ancient geometric problem of polygon construction and the modern algebraic theory of equations, particularly those equations whose solutions involved complex numbers and the subtle properties of prime numbers of a very special form. To understand the nature of his insight, we must consider what it means, in algebraic terms, to construct a regular polygon with a compass and straightedge. When we construct a regular polygon of n sides, we are, in essence, dividing a circle into n equal parts. The vertices of the polygon lie upon the circle, evenly spaced, and the problem of construction becomes the problem of locating these points precisely. Now, each of these points can be described by its coordinates, and these coordinates are determined by the solutions to a certain polynomial equation, an equation that asks, in effect, what are the nth roots of unity, which is to say, what numbers, when raised to the power n, yield the value 1. For a regular n-gon, the key equation is x to the power n equals 1, and the solutions to this equation, when plotted in the plane of complex numbers, form the vertices of our desired polygon. The question of constructability, Gauss realized, was intimately connected to the question of whether these solutions could be expressed using only the operations that a compass and straightedge allow, which are, in algebraic terms, the operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and the extraction of square roots. If the solutions to the governing equation could be built up from rational numbers using only these operations, and in particular if every extraction of a root was a square root, then the polygon could be constructed. If the solutions required the extraction of cube roots, or fifth roots, or any roots other than square roots, then construction by the classical means was impossible. What Gauss proved, in his quiet rooms at Göttingen, was that the regular heptadecagon was indeed constructible, because the 17th roots of unity could be expressed in terms of square roots alone. The key lay in the observation that 17 is a prime number of a very particular kind, a kind that the French mathematician Pierre de Fermat had studied more than a century earlier. Fermat had noticed that primes of the form 2 raised to the power 2 raised to the power n plus 1 seemed to possess unusual properties. When n equals 0, this formula gives us 3, which is prime. When n equals 1, we obtain 5, also prime. When n equals 2, we get 17, which is again prime. When n equals 3, we find 257, still prime. And when n equals 4, we arrive at 65,537, which is also prime. Fermat conjectured that all numbers of this form would be prime, but this conjecture was later shown to be false, for the very next number in the sequence, when n equals 5, turns out to be divisible by 641. Nonetheless, the primes that do arise from this formula are now known as Fermat primes in his honor, and they are 3, 5, 17, 257, and 65,537, with no others yet discovered despite centuries of searching. Gauss demonstrated that a regular polygon with a prime number of sides is constructible if and only if that prime is a Fermat prime. Since 17 is a Fermat prime, the heptadecagon is constructible. Since 7 is not a Fermat prime, the heptagon is not constructible. The ancient Greeks had known how to construct the triangle and the pentagon, corresponding to the Fermat primes 3 and 5, but they had no method and no inkling that a method existed for 17, 257, or 65,537, Gauss had thus discovered not just one new constructible polygon but potentially several, and he had established the precise criterion that determined which regular polygons could ever be drawn with the classical tools. This alone would have been a magnificent achievement, but Gauss went further still, formulating a complete characterization of all constructible regular polygons, not just those with a prime number of sides. He determined that a regular n-gon is constructible with compass and straightedge if and only if n is a power of 2, or n is a product of distinct Fermat primes, or n is a power of 2 multiplied by a product of distinct Fermat primes. This elegant criterion encompasses all the polygons the Greeks had known and reveals precisely which others are possible. The regular polygon of 15 sides, for instance, is constructible because 15 is the product of 3 and 5, both Fermat primes. The polygon of 51 sides is not constructible, because 51 is 3 times 17, and although both are Fermat primes, the Fermat prime 3 appears once, and the product is valid. Wait, let me reconsider. 51 is indeed 3 times 17, and since these are distinct Fermat primes, the 51gon is in fact constructible. The polygon of 255 sides is constructible as well, being the product of 3, 5, and 17. Yet the polygon of 9 sides is forever beyond reach, because 9 is 3 squared, and the criterion requires the Fermat primes to be distinct, not repeated. On the very day of his discovery, Gauss made the first entry in what would become his scientific diary, a small notebook in which he recorded his most important mathematical findings over the following years. This diary, written in a terse and abbreviated Latin, was not discovered until after his death, and it revealed the remarkable breadth and depth of his private researches, many of which he never published. The first entry, dated the 30th of March, 1796, announces in characteristically modest terms the principles upon which the division of the circle depends, and the constructibility of the 17-sided polygon in particular. There is no fanfare in these words, no self-congratulation, merely the quiet recording of a fact that Gauss recognized as significant. The discovery of the constructibility of the heptadecagon arrived at a pivotal moment in the young man's life, for he had been torn between two great intellectual passions. His facility with languages was exceptional, and he had seriously considered a career in philology, the scholarly study of language and literature. Yet mathematics called to him with an even stronger voice, and the breakthrough of the 17th of March, though recorded on the 30th, or perhaps the breakthrough came on the 30th itself, settled the matter in his mind. He later wrote that this discovery, more than any other, persuaded him to devote his life to mathematics. The feeling of unveiling a truth that had been hidden from all of humanity for 2,000 years, the sense of touching something eternal and perfect, convinced him that this was where his deepest calling lay. From that moment forward, Gauss pursued mathematics with unwavering dedication, and the world of scholarship was forever changed by his choice. When Gauss first communicated his result to other mathematicians, it was met with a certain skepticism, for the claim seemed almost too bold to be believed. Here was a mere student, not yet 20 years of age, asserting that he had solved a problem that had eluded every mathematician since antiquity. The great geometer Kastner, who was among Gauss's teachers at Göttingen, reportedly expressed doubt that anything genuinely new could be said about such an ancient question. Yet Gauss's proof was unassailable. He had not merely claimed that the construction was possible, He had demonstrated precisely why it was possible, grounding his argument in a rigorous algebraic framework that left no room for doubt. The skepticism gradually gave way to admiration, and the mathematical community came to recognize that a profound new talent had emerged. Gauss did not immediately publish a detailed account of his discovery. He included it in his monumental work Disquisitiones Arithmeticae, which appeared in 1801, presenting the theory of constructible polygons as part of a broader treatment of number theory and the arithmetic of the integers. In the seventh and final section of that great book, he developed the theory of cyclotomy, the division of the circle, and established the complete criterion for constructibility that we have described. The Disquisitiones Arithmeticae was recognized at once as a work of genius, and it established Gauss's reputation as the foremost mathematician of his age. The construction of the regular heptadecagon itself, as distinct from the proof of its constructibility, is a lengthy and intricate affair, involving many intermediate steps and a considerable number of auxiliary lines and circles. Gauss himself worked out the construction in detail, though it was not the construction per se that interested him so much as the underlying theory. Others later simplified the construction somewhat, and several mathematicians have provided explicit step-by-step instructions for those who wish to attempt it. The resulting figure is surprisingly plain to look upon: a simple closed polygon with 17 equal sides, indistinguishable at a glance from any other many-sided figure. Yet to those who understand its history, it carries a quiet weight of significance. Gauss was so pleased with his discovery that he expressed a wish, according to various accounts, that a regular heptadecagon be inscribed upon his tombstone. He felt a deep affection for this result, perhaps because it came to him in the bloom of youth, perhaps because it marked the turning point in his intellectual life, or perhaps simply because it was so beautifully complete, resolving a question that had remained open since the days of Euclid. When Gauss died in 1855, however, the stonecutter reportedly declined to execute the request, fearing that such a figure, with its 17 small sides, would appear too similar to an ordinary circle and thus fail to convey its intended meaning. Whether this story is entirely accurate, or whether Gauss's wish was simply forgotten or set aside for other reasons, the fact remains that his tombstone bears no heptadecagon. There is, however, a monument to Gauss in his birthplace of Braunschweig, and this monument stands upon a pedestal with 17 sides, a fitting tribute arranged by those who understood what that number had meant to him. The discovery of the constructibility of the heptadecagon was the first of many remarkable achievements in Gauss's long and fruitful career. It set the pattern for his later work, in which deep insight, rigorous proof, and a certain elegant economy of expression combined to produce results of lasting importance. Yet there is something especially appealing about this first great discovery, made when he was still a teenager, still uncertain of his path in life, still perhaps a little astonished at his own powers. It reminds us that the capacity for original thought can flourish at any age, and that some of the most profound discoveries are made not by seasoned veterans but by young minds seeing old problems with fresh eyes. As you settle more comfortably and allow your thoughts to quiet, you might let the image of the heptadecagon drift gently through your mind, a simple shape with 17 equal sides, inscribed within a perfect circle, each vertex placed precisely where it should be, each angle exactly equal to its neighbors. There is a pleasing regularity to it, a sense of order and balance that the ancient geometers would have appreciated, even as they marveled that such a figure could be drawn at all. And somewhere in the mathematics underlying that simple shape lies a connection to prime numbers, to the powers of 2, to the deep structures that govern what is possible and what is not. But you need not follow these thoughts too closely now. It is enough to know that they are there, waiting patiently, like quiet truths that have waited for thousands of years, asking nothing of you but a moment of gentle attention before sleep. For 18 years, between the ages of 19 and 37, Carl Friedrich Gauss maintained a small personal notebook in which he recorded his mathematical discoveries. And this notebook, which scholars would later call the Notizen Journal or Scientific Diary, represents one of the most remarkable documents in the entire history of mathematics, a private record of genius that remained completely unknown to the world for over a century after its creation. The notebook itself was modest in appearance, as was fitting for a man who cared little for outward display, and its pages contained brief entries written in abbreviated Latin, cryptic notations that recorded profound mathematical truths in the most condensed form imaginable, often without any indication of the methods or reasoning that led to these discoveries. Gauss began this diary on the 30th of March in 1796, when he was still a young student at the University of Göttingen, and he continued to make entries sporadically until the 12th of July in 1814, after which the notebook fell silent, its purpose apparently fulfilled or perhaps simply overtaken by the demands of his professional life and astronomical work. The existence of this diary was entirely unknown to the mathematical community during Gauss's lifetime and for many decades after his death in 1855, and it was not until 1898 that the notebook was discovered among family papers, having passed through the hands of his descendants without anyone fully recognizing its significance. When scholars finally examined its contents, they found themselves confronted with 146 entries spanning nearly 2 decades of mathematical thought, and the revelations contained within these pages transformed the understanding of Gauss's work and the history of 19th-century mathematics more broadly. Many of the entries recorded discoveries that other mathematicians would only achieve years or even decades later, and the diary showed with sometimes unsettling clarity that Gauss had anticipated developments in multiple fields long before they became part of the public mathematical record. The notebook was eventually published by the Göttingen Academy of Sciences, and mathematicians who studied it came to appreciate both the extraordinary scope of Gauss's genius and the frustrating brevity with which he documented his insights. The entries in the Notizen Journal are characterized by their extreme concision, and Gauss made almost no attempt to explain his methods or provide the proofs that would have made his results accessible to others. Each entry typically consists of a date, a brief statement of a theorem or discovery, and occasionally a few symbols or numbers that hint at the broader context, but rarely anything more substantial than this bare framework. The Latin in which Gauss wrote was itself abbreviated and compressed, using shorthand conventions that sometimes make interpretation difficult even for scholars fluent in the language, and many entries remain partially obscure to this day, their full meaning a matter of ongoing discussion among historians of mathematics. This habit of recording results without proofs was entirely consistent with Gauss's general approach to mathematical publication, and it reflects both his remarkable ability to verify results through methods he considered rigorous enough for his own satisfaction and his apparent lack of concern for whether others would be able to follow his reasoning. The very first entry in the diary, dated the 30th of March in 1796, records what Gauss considered one of the most significant discoveries of his life, and it is fitting that this breakthrough should stand at the beginning of his private scientific record. On that spring day, the young Gauss demonstrated that the regular heptadecagon, which is to say the regular polygon with 17 sides, could be constructed using only a compass and an unmarked straightedge, the classical tools of Greek geometry. This problem had stood open since antiquity, and mathematicians had long known how to construct regular polygons with 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, and 16 sides. But the question of which other regular polygons admitted such construction had remained unresolved for more than 2,000 years. Gauss's solution was not merely a single result, but rather part of a complete theoretical framework that determined exactly which regular polygons could be constructed with classical tools. And this framework depended on the properties of certain prime numbers now called Fermat primes. The entry recording this discovery is characteristically brief, giving no indication of the profound analysis that underpinned the result, and readers who encounter it without background knowledge would have little sense of its importance from the notation alone. Yet for Gauss himself, this breakthrough held deep personal significance, and he later expressed the wish that a regular heptadecagon be inscribed on his tombstone, though the stonemason apparently considered the figure too difficult to carve accurately and a 17-pointed star was substituted instead. The heptadecagon construction convinced Gauss that he should devote his life to mathematics rather than philology, which had also attracted his youthful interest. And in this sense, the first entry in the diary marks not only a mathematical discovery but also a turning point in Gauss's conception of his own future. Among the most famous entries in the Notizen journal is one dated the 10th of July in 1796, which stands out from the others because it begins with a single Greek word written in capital letters, followed by a brief mathematical statement. The word is Eureka, the exclamation attributed to Archimedes upon his celebrated discovery concerning the displacement of water, and its presence in Gauss's otherwise restrained and technical notebook suggests the depth of satisfaction he felt upon achieving the result that follows. The mathematical content of the entry reads, in Gauss's notation, that every positive integer equals the sum of 3 triangular numbers, which are those numbers formed by summing the consecutive integers from 1 up to some value, giving the sequence 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, 21, and so forth. This theorem, which Gauss proved that summer day, asserts that any whole number can be expressed as the sum of 3 such triangular numbers, possibly including repetitions and possibly including the trivial triangular number 0. The result concerning triangular numbers is related to a broader family of problems about representing integers as sums of particular kinds of numbers, and Gauss would later develop these ideas extensively in his masterwork The Disquisitiones Arithmeticae, published in 1801. The Eureka entry is notable not only for its mathematical content but also for the rare glimpse it provides into Gauss's emotional experience of discovery, suggesting that even this most reserved and formal of mathematicians could feel genuine elation when a beautiful theorem yielded to his analysis. The use of Greek rather than Latin for this single exclamation adds a classical flourish that connects Gauss's moment of insight to the ancient tradition of mathematical discovery, and one can imagine the young man setting down his pen after writing this entry with a sense of quiet triumph. The Notizen journal contains multiple entries relating to what Gauss called the fundamental theorem of algebra, which concerns the reciprocity laws governing quadratic residues, and these entries track the development of one of Gauss's most cherished areas of research. Quadratic reciprocity, which Gauss sometimes referred to as the Golden Theorem, describes a surprising and elegant relationship between pairs of prime numbers that determines when one prime is a perfect square modulo the other. And the theorem statement is simple enough to explain to students, while its proof requires considerable ingenuity. Gauss provided multiple proofs of this theorem over his lifetime, eventually publishing at least 6 distinct approaches, and the diary entries show that he was thinking about these matters from the very earliest period of his mathematical maturity. The fascination with reciprocity laws that began in Gauss's youth would continue throughout his life and would inspire much of the development of algebraic number theory in the 19th and 20th centuries. Several entries in the diary record results concerning what we now call elliptic functions, and these are among the most historically significant notations in the entire document because they show that Gauss anticipated major developments that would only become public knowledge decades later through the work of Niels Henrik Abel and Carl Gustav Jacob Jacobi. Elliptic functions arise naturally from the problem of computing the arc length of an ellipse, among other applications, and they possess remarkable properties of periodicity that make them analogous to the familiar trigonometric functions but richer in structure. Gauss's diary entries on these topics date from the late 1790s, yet Abel's foundational work was published in the 1820s and Jacobi's contributions appeared around the same time, meaning that Gauss had been sitting on these insights for roughly 30 years before others independently discovered them. The elliptic function entries illustrate one of the most distinctive and sometimes frustrating aspects of Gauss's scientific personality, which was his reluctance to publish results that he considered incomplete or imperfectly presented. While Abel and Jacobi received credit for founding the theory of elliptic functions, the diary reveals that Gauss had explored this territory much earlier and with characteristic depth. Yet he allowed his work to remain in manuscript form, accessible only to himself and eventually to the family members who inherited his papers. Scholars who have studied these entries have found evidence that Gauss understood many of the key relationships and transformation properties of elliptic functions, and had he published his findings, the development of this branch of mathematics might have proceeded quite differently. Perhaps most remarkably, the Notizen journal contains indications that Gauss had considered the possibility of geometries different from the Euclidean system that had dominated mathematical thought since antiquity, and these entries suggest that he understood the logical coherence of what we now call non-Euclidean geometry decades before János Bolyai and Nikolai Lobachevsky published their independent discoveries of this revolutionary subject. Euclidean geometry rests on certain fundamental postulates, including the famous parallel postulate, which asserts that through any point not on a given line there passes exactly one line parallel to the given line, and for centuries mathematicians had attempted to prove this postulate from the others without success. Gauss apparently recognized that one could develop a consistent alternative geometry by modifying the parallel postulate, though he never published his thoughts on this matter, and his diary entries together with letters and other manuscript evidence reveal the extent of his investigations. The entries touching on non-Euclidean geometry are characteristically cryptic, offering little explanation of the context or significance of the recorded results, and interpreting them requires considerable knowledge of both the mathematical substance and the conventions of Gauss's notation. What emerges from careful study, however, is a picture of a mathematician who had ventured into conceptually radical territory but chose to keep his explorations private, perhaps because he anticipated the controversy that any challenge to Euclidean geometry might provoke. When Bolyai's work eventually came to Gauss's attention, he responded in a letter that he could not praise the young mathematician because doing so would amount to praising himself, since he had reached similar conclusions years earlier, and while this response might seem ungenerous, it is consistent with the evidence of the diary and other unpublished materials. The question of why Gauss left so much of his work unpublished is one that scholars have pondered extensively, and while definitive answers remain elusive, several factors seem relevant to understanding his approach. Gauss was an extreme perfectionist who set extraordinarily high standards for any work that would bear his name, and he expressed this attitude through his personal motto Pauca sed matura, which translates from the Latin as few but ripe. This phrase captures Gauss's belief that a mathematician should publish only fully developed and completely polished results, presenting them in their most elegant and definitive form rather than sharing preliminary findings or rough sketches of ideas. The image suggested by the motto is a fruit allowed to remain on the tree until it reaches perfect ripeness, and Gauss apparently preferred to let potential publications remain in manuscript form indefinitely rather than release them before they met his rigorous standards. This perfectionism had significant consequences for the history of mathematics, since it meant that many of Gauss's discoveries remained hidden during the decades when other mathematicians were working toward similar results independently. In some cases, these other mathematicians received credit for discoveries that Gauss had made earlier, simply because they were willing to publish while Gauss was not, and the diary provides documentary evidence of just how extensive these anticipations were. One might view this situation as a loss for mathematical progress, since earlier publication by Gauss might have accelerated developments in several fields. But one might equally observe that the independent rediscoveries by later mathematicians often came with new perspectives and methods that enriched the subjects in ways that Gauss's formulations might not have done. Beyond his perfectionism, Gauss seems to have had a genuine indifference to priority and recognition that distinguished him from many of his contemporaries, and his private notebook may have served as sufficient validation of his discoveries without the need for public acknowledgement. The Notizen journal functioned as a personal record of intellectual achievement, a document that Gauss could consult to remind himself of what he had accomplished, and perhaps this private satisfaction was enough for a man whose sense of his own abilities was secure and who did not require external confirmation. Gauss was not entirely without competitive instinct, as certain episodes in his career make clear, but he seems to have felt that the joy of discovery itself was reward enough, and that the labor of preparing manuscripts for publication was a burden he often preferred to avoid. The diary also reveals something about the working methods of Gauss's mind, showing how he moved rapidly between different areas of mathematics, recording results in number theory one month and geometry the next, then turning to analysis or probability in subsequent entries. This breadth of interest is characteristic of the mathematicians of Gauss's era, before specialization became as pronounced as it would in later periods. But even by the standards of his time, Gauss's range was exceptional. The Notizen journal covers fundamental work in number theory, algebra, analysis, geometry, and probability, touching on most of the major areas of mathematics as they existed in the early 19th century, and its entries demonstrate that Gauss was making important contributions to multiple fields simultaneously throughout his most productive years. Reading through the diary entries in sequence, one gains a sense of a mind that was constantly active, perpetually discovering, and yet curiously detached from the ordinary motivations that drive academics to publish and establish reputations. Gauss recorded his findings with the methodical regularity of a scientist noting experimental observations, treating profound mathematical truths with the same matter-of-fact brevity that a naturalist might bring to cataloguing specimens. There is no self-congratulation in the diary beyond that single eureka, no reflections on the significance of what has been achieved, no musings about future directions or unsolved problems, just one cryptic entry after another, each representing hours or days or weeks of concentrated thought compressed into a few words of abbreviated Latin. The discovery of the Notizen journal in 1898 caused considerable excitement among mathematicians and historians of science, and scholars immediately set about the work of interpreting and contextualizing its contents. This work proved difficult because of the abbreviated nature of the entries, and even specialists in Gauss's mathematics sometimes found themselves uncertain about precisely what he had intended by a particular notation or phrase. The process of interpretation continues to this day, with new insights occasionally emerging as scholars bring fresh perspectives to the material, and the diary remains an active object of study more than 2 centuries after Gauss began to keep it and more than a century after its contents became known. The Notizen journal stands as a monument to a particular kind of scientific temperament, one that finds satisfaction in discovery itself rather than in recognition, and one that holds work to standards so demanding that much of it never reaches the public eye at all. For those inclined to see romance in mathematics, the diary offers a glimpse into the private world of a genius, a world where profound truths were uncovered in solitude and recorded without fanfare for an audience of one. For historians of mathematics, it provides invaluable evidence about the chronology of Gauss's thought and the extent to which he anticipated later developments. And for anyone who contemplates the curious relationship between individual achievement and collective progress, the diary raises questions about what is lost when discoveries remain unpublished and what is gained when each generation of mathematicians must find its own path to understanding. Among all the theorems that Carl Friedrich Gauss discovered throughout his remarkable life, there was one that he held in particular affection, one that he returned to again and again with something approaching devotion, and this was the law of quadratic reciprocity, which he called the Theorema or Rome, the Golden Theorem, a name that suggests how precious he found this mathematical truth, how central it was to his understanding of the deep patterns that govern the behavior of numbers, and how much satisfaction its discovery and proof brought to his restless, perfectionist mind. To understand what this theorem concerns, we must first settle into the gentle rhythm of modular arithmetic, which is simply the mathematics of remainders, the study of what is left over when one whole number is divided by another, and in particular we are interested in the question of when a number is a perfect square in this world of remainders, which is to say, when there exists some number whose square gives us the number we are interested in, once we have accounted for all the complete multiples of our chosen divisor, and this divisor, in the context of quadratic reciprocity, is always a prime number, those indivisible building blocks of arithmetic that Gauss found endlessly fascinating. Let us consider a concrete example to make this clearer, and we shall do so slowly and without any rush, for there is plenty of time. If we take the prime number 5, and we ask which numbers are perfect squares when we work modulo 5, we find that 0 squared is 0, 1 squared is 1, 2 squared is 4, 3 squared is 9, which leaves a remainder of 4 when divided by 5, and 4 squared is 16, which leaves a remainder of 1 when divided by 5. So modulo 5, the numbers that are perfect squares, which mathematicians call quadratic residues, are 0, 1, and 4, and the numbers 2 and 3 cannot be expressed as the square of any integer when we work in this system, and so they are called quadratic non-residues modulo 5. And this classification of numbers into those that are squares and those that are not forms the foundation upon which the law of quadratic reciprocity rests. The question that the theorem addresses is a subtle one, concerning the relationship between two different odd prime numbers, which we might call P and Q, and it asks whether there is some connection between the following two facts. First, whether Q is a quadratic residue modulo P, meaning whether Q can be expressed as the square of some number when we work with remainders after division by P, and second, whether P is a quadratic residue modulo Q, meaning whether p can be expressed as a square when we instead work with remainders after division by q. At first glance, these might seem like entirely unrelated questions. For why should the behavior of q when considered modulo p have anything to do with the behavior of p when considered modulo q? And yet Gauss discovered that there is indeed a profound and beautiful connection. And this connection is what he honored with the name Golden Theorem. To express this relationship precisely, mathematicians use a notation called the Legendre symbol, named after the French mathematician Adrien-Marie Legendre, who studied these matters before Gauss. And this symbol, which pairs a number a with an odd prime p, takes one of three values. It equals 1 if A is a quadratic residue modulo p and is not divisible by p. It equals -1 if A is a quadratic non-residue modulo p. And it equals 0 if A is divisible by p. Using this notation, the law of quadratic reciprocity can be stated with elegant brevity, and it says that the Legendre symbol of q with respect to p, multiplied by the Legendre symbol of p with respect to q, equals -1 raised to the power of the product of two particular expressions, namely p-1 divided by 2, and q-1 divided by 2, where we understand that p and q are both odd primes different from each other. This formula tells us something remarkable, which is that whether q is a square modulo p agrees with whether p is a square modulo q, in most cases. But there is a twist when both primes leave a remainder of 3 when divided by 4, in which case the two behaviors are opposite, one being a residue precisely when the other is not. The appearance of the expression p-1 divided by 2 in the formula connects to the structure of the multiplicative group of integers modulo p, and the exponent in the formula counts something about the geometry of a certain grid of points, though we need not pursue these technicalities too deeply here, for the important thing is simply to appreciate that a clean, symmetric law exists connecting these two seemingly independent questions, and that Gauss was the first to prove this law with complete rigor. Gauss was not the first to notice that such a pattern might exist, for Leonhard Euler, that prolific Swiss mathematician whose works Gauss studied so carefully in his youth, had conjectured the law of quadratic reciprocity in various forms during the 1740s, based on extensive calculations and a deep intuition for the behavior of numbers, though he never succeeded in proving it. And Legendre, working several decades later, had also stated the law and had attempted a proof, but his arguments contained gaps and relied on assumptions that he could not justify. And so when Gauss took up this problem as a young man in his late teens, he was entering territory that had been partially mapped but not yet conquered. The discovery came to Gauss on the 8th of April, 1796, when he was just 18 years old, and this date is recorded in his scientific diary, that precious notebook in which he jotted brief summaries of his mathematical discoveries, often in cryptic Latin phrases that would only later be understood by scholars. The entry for that day simply notes the proof of the Golden Theorem, and it was one of the first major entries in the diary, coming just a month after his celebrated discovery that the regular 17-sided polygon could be constructed with compass and straightedge alone. These weeks in the spring of 1796 were among the most productive of his entire life, a period of intense concentration and revelation during which fundamental truths seemed to pour forth from his mind with astonishing fluency. The proof that Gauss found in April of 1796 was, by his own later assessment, not a satisfying one, for although it established the truth of the theorem beyond any doubt, it did so through a lengthy and somewhat laborious chain of reasoning that obscured the deeper reasons why the theorem should be true, and this dissatisfaction planted a seed that would grow throughout his mathematical career, leading him to return to the problem again and again, each time seeking a more natural demonstration, a proof that would illuminate rather than merely verify, that would reveal the inner necessity of the law rather than simply forcing assent through an accumulation of steps. In the years that followed, Gauss devoted countless hours to this pursuit, working late into the night by candlelight in his small room, filling pages with calculations and trial arguments, abandoning approaches that led nowhere and occasionally finding new paths that opened onto unexpected vistas. His first published proof appeared in the Disquisitiones Arithmeticae in 1801, and this proof used a technique involving what he called the theory of binary quadratic forms, those expressions of the form x squared plus bxy plus psi squared where a, b, and c are integers, and the intricate relationships among these forms when one considers them modulo various numbers. The proof was correct and complete, but it was also long and demanded much of the reader, and Gauss knew that the theorem deserved something more elegant. Over the course of his life, Gauss would eventually produce 8 different proofs of the law of quadratic reciprocity, each approaching the truth from a different angle, each revealing some new facet of the underlying structure. His second proof, which also appeared in the Disquisitiones, used a more direct approach involving the properties of primitive roots and the arithmetic of cyclotomic integers, and his later proofs employed ever more sophisticated tools from the emerging theory of algebraic numbers. Some of these proofs he published, while others remained in his notebooks, discovered only after his death when scholars began the long work of cataloguing his unpublished manuscripts. The Disquisitiones Arithmeticae itself was a monumental work, a comprehensive treatise on number theory that established the subject as a rigorous mathematical discipline and set the agenda for research in the field for generations to come. Gauss had begun writing it while still a student at Göttingen, and he continued to refine and expand it over several years, though even the published version represented only a portion of what he had planned, for a promised second volume on higher reciprocity laws never appeared, and many of his most advanced results in this area remained buried in his papers. The law of quadratic reciprocity forms the climax of the published work, appearing in the 5th section, and everything that comes before can be seen as preparation for this central achievement. The book's publication was delayed by various practical difficulties, including the challenge of finding a publisher willing to take on such a demanding technical work, and when it finally appeared in 1801, it was not an immediate success, for its density and rigor made it difficult for all but the most dedicated readers. Over time, however, its importance became clear, and mathematicians throughout Europe began to study it carefully, recognizing that Gauss had opened new territories for exploration and had provided the tools necessary to navigate them. The influence of the Disquisitiones on the development of algebraic number theory cannot be overstated, and the law of quadratic reciprocity stands at the heart of this influence. Gauss's obsession with finding the most natural proof of the golden theorem was characteristic of his broader approach to mathematics, for he believed that every theorem had an ideal proof waiting to be discovered, a proof that would make the truth of the statement feel inevitable rather than surprising, and he was often unwilling to publish his results until he had found such a proof, even when less elegant arguments were available. This perfectionism accounts for much of the delay between his discoveries and their public announcement, and it also explains why so many of his ideas were found only in his posthumous papers, never having achieved the standard of exposition that he demanded. In his letters and notebooks, Gauss occasionally reflected on this search for naturalness, using phrases that suggest an almost aesthetic criterion for mathematical proof, as if he were seeking not merely truth but beauty. not merely correctness but inevitability. He wanted his readers to follow a proof and feel, at the end, that the theorem could not have been otherwise, that its truth was somehow necessary in a way that transcended the particular steps of the argument. This aspiration drove him to continue working on quadratic reciprocity long after he had established its truth beyond any reasonable doubt, and it drove him to explore higher reciprocity laws, concerning cubes and fourth powers and higher degrees, seeking generalizations that would reveal the golden theorem as a special case of some even more comprehensive truth. The late nights and intensive calculations that characterized this period of Gauss's life were part of a broader pattern of work that would continue throughout his career, for he was not one of those mathematicians who arrived at insights through sudden flashes of intuition alone, but rather one who combined intuition with relentless computation, building up vast tables of examples and special cases from which patterns would gradually emerge. His ability to perform mental arithmetic was legendary, and he maintained throughout his life a remarkable facility for calculation that allowed him to test conjectures against numerical evidence with great speed and accuracy. And this computational power was essential to his work on reciprocity laws, where the behavior of numbers in various modular systems could be intricate and surprising. The connection between quadratic reciprocity and deeper structures in algebra and geometry would only become clear long after Gauss's death, through the work of mathematicians such as D. Kind, Hilbert, and Artin, who developed the theory of algebraic number fields and showed that reciprocity laws are reflections of fundamental symmetries in these abstract structures. What Gauss had discovered through calculation and careful argument, these later mathematicians would understand in terms of Galois groups and class field theory, revealing that the golden theorem was indeed a glimpse of something profound, a surface manifestation of deep algebraic truths that Gauss had sensed but could not fully articulate with the tools available in his time. Yet even without this later perspective, Gauss understood that he had found something of lasting importance, something that touched the very essence of how numbers behave, and this understanding is reflected in the name he chose, the Golden Theorem, a designation that speaks to value and permanence and beauty. Among all the theorems he proved, and there were many, this was the one he returned to most often, the one that seems to have given him the deepest satisfaction, perhaps because its statement was so simple and elegant while its proof revealed such rich structure, or perhaps because the search for better proofs kept drawing him back into contact with ideas that he found endlessly fascinating. The theorem also had practical applications, or at least applications within pure mathematics, for it provided an efficient method for determining whether a given number is a quadratic residue modulo a given prime, a question that arises naturally in various contexts, including the theory of Diophantine equations, those equations for which we seek integer solutions, and the construction of various algebraic objects. The law reduces a potentially difficult question about a large number to a sequence of simpler questions about smaller numbers, and this reduction, combined with the supplementary laws that handle the cases where one of the numbers is 2 or -1, gives a complete algorithm for computing Legendre symbols. As we let these ideas settle gently into the background, we might simply appreciate that Gauss, working by candlelight in the small hours of the morning, filling notebooks with calculations that few would ever see, was engaged in a quest that combined the rigor of logic with something approaching artistic sensibility, seeking not merely to establish facts but to understand why those facts must be so, and this quest led him to return again and again to his golden theorem, polishing and refining his understanding, producing proof after proof in the hope that each new approach might bring him closer to the essential truth of the matter. The law of quadratic reciprocity, with its elegant symmetry and its unexpected connection between two seemingly independent questions, rewarded this attention generously, revealing more of itself with each new perspective, and it remains to this day one of the most beautiful results in all of number theory, a fitting monument to the mathematical genius who first proved it and who spent so much of his life contemplating its mysteries. In the year 1801, when Carl Friedrich Gauss was just 24 years of age, there appeared in print a work that would quietly reshape the landscape of mathematics for all the generations that followed, a dense and formidable volume written in Latin and bearing the title Disquisitiones Arithmeticae, which we might translate as arithmetical investigations, though even that modest phrase hardly captures the scope of what lay within those pages. For this was a book that took the scattered and sometimes neglected field of number theory and transformed it into something rigorous and systematic and profoundly beautiful, all accomplished by a young man who had completed the manuscript 3 years earlier, when he was merely 21, and who had then waited with what must have been considerable patience while the printing process encountered one delay after another. The difficulties of producing such a technical work in that era being substantial, with mathematical notation posing particular challenges for the typesetters of the day. And so the book that Gauss had finished in 1798 did not reach the hands of readers until 1801, by which time its author had already moved on to other investigations, though he surely understood that what he had created would endure. The dedication of this remarkable work was addressed to Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand of Brunswick, the same generous patron who had supported Gauss since his youth, recognizing the extraordinary talents of this son of a bricklayer and providing the financial assistance that allowed him to pursue his education and his research without the burden of poverty that might otherwise have diverted his energies toward more practical concerns. And it was fitting that Gauss should acknowledge this debt in the opening pages of his masterwork. For without the Duke's patronage, the Disquisitiones might never have been written at all, or might have been delayed by many years while its author labored at some occupation less suited to his particular genius. And so the dedication stands as a reminder that even the most brilliant minds sometimes require material support if they are to flourish, and that the Duke's investment in this young mathematician would yield returns that neither of them could have fully anticipated. The Disquisitiones Arithmeticae as published contained 7 sections, though Gauss had originally planned 8, and we shall speak more of that missing 8th section in due course. But for now let us consider what the 7 sections actually contained, beginning with the fundamental concepts that Gauss established at the outset, including a piece of notation that has become so thoroughly embedded in mathematical practice that students today might assume it had always existed, which is the congruence symbol. Those 3 horizontal lines that look rather like an equal sign with an extra bar, written as A is congruent to B modulo M. And this notation, so simple in appearance, allowed Gauss to express with elegant precision the relationships between numbers that leave the same remainder when divided by some fixed number, what we call the modulus. And while the underlying ideas were not entirely new, having been explored by earlier mathematicians including Euler and Lagrange, the systematic development that Gauss provided, along with this clear and useful notation, gave the subject a coherence it had previously lacked. The first section of the Disquisitiones introduces these fundamental concepts of congruence and establishes the basic properties that follow from them, including the ways in which congruences can be added and multiplied much like ordinary equations, and the conditions under which they can be solved. And while this material might seem elementary to a modern reader who has encountered it in an undergraduate course, we must remember that in Gauss's time these ideas were neither widely known nor rigorously developed, and the careful logical structure that Gauss provided was itself a significant contribution. laying the groundwork upon which all the more advanced material would rest. The second section delves deeper into the theory of congruences, examining in particular the cases where the modulus is a prime number, which turn out to be especially tractable and important. And here Gauss develops the theory of what are called primitive roots, a concept that reveals the hidden structure within the multiplicative relationships among numbers. And he proves that for any prime modulus there exists a number whose successive powers cycle through all the possible non-zero remainders, a result that might seem abstract but which has profound implications for understanding how numbers behave in these modular arithmetic systems. The third section takes up the theory of quadratic residues, which concerns the question of when one number is a perfect square modulo another, that is, when there exists some number whose square leaves a particular remainder when divided by a given modulus. And this seemingly specialized question turns out to be connected to some of the deepest patterns in number theory, patterns that had been observed by Fermat and Euler and Legendre but never fully explained. And it is here that Gauss presents his proof of the law of quadratic reciprocity, which he called the Orome theorema, the Golden Theorem, a name that reflects the special affection he held for this result, which establishes a remarkable and initially surprising relationship between two different questions, namely whether the number p is a square modulo q and whether the number q is a square modulo p, where both p and q are odd prime numbers, and the answer to one question determines the answer to the other in a precise way that involves only the simplest properties of these primes, specifically whether they leave remainder 1 or remainder 3 when divided by 4, and this theorem, which Gauss would eventually prove in multiple different ways throughout his lifetime, perhaps as many as 8 distinct proofs, represents one of the great achievements of number theory, revealing a deep symmetry in the structure of the integers that had eluded mathematicians for generations. The fourth section extends the investigation of quadratic residues to composite moduli, examining how the theory changes when the modulus is no longer prime but rather a product of primes. And while this material is more technical, it completes the picture that Gauss is building, ensuring that the theory of quadratic residues is developed in full generality. The fifth section, which is the longest and most technically demanding portion of the Disquisitiones, develops the theory of binary quadratic forms, which are expressions of the type x squared plus bxy plus psi squared, where b and c are fixed integers, and we are interested in what integer values the expression can take as x and y range over all integers. And this question, which might seem highly specialized, turns out to be connected to fundamental questions about which numbers can be represented as sums of 2 squares, or as sums of 3 squares, or in other such ways, questions that had attracted the attention of mathematicians since ancient times. And Gauss's treatment of this subject is extraordinarily thorough, developing the concepts of equivalence between forms, proper and improper equivalence, the class number which counts the essentially different forms of a given discriminant, and the composition of forms, this last topic being particularly subtle and important, for Gauss shows that there is a way to combine 2 quadratic forms to produce a third, and that this operation of composition satisfies properties analogous to those of multiplication, and this discovery, though presented in purely concrete computational terms, contained within it the seeds of abstract algebra that would later be developed by mathematicians such as Dedekind, who would recognize that Gauss had been working with structures that we now call groups and ideals, though Gauss himself did not use such language. The sixth section applies the general theory developed earlier to specific cases, examining the forms of various particular discriminants and presenting detailed calculations that illustrate the general principles. And while this section may seem less conceptually novel than what came before, It demonstrates the power of the theory to solve concrete problems and provides the careful reader with examples that illuminate the more abstract discussions. The seventh and final section of the published Disquisitions takes up a topic that might initially seem unrelated to everything that came before, namely the theory of cyclotomy, which concerns the division of the circle into equal parts, or equivalently the solution of the equation x to the power n equals 1. And here Gauss demonstrates one of the most beautiful applications of number theory to geometry, showing that the regular polygon with 17 sides can be constructed using only compass and straightedge, a result that settled a question that had remained open since ancient Greek times. For the Greeks had known how to construct regular polygons with 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, and 15 sides, and certain other numbers. But 17 had always seemed beyond reach. And Gauss proved not only that it was possible but exactly which regular polygons are constructible, namely those whose number of sides is a power of 2, or a prime of a special form now called a Fermat prime, or a product of distinct such primes together with any power of 2. And this connection between the algebra of roots of unity and the geometry of regular polygons exemplifies the kind of deep structural insight that characterizes the Disquisitions as a whole. The eighth section, which Gauss had planned but never published, was to have dealt with the extension of the reciprocity law to higher powers, asking not just when a number is a square modulo some prime, but when it is a cube, or a fourth power, and so forth. And Gauss worked extensively on these questions throughout his life, filling his private notebooks with results and conjectures about what are now called cubic and biquadratic reciprocity. But he never brought this material to the finished state he required for publication, perhaps because the full theory required the use of complex numbers in a way that went beyond what he had developed, or perhaps simply because other interests and responsibilities claimed his attention, and so the eighth section remains unwritten, a tantalizing indication of further depths that Gauss had glimpsed but did not choose to reveal. The prose style of the Disquisitions is austere and dense, written in Latin as was still common for serious scientific works at that time, and Gauss makes few concessions to the reader, presenting his results in a highly compressed form that reveals little of the process by which he arrived at them, a characteristic that led some to compare his method to that of a fox covering its tracks, leaving no trace of the path it took. And while this approach has a certain elegance, presenting each theorem as a polished jewel removed from the rough ore of experimentation and failed attempts, it also makes the Disquisitions a challenging work to read, requiring the sustained attention and active participation of anyone who wishes to follow the arguments. And many readers, both in Gauss's time and later, have found themselves struggling with passages that seem to leap over crucial steps, leaving the reader to reconstruct the missing reasoning. The reception of the Disquisitions was accordingly gradual, with the difficulty of the material limiting its immediate readership, though those who did engage with it recognized its importance, including the great French mathematician Joseph-Louis Lagrange, who was among the first to appreciate what Gauss had achieved, reportedly telling Gauss in a letter that the work had elevated him to the ranks of the foremost mathematicians. High praise from one who was himself considered the greatest living mathematician of the era. And over the following decades the influence of the Disquisitions grew steadily, as younger mathematicians took up its themes and extended its methods, translating its ideas into new frameworks and applying them to new problems. Among those most influenced by the Disquisitions was Peter Gustav Lejeune Dirichlet, who devoted much of his career to making Gauss's number theory more accessible and to extending it in new directions, including his own proof of the theorem on primes in arithmetic progressions. which showed that any arithmetic sequence whose first term and common difference have no common factor contains infinitely many prime numbers. A beautiful result that relied crucially on ideas that could be traced back to Gauss. And Dirichlet's lectures on number theory, later edited and published by Richard D. Kind, became an important conduit through which the ideas of the Disquisitiones reached subsequent generations. D. Kind himself was profoundly shaped by Gauss's work, and his development of the theory of ideals in algebraic number fields can be seen as a continuation and generalization of what Gauss had begun with his theory of quadratic forms. For D. Kind recognized that the forms Gauss had studied corresponded to ideals in quadratic number fields, and that the composition of forms corresponded to the multiplication of ideals. And this insight opened the door to a vast generalization of number theory that continues to occupy mathematicians today. And so the influence of the Disquisitiones extends far beyond the specific results it contains, reaching into the foundations of modern algebraic number theory and abstract algebra. The lasting importance of the Disquisitiones Arithmeticae can hardly be overstated, for it took a subject that had been pursued in a somewhat fragmentary way, with brilliant results scattered through the works of Fermat and Euler and Lagrange and others, and organized it into a coherent discipline with systematic methods and clearly stated problems. And in doing so, it established number theory as a subject worthy of serious sustained attention, not merely a collection of curious puzzles about whole numbers. And the influence of this work can be felt whenever a modern mathematician speaks of congruences or quadratic forms or reciprocity laws. For these concepts, in the precise and rigorous form that we know them today, were largely shaped by what Gauss wrote in those pages, and the austere beauty of his presentation, while challenging for readers, set a standard for mathematical exposition that many have aspired to emulate. And so we may picture the young Gauss, not yet 25 years old, seeing his masterwork finally in print after years of delays, knowing that he had created something of lasting value, something that would repay careful study for generations to come. And though the book did not bring him fame overnight, and though many readers struggled with its dense Latin paragraphs and its refusal to explain its own methods, the Disquisitiones Arithmeticae gradually assumed its place as one of the foundational texts of modern mathematics, a work that transformed number theory from a collection of ingenious tricks into a systematic science. And its author, the child prodigy from Brunswick who had summed the integers from 1 to 100 in mere moments, had now demonstrated beyond any doubt that his gifts would reshape the mathematical landscape for all who came after, and with that achievement secured, he turned his remarkable mind to other questions, including the orbit of a newly discovered asteroid that would soon make his name known far beyond the small circle of those who studied pure mathematics. But that, as they say, is a story for another time. And for now we may rest with the knowledge that the Disquisitiones was complete, and that its influence would grow steadily through the centuries that followed, carried forward by Dirichlet and D. Kind and countless others, who found in its pages the foundations of a beautiful and enduring theory of numbers. On the very first day of the 19th century, at an observatory perched on the island of Sicily, an Italian astronomer named Giuseppe Piazzi was engaged in the patient and rather methodical work of compiling a star catalogue. It was the sort of quiet, meticulous labor that astronomers often undertake, night after night, mapping the positions of countless dim points of light with careful precision. Piazzi had no particular expectation that this January evening would distinguish itself from any other, and he went about his observations with the same gentle diligence he always brought to his work. The sky above Palermo was clear enough for good seeing, and Piazzi was systematically recording the positions of stars in the constellation Taurus, checking and rechecking their coordinates against his instruments and his previous notes. It was during this routine work that Piazzi noticed something rather curious, a faint point of light that did not quite match the star he had expected to find in that particular location. This was not immediately alarming, for catalogues sometimes contained small errors, and the identification of faint stars could be a tricky business. Piazzi made a careful note of the position and continued with his observations. The following night, however, when he returned to check his work, the little point of light had moved. It was no longer where it had been the night before, and this was most unusual indeed, for stars, as a general rule, do not wander about the sky in such a fashion. Piazzi observed the object again on the third night and found that it had moved once more, drifting slowly against the fixed backdrop of distant stars. Now, a moving object in the night sky could mean several things. It might be a comet, which was always an exciting possibility, or it might be something else entirely, perhaps a new planet, though such discoveries were exceedingly rare. Piazzi was a cautious man, and he did not wish to make any grand announcements before he had gathered more evidence. And so he continued to observe this mysterious wanderer, tracking its slow progress across the sky, night after night, recording its position with the greatest care he could manage. For 41 nights, whenever the weather permitted, Piazzi watched his little discovery creep along its path, covering about 3 degrees of arc against the stars, which is to say about 6 times the apparent width of the full moon, though of course the object itself was far too faint to see without a telescope. During this time, Piazzi wrote letters to fellow astronomers, describing what he had found and speculating about its nature. He thought it might be a comet, though it showed none of the fuzzy appearance that comets typically display. Others began to suspect it might be something more significant, perhaps one of the missing planets that astronomers had long theorized might exist in the unusually large gap between Mars and Jupiter. This gap had troubled astronomers for some time, for it seemed to violate certain numerical patterns that appeared to govern the spacing of the known planets, and there had been organized searches for a body that might fill this conspicuous void. But then, as so often happens in astronomy, the heavens imposed their own schedule upon the observers. By the middle of February, Piazzi's mysterious object had drifted too close to the sun in the sky to be observed any longer. It did not vanish in any physical sense, of course, but its position in its orbit carried it into that region of sky where the sun's brilliance made observation quite impossible. Piazzi, moreover, had fallen ill, and was unable to continue his work even before the object disappeared from view. And so, after just 41 days of observation, the little wanderer slipped behind the glare of the sun and was lost. This presented the astronomical community with a rather significant problem. The object, whatever it was, would eventually emerge from behind the sun and become visible again. But where exactly should astronomers look for it? The sky is vast, and a faint point of light, moving slowly among millions of stars, would be extraordinarily difficult to find without some idea of where to search. What was needed was a prediction, a calculation of the object's orbit that would tell astronomers where it would reappear and when. Such calculations were possible, in principle, for the mathematics of orbital mechanics had been well established since the time of Newton and Kepler. But in practice, the task was enormously difficult, because accurate orbital calculations typically required observations spanning a significant portion of the object's journey around the Sun, and Piazzi had managed to track his discovery across only 3 degrees of its path before losing it. The mathematicians and astronomers of Europe recognized the challenge, and several of them attempted to solve it. Various predictions were made, using various methods, but the results were not encouraging. The calculations disagreed with one another by substantial margins, and there was no clear consensus about where the object would be found when it emerged from the solar glare. The problem was made worse by the fact that orbits are ellipses, not circles, and the exact shape and orientation of an ellipse cannot be determined from a small arc of observation without considerable mathematical ingenuity. The object might be traveling in a nearly circular path, or it might be following a highly elongated trajectory that would carry it far from the Sun before returning. Without more data, it was difficult to say. It was at this point that Carl Friedrich Gauss turned his attention to the problem. Gauss was at this time 24 years of age, living quietly in Brunswick and not yet holding any official position, though his reputation among mathematicians was already considerable thanks to his work on number theory. Astronomy was not his primary occupation, but he had always been interested in the subject, and the challenge of finding the lost object appealed to his particular talents. Gauss approached the problem with the same methodical intensity he brought to all his mathematical work, and he devoted several weeks of concentrated effort to developing a new method for calculating orbits from minimal data. The method that Gauss developed during this period was remarkably elegant and powerful. At its heart lay an approach that would later become one of the most widely used techniques in all of applied mathematics, the method of least squares. This method provides a systematic way of finding the best possible estimate of unknown quantities when the available measurements contain small errors and inconsistencies, as all real measurements inevitably do. Rather than trying to find an orbit that passed exactly through each observed position, which would be impossible when observations contained slight inaccuracies, Gauss sought the orbit that minimized the overall discrepancy between prediction and observation. The mathematics involved were subtle and required considerable computational effort, but Gauss was patient and thorough. He also developed a technique for determining an orbit using just 3 observations, which was the theoretical minimum needed to constrain the 6 parameters that define an elliptical path around the Sun. This was a considerable mathematical achievement in its own right, requiring Gauss to solve systems of equations that were highly nonlinear and resistant to straightforward methods. The calculations were lengthy and demanded great care, for small errors in arithmetic could propagate through the computation and produce wildly incorrect results. Gauss worked through these calculations by hand, filling page after page with figures and checking his work repeatedly. By the autumn of 1801, Gauss had completed his analysis and was ready to announce his prediction. He sent his results to Franz Xaver von Zach, a Hungarian-born astronomer who edited an influential astronomical journal and who had been coordinating the search for the lost object. Von Zach received Gauss's prediction with interest and circulated it among other astronomers who were preparing to search for the wandering body as it emerged from the Sun's glare. There was, it must be said, some skepticism about whether the calculations of a young mathematician with no formal training in practical astronomy would prove reliable. Other predictions had been made, using other methods, and Gauss's numbers disagreed with some of them by substantial amounts. As the year drew toward its close, astronomers across Europe trained their telescopes on the regions of sky where the various predictions suggested the object might be found. The nights were long and cold, and the work was tedious, requiring observers to scan carefully through star fields and compare what they saw against charts, looking for any point of light that did not belong. On the 31st of December, 1801, almost exactly 1 year after Piazzi's original discovery, Franz Xaver von Zach relocated the object. It was precisely where Gauss had predicted it would be, within a very small margin of error. The same night or shortly thereafter, Heinrich Wilhelm Olbers, a German physician and amateur astronomer of considerable skill, independently confirmed the recovery. The lost body had been found, and Gauss's calculations had proved spectacularly accurate. The object was given the name Ceres, after the Roman goddess of agriculture and the harvest, who was also the patron deity of Sicily, where Piazzi had first spotted it. It was recognized as the first of a new class of celestial bodies, smaller than the known planets but larger than ordinary meteors, occupying that long-suspected gap between Mars and Jupiter. In later years, many more such objects would be discovered in this region, and they would come to be known as asteroids, though Ceres itself is now classified as a dwarf planet. For Gauss, the successful prediction of Ceres's orbit brought immediate and widespread recognition. Word of his achievement spread quickly through the astronomical community and beyond, and the young mathematician found himself suddenly famous across Europe. This was not the sort of quiet, scholarly recognition that comes from publishing papers that only specialists read. This was something far more public, for the recovery of Ceres was dramatic enough to capture broader attention, and Gauss's role in it was central and undeniable. At 24 years of age, he had accomplished something that established astronomers had been unable to do, and he had done it through pure mathematical reasoning. In the months that followed, Gauss entered into correspondence with both von Zach and Olbers, and these exchanges quickly developed into warm and lasting friendships. Von Zach was generous in his praise and eager to discuss further astronomical problems with the young mathematician. Olbers, who combined his astronomical interests with a busy medical practice in Bremen, proved to be a particularly congenial correspondent. He and Gauss exchanged letters for many years, discussing not only astronomical matters but also personal concerns and the general affairs of life. Olbers became one of Gauss's closest friends, and their correspondence provides a valuable window into Gauss's thinking during this productive period of his career. The following year, in 1802, Olbers himself discovered a second small body in the region between Mars and Jupiter, which he named Pallas. Once again, the problem arose of determining the orbit of a faint, distant object from limited observations. And once again, Gauss applied his methods to the challenge, calculating the path of Pallas with the same success he had achieved with Ceres. This second triumph confirmed that his techniques were not merely fortunate in one case but genuinely powerful and general. Gauss had developed a set of mathematical tools that could be applied to any similar problem, and these tools would prove invaluable as more and more asteroids were discovered in the years to come. The success with Ceres and Pallas established Gauss's reputation as a practical astronomer, not just a pure mathematician, and it opened doors that might otherwise have remained closed. Astronomy in that era was a respected and well-funded science, with observatories attached to universities and supported by governments. A position at such an observatory offered financial security, access to instruments and facilities, and a community of like-minded scholars. For Gauss, who had been living on a modest allowance from the Duke of Brunswick and had no official appointment, such a position was highly desirable. The path from his triumph with Ceres to a permanent position was not instantaneous, but it was steady. Gauss continued to work on astronomical problems, refining his methods and applying them to new observations. He also continued his pure mathematical research, But his astronomical work brought him into contact with a wider community of scientists and raised his profile in ways that abstract mathematics alone might not have done. Over the following years, various possibilities for positions were discussed, and Gauss weighed his options carefully. Eventually, in 1807, Gauss accepted an appointment as professor of astronomy and director of the observatory at the University of Göttingen. This was a prestigious position at one of the leading universities of the German-speaking world, and it came with a house, a salary, and access to astronomical instruments. Gauss would remain at Göttingen for the rest of his long life, living in the observatory building and conducting research in astronomy, mathematics, physics, and geodesy. The position suited him well, for it provided the stability and resources he needed while also allowing him considerable freedom to pursue whatever problems interested him. The road to Göttingen had begun, in a sense, on that January night in Sicily when Piazzi first noticed a faint point of light that moved against the stars. It had continued through the anxious months when the object was lost behind the sun, through Gauss's intense weeks of calculation, and through the triumphant night when von Zach and Olbers found Ceres exactly where the young mathematician had said it would be. Each step along the way had built upon the one before, and the result was a career that would span more than half a century and touch nearly every branch of the mathematical sciences. Gauss himself wrote about his methods for orbital calculation in a treatise published in 1809, titled Theoria Motus Corporum Celestium in sectionibus conicis solem ambientium, which translates roughly as Theory of the Motion of Heavenly Bodies Moving About the Sun in Conic Sections. This work laid out his techniques in full detail and became a standard reference for astronomers calculating orbits. The method of least squares, which Gauss had developed and applied during his work on Ceres, proved to have applications far beyond astronomy, and it remains one of the most important tools in statistics and data analysis to this day. In the quiet of the observatory at Göttingen, surrounded by telescopes and calculating tables and the accumulated correspondence of many years, Gauss would continue his work for decades to come. But the foundation of his astronomical career was laid in those few intense months of 1801, when a lost world wandered unseen behind the sun and a young mathematician in Brunswick worked out, through patient calculation, exactly where it would be found. In the years following his triumph with Ceres, Carl Friedrich Gauss found himself turning his attention to a comprehensive work that would bring together all he had learned about the movements of celestial bodies, and this labor would eventually become one of the most important treatises in the history of mathematical astronomy. The book he composed, published in the year 1809, bore the title Theoria Motus Corporum Celestium in sectionibus conicis solem ambientium, which translates from the Latin as the theory of the motion of heavenly bodies moving about the sun in conic sections, and it represented the culmination of nearly a decade of intensive work on the problems of orbital mechanics. Unlike his earlier Disquisitiones Arithmeticae, which had been dense and demanding even for accomplished mathematicians, this new work possessed a certain clarity and accessibility that made it immediately useful to practical astronomers throughout Europe and beyond, and its influence would shape the methods of celestial computation for generations to come. The circumstances surrounding the composition of this treatise were marked by both personal happiness and the shadow of political turmoil that had descended upon the German states during the Napoleonic Wars. Gauss had married his first wife, Johanna Osthoff, in the autumn of 1805, and by all accounts the early years of their marriage were among the happiest of his life, filled with domestic contentment and the joy of young children in the household. It was during this period of relative tranquility that he undertook the systematic organization of his astronomical methods, working steadily at his desk in Göttingen while the wider world convulsed with military campaigns and shifting alliances. The dedication of the book, when it finally appeared, carried a poignant note of gratitude and sorrow. For Gauss inscribed it to the memory of his late patron Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand of Brunswick, who had supported his mathematical studies from boyhood and who had died of wounds suffered at the Battle of Jena in October of 1806. This dedication spoke of debts that could never be repaid and of a generosity that had made possible the very work being offered to the world. And one can imagine Gauss writing those words with a mixture of professional satisfaction and genuine grief for the man who had believed in his abilities when he was merely a promising youth with no resources of his own. The central problem that Theoria Motus addressed was one of considerable practical importance, namely the determination of the orbital elements of a celestial body from a limited number of observations. When astronomers observe a comet or an asteroid, they record its position against the background of fixed stars at particular moments in time, and from these observations alone they must somehow deduce the complete path that the object follows through space. This path, for objects bound to the Sun by gravity, takes the form of a conic section, which is to say an ellipse, a parabola, or a hyperbola, and it can be completely described by 6 quantities known as orbital elements. These elements include the size and shape of the orbit, its orientation in space relative to fixed reference planes, and the position of the body along its path at a particular reference time. And once these 6 numbers are known, the future and past positions of the object can be calculated with considerable precision. The difficulty lies in extracting these 6 unknowns from observations that are themselves imperfect, subject to errors of measurement and the inevitable limitations of human instruments and human eyes. And it was to this difficulty that Gauss brought the full power of his mathematical ingenuity. The methods presented in Theoria Motus built upon the work Gauss had done in recovering Ceres, but they were developed with much greater generality and rigor than the hasty calculations of 1801 had allowed. He began with the fundamental geometry of conic sections, establishing the mathematical relationships that govern motion under the inverse square law of gravitation, and he proceeded systematically through the various cases that astronomers might encounter in practice. For comets, which often appear suddenly and are observed for only a brief portion of their journeys through the inner solar system, the assumption of a parabolic orbit is frequently sufficient for initial calculations, and Gauss provided elegant methods for determining such orbits from 3 observations. For asteroids and planets, which follow elliptical paths that bring them repeatedly past the Earth, more refined techniques are necessary, and Gauss developed procedures for handling ellipses of any eccentricity with equal facility. He also addressed the case of hyperbolic orbits, though these are rarely encountered in practice, and in doing so he created a unified treatment that covered all possible trajectories under gravitational attraction. One of the most significant contributions contained within the pages of Theoria Motus was the systematic exposition of what has come to be known as the method of least squares, a technique for combining multiple imperfect measurements to obtain the best possible estimate of an unknown quantity. The fundamental idea is both simple and profound, for when we have more observations than we strictly need to determine an orbit, and when these observations do not agree perfectly due to unavoidable errors, we must find some principled way of reconciling them. The method of least squares proposes that we should choose those values of the orbital elements which make the sum of the squared differences between observed and calculated positions as small as possible, and this criterion leads to definite mathematical equations that can be solved by systematic procedures. Gauss developed this method with great thoroughness, showing how to set up the necessary equations, how to solve them efficiently, and how to assess the reliability of the results obtained, and his treatment became the foundation for statistical estimation in the sciences for the next 2 centuries. The history of the method of least squares is touched by a certain controversy that reflects the difficult questions of priority that sometimes arise when multiple investigators approach similar problems. The French mathematician Adrien-Marie Legendre had published the method in 1805, in an appendix to his work on the determination of cometary orbits, and he had given it the name by which it is still known: the method of least squares, or méthode des moindres quarts. When Gauss published his own account in Theoria Motus 4 years later, he claimed to have been using the method since 1795, more than a decade before Legendre's publication, and this claim naturally caused some friction between the two mathematicians. Legendre, understandably protective of what he considered his discovery, expressed his displeasure in rather pointed terms, questioning why Gauss had not published the method earlier if he had truly known of it for so long. Gauss, for his part, was able to produce evidence of his early use of the technique, including correspondence and calculations that predated Legendre's publication, and modern historians generally accept that Gauss did indeed discover the method independently and earlier, though Legendre retains the credit for first publication. The episode illustrates the sometimes uncomfortable reality that mathematical ideas may occur to different minds at different times, and that priority in publication does not always align with priority in discovery, leaving questions of credit that cannot be fully resolved to everyone's satisfaction. The mathematical techniques that Gauss developed for orbit determination went well beyond the basic method of least squares, encompassing a range of sophisticated procedures that astronomers would employ for decades. Among these was the method of differential corrections, which allows an approximate orbit to be systematically improved through an iterative process. Starting from an initial estimate of the orbital elements, perhaps obtained from a small number of observations by one of the simpler methods, the astronomer calculates where the body should appear according to this preliminary orbit and compares these calculated positions with additional observations. The differences, which Gauss called residuals, indicate how the orbit must be adjusted to better fit the data, and by setting up equations that relate small changes in the orbital elements to the resulting changes in the calculated positions, one can determine corrections that will reduce the residuals. This process can be repeated as many times as necessary, with each iteration bringing the computed orbit closer to the true path, and Gauss showed how to carry out these calculations with systematic efficiency. The treatment of perturbations also received careful attention in Theoria Motus. For the simple two-body problem of a planet or asteroid moving under the gravitational influence of the Sun alone is an idealization that never quite holds in the real solar system. Every celestial body is subject to the gravitational attraction of all the others, and these additional forces cause the orbit to deviate from a perfect conic section, drifting slowly over time in ways that must be accounted for in precise calculations. Gauss developed methods for computing these perturbations, showing how the effects of Jupiter and Saturn on the motion of an asteroid could be systematically calculated and incorporated into predictions of future positions. These perturbation methods were particularly important for the study of the newly discovered asteroids, which passed close enough to Jupiter that its gravitational influence could not be ignored, and Gauss's techniques provided astronomers with the tools they needed to track these small bodies over extended periods of time. The specific astronomical results presented in Theoria Motus demonstrated the power of these methods through concrete examples drawn from actual observations. Gauss included detailed calculations for several celestial bodies, showing step by step how the procedures he described could be applied to real data. The orbit of Ceres received extensive treatment, as one might expect given the role that body had played in prompting Gauss's interest in celestial mechanics, and he showed how his methods could reproduce the successful prediction of 1801 with full mathematical transparency. The orbit of Pallas, the second asteroid to be discovered, also figured prominently in the examples, and Gauss demonstrated how the perturbations caused by Jupiter affected its motion in measurable ways. These worked examples served both as illustrations of the theoretical methods and as practical templates that other astronomers could follow when computing orbits for newly discovered objects, and they contributed greatly to the immediate utility of the book. The organization of Theoria Motus reflected a pedagogical clarity that readers found refreshing after the austere abstractions of Disquisitiones Arithmeticae. The book proceeded from simpler cases to more complex ones, building systematically upon earlier results as it advanced, and Gauss took care to explain the reasoning behind each step rather than simply presenting conclusions to be accepted on authority. The Latin prose, while formal by modern standards, was straightforward and precise, avoiding unnecessary complications and focusing always on the practical needs of the working astronomer. Tables of numerical values supplemented the theoretical developments, allowing readers to perform calculations without deriving every quantity from first principles, and the overall impression was of a work designed to be used rather than merely admired. This accessibility represented a conscious choice on Gauss's part, for he understood that the value of his methods depended upon their adoption by the astronomical community, and a treatise that no one could follow would serve little purpose regardless of its mathematical elegance. The immediate impact of Theoria Motus upon practical astronomy was considerable and widespread. Observatories throughout Europe obtained copies of the work and incorporated its methods into their computational procedures, finding that Gauss's techniques allowed them to determine orbits more quickly and more reliably than the approaches they had previously employed. The method of least squares, in particular, proved useful far beyond the specific context of celestial mechanics, finding application in surveying, in the analysis of experimental measurements, and in any situation where multiple imperfect data points must be combined to estimate unknown quantities. Within a few years of the book's publication, Gauss's approach had become the standard methodology for orbit computation, displacing older techniques and establishing conventions that would persist well into the 20th century when electronic computers began to assume the burden of numerical calculation. Among the astronomers most directly influenced by Theoria Motus were Friedrich Wilhelm Bessel and Johann Franz Encke, both of whom corresponded extensively with Gauss and applied his methods to problems of considerable importance. Bessel, who would later achieve fame for his measurement of stellar parallax and his systematic study of stellar positions, learned much of his mathematical astronomy from Gauss's treatise and maintained a professional relationship with its author throughout his career. Encke devoted himself to the study of a short-period comet that now bears his name, applying Gauss's perturbation methods to track its returns with ever-increasing precision, and his success demonstrated the practical value of the techniques that Theoria Motus had made available. These and other astronomers formed a kind of extended school, connected not by physical proximity but by their shared adoption of Gaussian methods, and they carried the influence of the treatise into observatories and universities across the continent and beyond. The years during which Gauss composed Theoria Motus were, as noted earlier, a time of personal contentment that would not last. His marriage to Johanna brought him 3 children, and his letters from this period speak of domestic happiness in terms that suggest a man who had found in family life a satisfaction that mathematics alone could not provide. The death of Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand had removed his earliest patron, but Gauss's professional position at Göttingen was secure, and his reputation had grown to the point where he received honors and invitations from learned societies throughout Europe. The completion of Theoria Motus represented the summation of one phase of his career, the phase dominated by astronomical calculation and the recovery of lost celestial bodies. And though he would continue to work on astronomical problems for many years, his attention was already beginning to turn toward other subjects, including the geodetic survey of Hanover and the investigations into magnetism that would occupy his later decades. The legacy of Theoria Motus extends well beyond the specific techniques it introduced, for the work exemplified an approach to scientific problems that combined theoretical rigor with practical applicability in a manner that subsequent generations would seek to emulate. Gauss showed that the most profound mathematics could serve the needs of working scientists, that abstraction and utility were not opposing qualities but could be brought together in a single coherent treatment. The method of least squares alone would justify the labor that went into the treatise, for it remains to this day one of the most widely used tools in quantitative science, employed in fields as diverse as economics, engineering, and medical research. But beyond this single method, Theoria Motus established standards of precision and clarity in astronomical computation that elevated the entire discipline, setting expectations that would guide the development of celestial mechanics throughout the 19th century and into the 20th. And so we may picture Gauss in his study at Göttingen, surrounded by astronomical tables and sheets of calculations, working patiently through the mathematical details that would eventually fill the pages of his treatise. The dedication to Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand reminds us that even the most abstract scientific achievements occur within human contexts, shaped by relationships of patronage and friendship, by personal losses and personal joys. The methods he developed there, in that quiet room during the turbulent years of Napoleonic Europe, would travel outward to observatories around the world, becoming part of the common heritage of astronomical practice, and they would outlast not only their creator but also the political arrangements and national boundaries that seemed so permanent to his contemporaries. This is the nature of mathematical work, that it transcends the particular circumstances of its creation and enters into a kind of timeless availability, ready to serve whoever might have need of it in centuries yet to come. And Theoria Motus Corporum Celestium stands as a particularly fine example of this enduring quality, a gift from one century to all those that would follow. In the autumn of the year 1805, Carl Friedrich Gauss married Johanna Osthoff, and in doing so he entered into what he would later describe as the happiest years of his life, a period of domestic contentment that would sustain him through the demanding work of mathematics and the uncertainties of a Europe transformed by war. The wedding took place on the 9th of October, a day that marked the beginning of a union characterized by genuine affection and mutual devotion. And though their time together would prove shorter than either could have imagined, the love they shared was of a depth that Gauss would carry with him for the remainder of his days. Johanna was the daughter of a tanner, a man who worked with leather in the town of Brunswick, and her origins were humble in the way that so many origins were humble in that age, when the trades and crafts of everyday life formed the backbone of German society. She had grown up surrounded by the smells of the tannery, the sounds of a working household, and the rhythms of a family that earned its living through honest labor, and these circumstances had shaped her into a woman of practical sensibility and gentle disposition. She was not learned in the manner of the scholars Gauss encountered in his mathematical correspondence, nor was she versed in the languages of science and philosophy that filled his working hours. But she possessed qualities that Gauss treasured far more than intellectual accomplishment, qualities of warmth and steadiness and quiet devotion that made their home a place of peace. The courtship that preceded their marriage was conducted with all the earnestness that Gauss brought to every endeavor he considered important, and his letters to Johanna from this period reveal a man deeply and somewhat unexpectedly in love. For here was the same mind that had mapped the orbit of Ceres with such precision, the same intellect that had revolutionized number theory before the age of 25, now turning its attention to matters of the heart and finding itself quite overwhelmed by feelings it could scarcely articulate. In his letters he addressed her with tenderness and spoke of the happiness she brought him, of the way her presence transformed his days from mere sequences of work and study into something richer and more complete, and his words carried a vulnerability that he permitted himself in few other contexts. He wrote to her of his devotion, expressing in careful phrases the depth of his attachment, and these letters stand as evidence that the great mathematician was also a man capable of profound emotional connection, a man who longed for companionship and found in Johanna precisely the partner he had hoped to find. The letters speak of domestic dreams, of the life they would build together, of the comfort of knowing that at the end of each day of calculation and correspondence there would be someone waiting who cared for him not as a mathematician but simply as a man. There is something touching in these documents, something that reminds us that genius does not preclude ordinary human needs, and that the mind capable of perceiving the deepest truths of mathematics was also a heart capable of the most tender affection. Their wedding in October brought Gauss a sense of completeness he had not known before, and the household they established in Brunswick was modest but filled with a contentment that radiated through every corner. They did not live lavishly, for Gauss's stipend from Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand, though generous by the standards of scholarly support, did not permit extravagance, but they lived well enough, with sufficient means to maintain a comfortable home and to look forward to the future with reasonable confidence. Johanna managed the domestic affairs with quiet competence, creating an environment in which Gauss could pursue his work while also enjoying the pleasures of married life, and the balance they achieved together was one that suited them both admirably. The happiness of this period was deepened considerably by the arrival of children, beginning with the birth of their son on the 21st of August in 1806. They named the boy Joseph, and the choice of this name was not arbitrary but carried a significance that reflected Gauss's recent triumph in the astronomical world. Giuseppe Piazzi, the Italian astronomer who had first observed the asteroid Ceres on the opening night of the 19th century, had provided Gauss with the opportunity to demonstrate the power of his new mathematical methods, and the successful prediction of Ceres's position had established Gauss's reputation throughout Europe. By naming his firstborn son Joseph, the German form of Giuseppe, Gauss acknowledged the debt he felt to the man whose observations had set in motion a chain of events that had brought him such recognition, and the name served as a quiet tribute to the interconnected nature of scientific discovery. The birth of Joseph brought Gauss a joy that he expressed in letters to friends and colleagues, describing the wonder of fatherhood and the particular delight of watching his son grow through the early stages of infancy. There is something especially tender about a mathematician encountering the mystery of new life, for here was a phenomenon that could not be reduced to equations or theorems, a process that unfolded according to principles deeper and more ancient than any human knowledge, and Gauss embraced this mystery with the same openness he brought to his scientific investigations. He was, by all accounts, a devoted father, taking genuine pleasure in his children and involving himself in their care to a degree that was perhaps unusual for men of his era and station. 2 years later, in 1808, Johanna gave birth to their second child, a daughter whom they named Wilhelmina, though she would be known within the family by the affectionate diminutive Minna. The household now included 2 young children, and the domestic scene in Brunswick took on the busy, gentle chaos that characterizes homes with small ones, with all the attendant joys and exhaustions that parents throughout history have known. Johanna managed these responsibilities with grace, and the love between her and Gauss remained strong through the demands of early parenthood, their partnership deepening as they navigated together the challenges and pleasures of raising a family. Yet even as Gauss found happiness in his domestic life, the wider world was changing in ways that would soon intrude upon the tranquility he had established. Napoleon Bonaparte had risen to dominate the European continent, and his armies were reshaping the political landscape with a thoroughness that left few regions untouched. The German territories, fragmented into dozens of states and principalities, found themselves caught between the ambitions of France and the resistance of Prussia and Austria, and the small duchy of Brunswick, where Gauss had spent most of his life, was not immune to the upheavals that followed. In the autumn of 1806, the forces of Napoleon met the Prussian army at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstadt, fought on the 14th of October, and the result was a catastrophic defeat for Prussia that changed the course of German history. Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand, the patron who had supported Gauss through years of study and early career, commanded the Prussian forces at Auerstadt, leading his troops against the French with the determination of a soldier who had spent his life in military service. He was 71 years old, an age when most men would have long since retired from the field, but he was a duke of the old school, who believed that leadership meant presence at the front, and he fought with his men on that terrible day. During the battle, the Duke was gravely wounded, struck by gunfire that left him blinded and grievously injured, and though he survived the immediate engagement, his condition was such that recovery was never truly possible. He was carried from the field and transported with difficulty through a landscape now dominated by French forces, seeking refuge and medical care that proved inadequate to the severity of his wounds. The journey was painful and prolonged, and the Duke's suffering was compounded by the knowledge that his army had been defeated and his duchy would soon fall under French control. On the 10th of November, 1806, less than a month after the battle, Duke Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand died of his wounds, bringing to an end both a life of service and the patronage that had sustained Gauss through his formative years. The death of the Duke affected Gauss deeply, for here was a man who had recognized his gifts when recognition was far from certain, who had funded his education and provided him with a stipend that allowed him to pursue mathematics without the distractions of ordinary employment. The Duke had asked nothing in return except that Gauss continue his work, and this generous arrangement had made possible the discoveries that had established Gauss as one of the leading mathematicians of his age. Now that Patron was gone, victim of the same violence that was reshaping Europe, and Gauss found himself grieving not only for a benefactor but for a man he had genuinely respected and admired. The practical consequences of the Duke's death were immediate and serious. The stipend that had supported Gauss and his young family came to an end, for the duchy itself was in chaos, occupied by French forces and struggling to maintain even basic functions of government. The new political reality offered no place for the support of mathematicians, and Gauss suddenly found himself in need of employment, a situation made more pressing by his responsibilities to Johanna and their 2 small children. The security he had known was gone, replaced by uncertainty about how he would provide for those who depended upon him. The Napoleonic occupation of Brunswick brought hardships that extended beyond the loss of patronage, for the French presence meant requisitions and taxes, the quartering of soldiers, and the general disruptions that accompany military occupation. The people of Brunswick experienced the reality of conquest in daily inconveniences and occasional dangers, and the intellectual life of the region suffered as resources were diverted to meet the demands of the occupying power. Gauss and Johanna navigated these difficulties as best they could, maintaining their household despite the challenges, but the contrast with the peaceful years before the invasion was sharp and painful. During this period of uncertainty, Gauss received offers of positions from institutions eager to secure the services of such a renowned mathematician. The Imperial Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg extended an invitation, offering him a post that would have provided financial security and access to resources for his research, and the offer was generous enough that Gauss gave it serious consideration. Russia was far from the turmoil of Napoleonic Europe, at least for the moment, and the prospect of escaping the uncertainties of occupied Germany must have held some appeal. Yet Gauss ultimately declined the offer from St. Petersburg, for reasons that combine the practical and the personal in ways that are familiar to anyone who has faced such decisions. The thought of uprooting his family, of taking Johanna and the children to a distant land with a different language and culture, weighed heavily against the advantages the position offered. Johanna was a woman of Brunswick, rooted in the place where she had grown up, and the prospect of leaving everything familiar for an unknown life in Russia was not one that Gauss could embrace easily on her behalf or his own. He was a man of routine and stability, despite the revolutionary nature of his mathematical work, and the disruption of such a move seemed too great a price even for the security it promised. As it happened, another opportunity emerged that allowed Gauss to remain in Germany while securing his professional future. The University of Göttingen, one of the leading academic institutions of the German-speaking world, offered him the position of Professor of Astronomy and Director of the Göttingen Observatory, a dual appointment that combined teaching responsibilities with oversight of the astronomical facilities and research programs. The offer came in 1807, when Gauss's need for stable employment was most acute, and it represented a solution to his difficulties that kept him within the cultural and linguistic world he knew. Göttingen was a university town in the Kingdom of Hanover, with a long tradition of scholarly excellence and a reputation for attracting distinguished faculty in the sciences and humanities. The observatory there was not yet the impressive facility it would later become, but it offered the opportunity for astronomical research that aligned well with Gauss's interests and recent work, and the professorship provided the financial security his family required. After careful consideration, Gauss accepted the appointment, committing himself to an institution where he would remain for the rest of his life, a tenure that would span nearly 5 decades and see him become one of the most celebrated figures in the history of the university. The decision to accept the Göttingen position meant that Gauss and his family would need to leave Brunswick, the city where both he and Johanna had deep roots, and establish themselves in a new community. This was not a trivial undertaking, particularly with 2 small children, but it was a necessary step toward the stability they sought, and the family made preparations for the move with the mixture of anticipation and regret that accompanies such transitions. Brunswick had been home to Gauss since childhood, the place where his mathematical genius had first flowered, and leaving it meant saying goodbye to familiar streets and faces, to the rhythms of a life established over many years. The move to Göttingen took place in 1807, and the family settled into their new surroundings with the adaptability that circumstances required. Johanna faced the particular challenges of establishing a household in an unfamiliar town, finding suppliers and services, learning the ways of a new community, and creating a home in which her husband could work and her children could thrive. She met these challenges with the same quiet competence she had shown in Brunswick, and the household in Göttingen soon took on the character of warmth and order that Gauss had come to cherish. The position at Göttingen placed new demands on Gauss, for he was now responsible not only for his own research but for the instruction of students and the administration of the observatory, duties that required time and attention he might otherwise have devoted entirely to mathematics. Yet these responsibilities also provided structure to his days and connected him to a community of scholars and students who shared his interests, and the intellectual environment of the university proved stimulating in ways that partly compensated for the distractions of teaching and administration. The observatory itself became central to Gauss's professional identity, even though his deepest contributions would continue to be in pure mathematics. The practical work of astronomy, the observations and calculations that tracked the movements of celestial bodies, occupied much of his time in the years that followed, and he brought to this work the same precision and innovation that characterized his mathematical research. The observatory would eventually be rebuilt and expanded under his direction, becoming a facility of international importance. But in these early years it was simply the place where Gauss fulfilled his professional obligations while continuing to explore the mathematical questions that truly captured his imagination. Through all of this, the domestic happiness that Gauss had found with Johanna remained the foundation upon which everything else rested. She was his anchor in a world of change, the constant presence who made his home a refuge from the demands of scholarship and the uncertainties of the age. Their love had not diminished with the passage of time or the arrival of children or the upheavals of war and relocation, but had rather deepened into the comfortable intimacy of a partnership built on genuine affection and mutual respect. The years in Göttingen would bring further challenges and sorrows that neither could have anticipated in those early days. But for now there was contentment. There was the quiet pleasure of watching Joseph and Wilhelmina grow. There was the satisfaction of work that mattered and a position that offered security. Gauss had found in Johanna the companion he needed, a woman whose gentle nature complemented his own intensity, whose practical wisdom balanced his theoretical abstractions, and whose love gave meaning to accomplishments that might otherwise have felt hollow. In the story of Carl Friedrich Gauss, these years of domestic happiness represent a kind of respite, a period when the demands of genius were tempered by the ordinary joys of family life, when the man who saw so deeply into the nature of numbers also experienced the simple pleasures of holding his children and sharing quiet evenings with the woman he loved. It is a reminder that even the greatest minds are also human beings, with needs for connection and comfort that transcend intellectual achievement, and that the pursuit of knowledge is enriched rather than diminished by the presence of love. In the autumn of the year 1809, Carl Friedrich Gauss experienced a loss so profound, so utterly devastating, that it would cast a shadow across the remaining decades of his life, and though he would continue his mathematical work with characteristic brilliance, those who knew him well would later observe that something essential within him had been irrevocably changed, something tender and hopeful that could never quite be restored. The death of his beloved wife Johanna, followed swiftly by the death of their newborn son Louis, represented for Gauss not merely a personal tragedy but what he himself described as the ending of his life in any meaningful sense, and the letters he wrote during this period reveal a depth of anguish that seems almost unbearable to contemplate. even from the safe distance of 2 centuries. Johanna Osthoff had been, by all accounts, the great love of Gauss's life, a woman whose gentle nature and quiet devotion had provided him with a domestic happiness he had scarcely dared to imagine during his solitary years of mathematical discovery. They had married in October of 1805, and their union had been blessed with 2 children, Joseph born in 1806 and Wilhelmina, called Minna, born in 1808. Gauss had written to friends with unmistakable joy about his family life, describing Johanna as an angel whose presence transformed his existence, and he had seemed, in those brief years, to have found a balance between the demands of his intellectual work and the tender satisfactions of domestic contentment. The small household in Göttingen had been, by his own repeated testimony, a place of genuine happiness, and Gauss had allowed himself to believe that this happiness would continue to unfold naturally across the years ahead. In the late summer of 1809, Johanna was expecting their 3rd child, and while childbirth in that era always carried significant risks, there was no particular reason to anticipate the catastrophe that would follow. The pregnancy had proceeded normally enough, and Gauss, though perhaps somewhat anxious as any husband might be, had continued with his astronomical observations and mathematical correspondence. The birth took place on the 11th of October, and Johanna delivered a son, whom they named Louis. For a brief moment, it seemed that all was well, that the family would welcome this new addition and continue on the pleasant course it had been following. But Johanna's condition deteriorated rapidly in the days following the birth, and despite whatever medical attention was available in early 19th century Göttingen, she grew weaker rather than stronger, her body failing in ways that the physicians of that time could neither fully understand nor effectively treat. Johanna Gauss died on the 11th of October, 1809, on the very same day she had given birth, and Gauss found himself suddenly transformed from a contented husband and father into a widower with 3 young children, one of whom was a newborn infant. The shock of this loss was immediate and overwhelming, and Gauss's correspondence from this period reveals a man utterly undone by grief, struggling to comprehend how his life could have been so suddenly and completely shattered. In a letter to his dear friend Wilhelm Olbers, the astronomer who had been among his closest confidants for many years, Gauss poured out his anguish in words that remain difficult to read even today. So raw and unguarded is the pain they express. He wrote to Olbers that he could find no consolation, that his grief was beyond any remedy or comfort that the passage of time might bring. He confessed that he closed his eyes at night with longing, wishing that he might not open them again, and that when morning came regardless, he faced each new day with dread rather than hope. The man who had conquered the most difficult mathematical problems of his age, who had calculated the orbit of Ceres and revolutionized the theory of numbers, found himself helpless before this most human of all sufferings, and his letters make clear that no amount of intellectual achievement could shield him from the devastation of losing the woman he loved. He wrote that the life he had known was ended, that what remained to him was merely existence rather than true living, and that he could not imagine how he would ever find his way back to anything resembling happiness. The depth of Gauss's attachment to Johanna becomes even more apparent in the specific details he recorded about her final hours and his own desperate helplessness as he watched her slip away. He described how she had struggled to breathe, how he had held her hand and felt the warmth gradually leaving her body, and how the room had seemed to grow darker even as the autumn afternoon light continued to pour through the windows. These were not the observations of a detached scientist but the memories of a heartbroken husband, and Gauss preserved them with an almost painful precision, as though by recording every detail he might somehow keep Johanna alive in his memory even as she left him in body. But the tragedy of that October was not yet complete, for the infant Louis, born on the same day his mother died, was himself a fragile and sickly child. Whether weakened by the circumstances of his birth or simply too delicate to thrive without a mother's care, little Louis struggled through the first weeks of his life, and Gauss, already overwhelmed by grief, was forced to watch helplessly as his newborn son failed to flourish. The baby died in the spring of the following year, 1810, adding a fresh wound to one that had scarcely begun to heal. Gauss now found himself mourning not only his wife but also the child she had given her life to bring into the world, and the cruel symmetry of these losses seemed almost too much for any man to bear. The practical difficulties of Gauss's situation compounded his emotional devastation in ways that demanded immediate attention even as he struggled to process his grief. He was now solely responsible for two young children, Joseph, who was only 3 years old, and Minna, who was barely 1, and these little ones required care and supervision that Gauss, absorbed as he was in both his professional duties and his overwhelming sorrow, was poorly equipped to provide on his own. The household needed a maternal presence, someone to manage the domestic affairs and tend to the children's daily needs, and while friends and relatives no doubt offered what assistance they could, the fundamental problem remained that the children needed a mother, or at least someone who could fulfill a mother's role in their daily lives. Wilhelm Olbers, who had received those anguished letters describing Gauss's despair, proved himself a true friend during this terrible period, offering not only sympathetic words but practical support and gentle encouragement. Olbers understood that Gauss's grief was genuine and profound, but he also recognized that the living required attention, that Joseph and Minna needed their father to somehow continue functioning even in the depths of his sorrow. The correspondence between these two men during the months following Johanna's death reveals Olbers patiently drawing Gauss back toward engagement with the world, reminding him of his scientific work, inquiring about his observations, and generally providing the kind of steady, undemanding friendship that can help sustain a person through the darkest passages of their life. Other friends and colleagues similarly reached out during this period, recognizing that one of the great minds of their age was suffering in ways that transcended the realm of mathematics and astronomy. The scientific community of early 19th century Europe was in many ways a close-knit circle, with scholars maintaining extensive correspondence and taking genuine interest in one another's personal as well as professional lives, and Gauss received numerous expressions of sympathy and concern from those who had followed his work and admired his achievements. Yet he confessed in his letters that such expressions, however well-meaning, could not penetrate the fog of his grief, that he read the kind words of his friends and felt nothing, or rather felt only the continued absence of the one person whose presence could have brought him comfort. Johanna was buried in Göttingen, and her grave became for Gauss a place of pilgrimage, a site he would visit regularly throughout the remaining years of his life. He would walk to the cemetery and stand before her resting place, communing silently with the memory of the woman who had made him happy, and those who observed these visits noted that Gauss's demeanor on such occasions was one of quiet, enduring sorrow rather than any more dramatic expression of grief. The visits continued year after year, decade after decade, suggesting that Gauss's bond with Johanna remained unbroken even as time carried him further from those few precious years they had shared together. He reportedly spoke to her grave as though she might somehow hear him, updating her on the children's progress, sharing news of his work, maintaining a connection that death had interrupted but not severed. The question of how to provide his children with proper maternal care weighed heavily on Gauss during the months following Johanna's death, and he eventually came to the conclusion, perhaps with encouragement from friends like Olbers, that he must marry again. This was not a romantic decision in the conventional sense, for Gauss made clear in his correspondence that his heart remained with Johanna and that no other woman could truly replace her in his affections. Rather, it was a practical necessity, a recognition that Joseph and Minna deserved to have a mother figure in their lives, and that Gauss himself needed domestic support if he was to continue the scientific work that justified his position and salary. The man who had once written so rapturously about his love for Johanna now approached the prospect of a second marriage with something closer to resignation than enthusiasm. His choice fell upon Minna Waldeck, the daughter of a law professor in Göttingen who was already known to the Gauss family. The name Minna was, perhaps not coincidentally, the same diminutive by which Gauss's own daughter Wilhelmina was called, and this small overlap may have carried some emotional significance for a man still struggling to navigate his grief. Minna Waldeck was considerably younger than Gauss, and while she reportedly admired and respected him, the marriage that followed in August of 1810 was by most accounts a union based more on practical considerations than romantic passion. Gauss himself acknowledged as much, writing to friends that he could never love another woman as he had loved Johanna, but that Minna would be a good mother to his children and a capable manager of his household. The second marriage did indeed provide the stability that Gauss's domestic situation required, and Minna Waldeck bore him 3 more children over the years that followed, a daughter Therese and 2 sons Eugene and Wilhelm. Yet those who knew Gauss well observed that he was never quite the same man he had been during his brief years with Johanna, that some essential spark of joy had been extinguished and would not be rekindled. His correspondence became somewhat more restrained in its emotional expressions, his demeanor more reserved, and while he remained capable of genuine warmth with close friends and family members, there was a guardedness about him that had not been present before the tragedy of 1809. The question of whether Gauss's later depression and emotional reserve can be traced directly to the loss of Johanna is one that historians and biographers have pondered without reaching definitive conclusions, for the human psyche is complex and the sources of persistent sadness are rarely simple or singular. What can be said with confidence is that Gauss himself identified the death of Johanna as the defining catastrophe of his personal life, the event that divided his existence into before and after, and that he continued to mourn her until his own death nearly half a century later. The man who could solve any mathematical problem found himself powerless before the simple fact of mortality, and this confrontation with the limits of human control seems to have marked him permanently. In his later years, Gauss would occasionally speak of Johanna to those he trusted, and such conversations revealed that his memories of her remained vivid and precious even as the decades accumulated. He could describe the sound of her voice, the particular way she moved through their small home in Göttingen, the expression on her face when she looked at their children, and these details suggest that he had preserved her image in his mind with the same precision he brought to his scientific observations. The loss had not faded with time so much as it had been incorporated into the fundamental structure of his being, becoming part of who he was rather than an external wound that might eventually heal. The infant Louis, whose brief life had been so entirely overshadowed by the tragedy of his mother's death, left little trace in the historical record beyond the basic facts of his birth and death. Yet for Gauss, this child represented another dimension of the loss, for Louis was the last gift Johanna had given him, the final expression of their union, and his death meant that nothing tangible remained of that terrible October day except grief and memory. The symmetry was almost unbearably poignant. Mother and child departing within months of each other, leaving Gauss to contemplate what might have been, the family that might have grown and flourished, the happiness that might have continued to unfold. Joseph and Minna, the two surviving children from Gauss's first marriage, grew up in a household forever marked by their mother's absence, raised first by their grief-stricken father alone and then by their stepmother Minna Waldeck. How much they understood of their father's enduring sorrow, how much they sensed the presence of Johanna's ghost in the careful attention Gauss paid to her memory, remains uncertain. For children adapt to the emotional climates in which they find themselves and may not fully comprehend the depths beneath the surface. Yet Joseph would later recall his father as a man of great intensity whose moments of warmth alternated with periods of withdrawal, and this pattern may well have reflected the permanent imprint of that early loss. The grave of Johanna Gauss in Göttingen became, over the years, a kind of shrine to lost happiness, a place where the great mathematician could set aside his calculations and formulas and simply remember the woman who had made him feel that life was worth living. He visited in all seasons and all weathers, standing quietly among the stones and crosses, and those who happened to observe him on such occasions noted that he seemed lost in thought, his gaze fixed on some point beyond the visible world. Whether he prayed, whether he spoke silently to Johanna's spirit, whether he simply allowed himself to feel the full weight of his sorrow, only Gauss himself could have said, and he left no detailed record of these private communions. What he did leave, scattered throughout his correspondence and recorded in the memories of those who knew him, was the clear impression that the loss of Johanna represented for him a wound that never closed, a grief that never fully lifted, a shadow that accompanied him through all his subsequent achievements and honors. The man who revolutionized number theory and non-Euclidean geometry and electromagnetic measurement was also the man who had loved deeply and lost completely, and these two aspects of his existence cannot be neatly separated. His mathematics continued to be brilliant. His contributions to science continued to accumulate. But beneath all of this there remained the enduring ache of that October in 1809, when his life, as he himself said, came to an end, even though his body continued on for another 46 years. In the months that followed Johanna's death, the house in Göttingen grew very quiet, and Carl Friedrich Gauss found himself in a position that many widowers of his era understood all too well, which is to say that he was a man with small children and no one to care for them, a man whose work demanded long hours of concentration and whose domestic situation now required attention he could scarcely afford to give. The baby, little Louis, had survived only a few weeks after his mother, and so Gauss was left with Joseph and Minna, two children who needed a mother's presence, who needed the daily rhythms of care and comfort that a father working on astronomical calculations and mathematical proofs could not reliably provide. And so, in the way of that time and place, Gauss began to consider remarriage not primarily as a matter of the heart but as a practical necessity, a solution to a problem that could not otherwise be solved. Friederica Wilhelmine Waldeck, known to those close to her as Minna, had been a friend of Johanna's, and this connection perhaps made what followed feel slightly less strange than it might otherwise have seemed. Minna was the daughter of Johann Peter Waldeck, a professor of law at the University of Göttingen, and she came from a respectable academic family, the sort of family that understood the particular demands and rhythms of scholarly life. She had known Johanna, had perhaps visited the Gauss household during happier times, and she had certainly been aware of the great mathematician whose work brought honor to the university. Whether she harbored romantic feelings for Gauss before his wife's death, or whether she simply found herself in a position where marriage to a distinguished widower seemed a sensible and honourable path, we cannot say with certainty. What we do know is that on the 4th of August, 1810, less than 1 year after Johanna had died, Carl Friedrich Gauss married Minna Waldeck, and in doing so he provided his children with a stepmother and himself with a companion who would share his life for the next 21 years. The wedding was a modest affair, as might be expected under the circumstances, and those who witnessed it likely understood that this was not the kind of marriage that produces poetry and passionate declarations. Gauss himself, in his private writings, would later acknowledge that his feelings for Minna were different in character from those he had held for Johanna, and while he respected Minna and felt genuine affection for her, he never pretended that she had captured his heart in the way his first wife had. This was a marriage of necessity transformed into one of duty, and both parties seem to have understood this from the beginning. Minna entered a household still shadowed by grief, took on the care of children who were not her own, and accepted a husband whose emotional reserves had been depleted by loss. She did this, one imagines, with the quiet determination that characterized many women of her generation, women who understood that marriage was as much an economic and social arrangement as it was a romantic one. The family took up residence in the Göttingen Observatory, that substantial building which served as both Gauss's workplace and his home. The observatory had been constructed specifically to house both astronomical instruments and the astronomer who would use them, and so the Gauss family lived in quarters that were physically attached to the great domed room where the telescopes and other apparatus were kept. This arrangement meant that Gauss could move easily between his domestic life and his scientific work, walking from the family sitting room to his study to the observation deck without ever stepping outside. It also meant that the rhythms of astronomical work, which often required observations at odd hours of the night, permeated family life in ways that must have required considerable adjustment. The children grew up knowing that their father might be awake at 3 in the morning, peering through instruments at distant stars, and that certain rooms of their home were not for play but for the serious business of science. Minna's first pregnancy came quickly after the marriage, and on the 15th of July, 1811, she gave birth to a son whom they named Eugen. The arrival of this child, the firstborn to Gauss and Minna together, marked the beginning of a new chapter in the family's story, though it also introduced complexities that would grow more pronounced over time. Gauss now had 3 children in his household: Joseph and Wilhelmine from his first marriage and the infant Eugen from his second, and the dynamics between half-siblings, between stepmother and stepchildren, between a father divided in his affections and obligations, created a domestic atmosphere that was often tense. 2 years later, in 1813, a second son arrived, whom they named Wilhelm, and in 1816 Minna gave birth to a daughter, Thais, the last of Gauss's children and the one who would eventually take on the role of her father's caretaker in his old age. If Minna had hoped that motherhood would bring her the happiness that her marriage had not quite delivered, she was to be disappointed, for her health began to decline in ways that would cast a long shadow over the family's daily life. She suffered from chronic illness, most significantly from tuberculosis, that cruel disease which in the 19th century claimed so many lives and which in its chronic form could stretch suffering out over years and even decades. Tuberculosis in Minna's case seems to have been of the lingering variety, characterized by periods of relative wellness followed by relapses, by persistent coughs and weakness and the constant specter of deterioration. The care of small children is exhausting under the best of circumstances, and for a woman in fragile health it must have been overwhelming. Minna struggled, and her struggles inevitably affected the entire household. Gauss, for his part, found it difficult to respond to domestic difficulties with patience and grace. He was a man whose mind was occupied with the vast problems of mathematics and astronomy, with calculations that required absolute concentration and freedom from distraction. And the daily crises of a household with sick children or a sick wife seemed to him intrusions upon the work that gave his life meaning. He retreated, as men of his temperament often do, into that work, spending longer hours in his study, emerging only when necessary, allowing the domestic sphere to become Minna's domain even as she lacked the health to manage it well. This pattern of retreat created resentment on Minna's side and guilt on Gauss's, a cycle that fed upon itself and grew more entrenched with each passing year. The observatory residence was arranged in a manner typical of academic households of the period, with formal rooms on the lower floors and family quarters above. Gauss's study was a sanctum filled with books and papers and instruments, a room where he could work undisturbed for hours at a time, and the children learned early that when their father was in his study, he was not to be interrupted except in cases of genuine emergency. The family took meals together in a dining room that looked out upon the gardens, and in the evenings they might gather in the sitting room, though Gauss often excused himself to return to his calculations while Minna and the children remained. Sunday dinners were perhaps more elaborate, and there were occasions when visitors came to pay their respects to the great mathematician, but the ordinary texture of daily life was quiet and somewhat subdued, marked by routine and by the unspoken tensions that accumulate in unhappy households. Gauss's relationships with his children were complicated by his temperament and by the circumstances of his life. With Joseph and Wilhelmine, the children of his beloved Johanna, he felt a connection that was tinged with grief, for they reminded him constantly of what he had lost. He loved them, certainly, but his love was bound up with sorrow in ways that made it difficult to express. With Eugen and Wilhelm and Therese, the children of his second marriage, his feelings were perhaps less weighted by loss but also less warm, for he had entered into their mother's life without the passion that had characterized his first marriage, and some portion of that emotional distance seems to have carried over into his relationships with the children themselves. Eugen, in particular, would have a troubled relationship with his father, eventually emigrating to America in part to escape the tensions of the family home, and Wilhelm too would leave Germany for the United States, suggesting that life under Gauss's roof was not comfortable enough to make the young men wish to stay. Therese, the youngest and the only girl among the second set of children, occupied a different position. As daughters often did in that era, she remained at home, and as her mother's health declined, she took on more and more of the domestic responsibilities that Minna could no longer manage. This role would eventually become permanent, for after Minna's death Therese would stay with her father, keeping house for him and caring for him until his own death many years later. But in the years of Minna's illness, Therese was still a child, learning to be useful in a household where usefulness was perhaps the highest virtue a young woman could display. The tensions in the Gauss marriage were not hidden from those who knew the family, though of course such matters were discussed with discretion. Gauss complained, in letters to trusted friends, of the difficulties of his domestic situation, of Minna's ill health and its effect upon the household, of his own struggles to balance the demands of family with the demands of his work. There is in these complaints a note of self-pity that sits uncomfortably alongside our knowledge of how much Minna herself must have suffered, sick and overwhelmed and married to a man who could not give her the emotional sustenance she needed. Gauss was not a cruel husband, by the standards of his time or any other, But he was not a warm one either, and Minna must have felt the difference between herself and the dead Johanna, must have known that she was living in the shadow of a ghost. For Gauss did continue to hold Johanna in his heart, preserving her letters and her memory even as he built a life with her replacement. This is not as unusual as it might seem, for the 19th century had different expectations about grief and remembrance than we might have today, and it was not considered disloyal to a second wife to continue honoring a first one. But the persistence of Gauss's feelings for Johanna, the way he returned again and again to memories of their brief happiness together, suggests that he never fully gave himself to his marriage with Minna, that some essential part of him remained locked away in a past that could not be recovered. Minna must have sensed this, must have understood that she was competing with a memory, and perhaps this knowledge contributed to the unhappiness that seems to have characterized much of their life together. The years passed in the observatory, each one bringing its mixture of scientific achievement and domestic difficulty. Gauss continued his work on astronomy and geodesy, on number theory and magnetism, publishing papers and conducting correspondence with mathematicians and scientists across Europe, building a reputation as one of the greatest minds of his age. Meanwhile, Minna coughed and weakened. The children grew and made their various accommodations with their demanding father, and the household maintained its routines with whatever grace could be managed. The servants came and went. The meals were prepared and eaten. The fires were lit in winter and the gardens tended in summer. And through it all Gauss sat in his study, working on problems that would outlast all of them. It would be easy, and perhaps not entirely unfair, to judge Gauss harshly for his behavior as a husband and father during these years. He was impatient with illness, intolerant of disruption, emotionally unavailable in ways that caused genuine suffering to those who depended upon him for love and support. But it is also possible to view his retreat into work as the only coping mechanism available to a man who had already suffered devastating loss and who faced daily reminders of human frailty and mortality. The observatory was his fortress, his study was his sanctuary, and the problems he worked on there offered a kind of certainty and permanence that the human world could not provide. 2 + 2 would always equal 4. The laws of planetary motion would not change with the seasons, and the elegant proofs he constructed would stand long after everyone he loved had turned to dust. Minna Waldeck Gauss endured her marriage and her illness with a patience that deserves recognition, even if the historical record has largely overshadowed her with the memory of Johanna and the achievements of her husband. She bore 3 children and raised 5. She managed a household under difficult circumstances, and she lived with a man who could not love her as she might have wished to be loved. Her chronic suffering, the coughs that racked her body and the weakness that limited her days, was the backdrop against which the family's life unfolded, and if that life was often unhappy, it was not entirely without its moments of connection and even contentment. Families are complicated, marriages are difficult, and the Gauss household was no exception to these universal truths. And so the years at the Göttingen observatory continued, one following another in their unhurried procession, while Gauss added to his legacy of mathematical and scientific discovery, and Minna did her best to hold the household together despite her failing health. The children grew from infancy to childhood to adolescence, each finding their own way to navigate the particular challenges of their family situation, each carrying forward into their adult lives the marks of their upbringing. The story of Gauss and Minna is not a love story in any conventional sense, but it is a story of 2 people who made a life together under circumstances that were far from ideal, who did their duty as they understood it, and who found such satisfactions as were available to them in a world that offered no guarantees of happiness. In the year 1818, Carl Friedrich Gauss received a commission that would occupy much of his attention for the next 14 years, drawing him away from the quiet sanctuary of his observatory in Göttingen and into the open landscapes of the Kingdom of Hanover. The commission came from King George IV, who at that time held the position of Elector of Hanover, and it asked Gauss to undertake the triangulation of the entire territory, a systematic survey that would establish the precise geographical positions of points throughout the kingdom and thereby provide the foundation for accurate maps. This was not the sort of work that Gauss had sought out, for he was by temperament a man who preferred the controlled environment of his study, where he could pursue mathematical investigations without interruption. But the task appealed to his sense of duty and to his understanding that practical applications of mathematics served the broader good of society. The Geodetic survey, as such work is properly called, involves measuring the Earth's surface through a network of triangles, each triangle sharing sides with its neighbors so that the entire landscape becomes covered in an interlocking web of precisely measured angles and distances. The surveyor begins by establishing a baseline, a carefully measured straight line of known length, and from the endpoints of this baseline, angles are measured to a distant point, which becomes the third vertex of the first triangle. Once the angles are known, and the baseline is known, the lengths of the other two sides can be calculated through trigonometry, and these sides then serve as baselines for subsequent triangles, allowing the survey to spread outward across the land without requiring the laborious direct measurement of every distance. Gauss understood this methodology thoroughly, and he recognized that the accuracy of the entire survey depended upon the precision with which each angle was measured, for errors would accumulate and propagate through the network in ways that could render the final results unreliable. The Kingdom of Hanover presented certain challenges for such work, as the terrain included flat lowlands in the north, where visibility between stations could be limited by the curvature of the Earth and by atmospheric conditions, and hilly regions in the south, where the landscape offered better vantage points but required more arduous travel to reach them. Gauss planned his network carefully, selecting stations that would provide clear lines of sight to multiple other stations, and he drew upon his considerable mathematical abilities to optimize the geometry of his triangles, seeking configurations that would minimize the propagation of measurement errors through the network. The practical work of the survey required Gauss to venture into the field, traveling by carriage over roads that were often rough and poorly maintained, making his way to remote hilltops and church towers where his stations were established. He camped in fields when necessary, sleeping in conditions far removed from the comfort of his home in Göttingen, and he spent long hours waiting for weather conditions that would permit accurate observations. The work was slow, for clouds and haze could obscure the distant stations for days at a time, and Gauss found himself developing a patience for fieldwork that did not come naturally to him. He was not an outdoorsman by inclination, and the physical demands of the survey, the walking and climbing and exposure to the elements, taxed his constitution in ways that he found disagreeable. Among the triangulation stations that Gauss used in his survey, several became particularly important due to their elevation and their central positions within the network. The Hoher Hagen, a modest peak near Göttingen, served as a key station from which multiple other points could be observed, and Gauss returned there many times over the years of the survey. The Brocken, the highest point in the Harz Mountains, offered exceptional visibility in clear weather, with sight lines extending to stations many kilometers distant, though reaching its summit required considerable effort and the conditions at the top could be harsh and unpredictable. The church tower at Lichtenberg provided another valuable station, its man-made elevation compensating for the relatively flat terrain of the surrounding countryside. It was during this fieldwork that Gauss confronted a practical problem that would lead him to one of his most useful inventions. When measuring angles between distant stations, the surveyor must be able to see the target clearly, and at great distances, even a substantial marker can become difficult to distinguish against the landscape. Traditional surveying methods used flags or other visual markers, but these proved inadequate for the long sightlines that Gauss's survey required. His solution, developed in 1821, was the heliotrope, an instrument that used mirrors to reflect sunlight towards the observer's position, creating a brilliant point of light that could be seen from remarkable distances even when the station itself was barely visible to the naked eye. The heliotrope consisted of a small mirror mounted on a stand, with adjustments that allowed it to be oriented precisely so that the reflected sunlight would travel in the desired direction. An assistant stationed at a distant point would aim the heliotrope towards Gauss's position, and the resulting flash of light served as an unmistakable marker, far brighter and more distinct than any physical target could be. Gauss found that the heliotrope allowed him to extend his sightlines considerably, making measurements over distances that would otherwise have been impractical, and the instrument became an essential tool for the remainder of the survey. The invention demonstrated Gauss's characteristic approach to problems, applying his understanding of physical principles to devise practical solutions that served the needs of his work. The collaboration between Gauss and Heinrich Christian Schumacher proved valuable throughout the survey years. Schumacher was a Danish astronomer who directed an observatory in Altona and who was engaged in his own geodetic work in Denmark, and the two men maintained an extensive correspondence that allowed them to share techniques, discuss difficulties, and coordinate their efforts where the surveys approached common territory. Schumacher was a practical man with considerable experience in observational work, and his advice helped Gauss navigate some of the challenges of fieldwork that were unfamiliar to one whose previous experience had been primarily theoretical. Their letters ranged over many topics beyond the immediate concerns of the survey, touching on astronomical observations, mathematical problems, and the design of instruments, and the correspondence continued for many years, forming one of the most complete records of Gauss's mature thought. The mathematical demands of the survey extended well beyond the basic trigonometry of triangulation. Gauss recognized that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, and that maps which attempt to represent a curved surface on a flat sheet must necessarily introduce some form of distortion. This led him to investigate the mathematics of map projections with unprecedented rigor, seeking to understand the nature of these distortions and to find projections that minimized them in useful ways. His work on conformal mapping addressed the particular goal of preserving angles, so that shapes on the map would appear similar to their true forms even if their sizes were altered, and he developed mathematical techniques that could generate projections with this desirable property. The Gauss-Kruger projection emerged from this work, providing a method for creating maps of relatively narrow strips of territory with minimal distortion. This projection divides the Earth's surface into zones, each spanning a few degrees of longitude, and within each zone, the projection is conformal, preserving angles and local shapes with high accuracy. The distortions that inevitably arise are confined to the edges of each zone, where they remain small enough to be acceptable for most practical purposes. The Gauss-Kruger projection, and the closely related universal transverse Mercator projection that derived from similar principles, became standard tools for cartography, used for military maps, topographic surveys, and countless other applications where accuracy mattered. The analysis of observational errors occupied much of Gauss's attention during the survey years, as he sought to extract the most accurate results possible from measurements that were inevitably imperfect. He had already developed the method of least squares earlier in his career, applying it to the determination of planetary orbits, and now he refined this technique further for the specific needs of geodetic work. The method of least squares provides a systematic way to combine multiple measurements of the same quantity, weighting them according to their presumed accuracy and finding the value that minimizes the sum of squared deviations from the observations. When applied to a network of triangles, where the same points are observed from multiple stations, the method allows all the observations to be combined simultaneously, yielding a set of positions that best fits the entire body of data. Gauss also investigated the statistical properties of measurement errors, seeking to understand the patterns that arose when many small and independent sources of error combined to produce the overall uncertainty in an observation. His work contributed to the development of what is now called the normal distribution, or Gaussian distribution, the bell-shaped curve that describes how errors tend to cluster around the true value with a frequency that diminishes as the deviation increases. This distribution had been known to earlier mathematicians, but Gauss provided a rigorous justification for its appearance in observational work and explored its mathematical properties in depth. The long years of fieldwork, with their physical discomforts and their dependence on favorable weather, were not easy for Gauss, and his letters from this period sometimes express weariness and a desire to return to purely theoretical work. He was in his 40s when the survey began, no longer a young man, and the demands of traveling to remote stations, climbing towers, and waiting in uncomfortable conditions for the atmospheric clarity needed for observations wore on him. Yet he persisted, driven by his commitment to completing what he had undertaken and by his recognition that the survey provided opportunities for mathematical investigations that would not have arisen otherwise. For it was the practical necessities of the geodetic survey that led Gauss to some of his most profound theoretical work in differential geometry. The problem of mapping a curved surface onto a flat plane forced him to think carefully about the intrinsic properties of surfaces, the features that belong to the surface itself rather than to the particular way it might be embedded in three-dimensional space. He developed the concept that is now called Gaussian curvature, a measure of how much a surface bends at each point, defined in a way that depends only on measurements made within the surface and not on any external reference. The Theorema egregium, or remarkable theorem, which Gauss proved in 1827, established that this curvature is indeed an intrinsic property, unchanged by any bending or stretching of the surface that does not alter distances within it. This theorem has profound implications, for it explains why a flat sheet of paper can be rolled into a cylinder without creasing or stretching, since both the flat sheet and the cylinder have zero Gaussian curvature, but cannot be wrapped smoothly around a sphere without distortion, since the sphere has positive curvature that the flat paper lacks. The insight that surfaces possess intrinsic geometric properties, independent of how they might sit in surrounding space, opened new directions in mathematics and would eventually contribute to the development of Riemannian geometry and to the mathematical framework underlying general relativity. Gauss published his fundamental work on the geometry of surfaces in 1827, under the title Disquisitiones generales circa superficies curvas, which may be translated as General Investigations of Curved Surfaces. This treatise presented his theory of curvature and the Theorema egregium, along with much additional material on the mathematical description of surfaces, and it established the foundations for the modern field of differential geometry. The work was technical and demanding, accessible only to those with substantial mathematical preparation. But its influence grew over the following decades as other mathematicians built upon Gauss's insights. The Geodetic Survey of Hanover continued until 1832, when the main triangulation work was finally completed. The survey had occupied 14 years of Gauss's life, years during which he had also maintained his duties at the Göttingen Observatory, pursued research in various areas of mathematics and physics, and attended to the demands of teaching and administration. The combination of practical fieldwork with theoretical investigation had proved fruitful, yielding not only accurate maps of the Kingdom of Hanover but also fundamental advances in mathematics that would far outlast the immediate purposes of the survey. Gauss's heliotrope continued in use long after the Hanover survey ended, adopted by other surveyors who recognized its utility for long-distance sightings. The instrument underwent various refinements and improvements over the years, but the basic principle that Gauss had devised remained unchanged, a testament to the soundness of his original design. The mirrors and their adjustments, the careful alignment that sent reflected sunlight precisely where it was needed, these represented the practical application of optical principles in service of geodetic accuracy. The collaboration with Schumacher had strengthened both men's work, and their correspondence continued for decades, eventually comprising thousands of letters that document their scientific discussions and their personal friendship. Schumacher served as editor of the Astronomische Nachrichten, a leading journal of astronomical and geodetic science, and through this position he helped to disseminate Gauss's results and methods to the broader scientific community. The international character of geodetic work, with surveys in different countries needing to connect their networks and share their findings, made such communication essential, and Gauss participated actively in this exchange of knowledge. The physical demands of the survey left their mark on Gauss, reinforcing his preference for the sedentary work of the study and the observatory. He did not seek out further fieldwork after the Hanover survey was complete, content to leave such labors to younger men while he focused on the theoretical investigations that were his true calling. Yet he never regretted the years spent on the survey, for they had given him problems to solve that pure mathematics alone would not have suggested, and the solutions to those problems had enriched mathematics in ways that could not have been anticipated. The maps that resulted from the survey served their practical purposes, guiding travelers, supporting administration, and providing the geographic knowledge that governments require. But the deeper legacy of Gauss's geodetic work lay in the mathematics it inspired, in the understanding of surfaces and their properties, in the techniques for analyzing errors and combining observations, in the projections that made accurate mapping possible. These contributions spread far beyond the boundaries of Hanover, influencing scientific work wherever precise measurement and geographic representation mattered, and they endure today in the mathematical tools that underpin modern geodesy, cartography, and geometry. Gauss returned from his fieldwork to the familiar routines of Göttingen, to the observatory where he had spent so many quiet hours, to the lectures and consultations that occupied his days. The years of the survey had aged him, as years will age anyone, but they had also deepened his understanding and broadened the scope of his achievements. He had shown, once again, that the abstract beauty of mathematics could serve practical ends, and that the demands of practical work could lead the mind towards abstractions of surprising depth and elegance. The survey was finished, the maps were drawn, and the theorems were proved, and Gauss could rest, knowing that his work had been well done. And so we come now to a quieter chapter in the long and patient life of Carl Friedrich Gauss. a chapter concerned with the gentle mathematics of curved surfaces, with the way a shell curves differently from a saddle, and with theorems so elegant that Gauss himself called one of them remarkable, which in Latin he wrote as egregium, and which mathematicians still call by that name today, the Theorema egregium, a name that sounds rather like a spell from an old book but is really just a statement about the nature of curvature itself, about what can be known by a creature living entirely within a surface without ever needing to look at that surface from the outside. This work was published in the year 1827, in a paper with the rather long title Disquisitiones Generales circa superficies curvas, which translates to something like General Investigations of Curved Surfaces, and it is the founding document of what we now call differential geometry, which is the study of curves and surfaces and higher dimensional shapes using the tools of calculus, using derivatives and integrals and limits to understand the local behavior of shapes that bend and twist in ways that Euclidean geometry, with its straight lines and flat planes, could never quite capture. But to understand how Gauss came to write this paper, we must return briefly to his geodetic work, to those long years spent surveying the kingdom of Hanover, measuring angles between church steeples and hilltops, triangulating positions across the flat northern plains and the gentler hills to the south, work that might seem entirely practical and even tedious, the work of maps and boundaries and property lines, but which led Gauss, as so many practical problems led him, into depths of abstraction that the original problem never anticipated. You see, when you survey the Earth, you are not surveying a flat surface but a curved one, and the triangles you measure are not quite the triangles of Euclid, because on a curved surface the angles of a triangle do not add up to exactly 180 degrees, and the shortest path between 2 points is not a straight line but something called a geodesic, which on a sphere is a portion of a great circle, like the equator or a line of longitude. And measuring these deviations from flatness, these small excesses of angle, tells you something about the curvature of the surface you are measuring. Gauss became deeply interested in this question of curvature, in what it means for a surface to be curved, and how one might measure that curvature precisely, not just for a sphere, which curves the same amount everywhere, but for any surface at all, for an egg or a trumpet or a saddle or the gentle undulation of hills across a landscape. Now, there had been earlier work on curvature, of course, by Euler and by others, and one way to measure curvature at a point on a surface is to look at what are called the principal curvatures at that point, which are found by slicing the surface with planes that pass through the point and contain the normal direction, which is the direction perpendicular to the surface, like a flagpole standing straight up from the ground, and each such plane intersects the surface in a curve, and that curve has a certain curvature at the point in question, just as a circle has a curvature that is the reciprocal of its radius, a small circle curving more sharply than a large one. As you rotate this cutting plane around the normal direction, the curvature of the resulting curve changes, and there are two special directions, perpendicular to each other, where this curvature reaches its maximum and minimum values, and these maximum and minimum values are called the principal curvatures, often written as kappa 1 and kappa 2, and the directions in which they occur are called the principal directions. On a sphere, the principal curvatures are equal everywhere, because a sphere curves the same way in all directions, but on an egg, the curvature is greater at the pointy ends and gentler around the middle, and on a saddle, something interesting happens, because the saddle curves upward in one direction, as if you were sitting on it, and downward in the perpendicular direction, toward the horse's head and tail. So one principal curvature is positive and the other is negative. Gauss defined what we now call the Gaussian curvature of a surface at a point to be the product of these two principal curvatures, kappa 1 times kappa 2, and this single number captures something essential about how the surface curves at that point, whether it curves like a sphere, with positive Gaussian curvature, or like a saddle, with negative Gaussian curvature, or like a cylinder, with zero Gaussian curvature, because a cylinder, though it appears curved, has one principal curvature equal to 0, along its length, and 0 times anything is 0. But here is where the remarkable theorem, the Theorema egregium, enters our story, and it is remarkable because Gauss proved that this Gaussian curvature, this product of principal curvatures, depends only on what he called the first fundamental form of the surface, which is a way of measuring distances and angles within the surface itself, without any reference to how the surface might be embedded in three-dimensional space, without needing to step outside the surface and look at it from a distance. To understand this, imagine that you are a very small creature, an ant perhaps, living on a surface, and you cannot see anything except the surface itself. You have no conception of an outside or an above or a below, but you can measure distances along the surface by crawling from one point to another and counting your steps, and you can measure angles between paths that meet at a point. And from these measurements alone, from this intrinsic geometry as it is called, you could calculate the Gaussian curvature of your world. You could determine whether you live on a sphere or a plane or a saddle, without ever needing to see your surface from the outside. This is what it means for Gaussian curvature to be intrinsic. It is a property of the surface itself, of the distances and angles within the surface, not a property of how the surface happens to sit in some larger space. Now, to express this more precisely, Gauss used what we now call a parametric representation of the surface, which means describing each point on the surface by two coordinates, rather like latitude and longitude on the Earth, and he showed how to compute distances on the surface using what is called the metric tensor, which is a way of encoding how the coordinate grid stretches and distorts from place to place. If you imagine a coordinate grid painted on a flat rubber sheet, and then you stretch and bend the rubber into some curved shape, the little squares of the grid become distorted, some stretched in one direction, some compressed in another, and the metric tensor keeps track of all these distortions, telling you, at each point, how to convert small changes in the coordinates into actual distances on the surface. The metric tensor is usually written as a 2x2 array of numbers at each point, called G11, G12, G21, and G22, though by symmetry G12 and G21 are equal, so there are really only 3 independent numbers, and from these numbers, using derivatives and a formula that Gauss worked out, you can compute the Gaussian curvature entirely from within the surface, without reference to any outside space. This was a profound discovery, and Gauss called it remarkable, egregium, because it showed that curvature is not about how a surface looks from outside but about how it feels from within, about the intrinsic geometry of the surface, and this idea would echo through mathematics for centuries to come. Now, alongside curvature, Gauss also studied geodesics, which are the paths of shortest distance on a surface, the paths that an ant crawling on the surface would follow if it wished to travel as efficiently as possible. And on a flat plane these are straight lines, but on a curved surface they are something else, something that bends and twists along with the surface itself. On a sphere, the geodesics are great circles, like the equator or the meridians, and you can see this if you stretch a string tightly across the surface of a globe. It will follow a great circle, not a line of latitude, which is why airplane routes from Europe to North America seem to curve northward on a flat map. They are following the geodesic, the shortest path on the curved Earth. Geodesics have many beautiful properties, and Gauss studied how they behave, how they curve and how they spread apart or come together as they travel across a surface. And all of this is governed by the curvature of the surface, so that geodesics on a positively curved surface, like a sphere, tend to come back together, while geodesics on a negatively curved surface, like a saddle, tend to spread apart, and on a flat surface they remain parallel forever, which is the familiar property of parallel lines from Euclidean geometry. And here we come to a quieter and more private part of Gauss's work, to investigations that he kept largely to himself, fearing the controversy they might provoke. Investigations into the nature of Euclidean geometry itself and whether it was the only possible geometry of space. You see, for over 2,000 years, since the time of Euclid, mathematicians had believed that the geometry of flat planes and straight lines was the only true geometry, that its axioms were self-evident truths, and that one particular axiom, the fifth postulate or parallel postulate, which states that through a point not on a given line there is exactly one line parallel to the given line, was somehow necessary and unavoidable. Many mathematicians had tried to prove this fifth postulate from the other axioms, feeling that it was less obvious than the others and should somehow follow from them. But all such attempts had failed, and Gauss, quietly and privately, came to believe that the parallel postulate could not be proved, that it was independent of the other axioms, and that one could construct perfectly consistent geometries in which it did not hold, geometries in which through a point not on a given line there might be many parallel lines or none at all. These alternative geometries are what we now call non-Euclidean geometries, and they are realized on surfaces of constant negative curvature, where geodesics behave differently from straight lines in a plane, spreading apart rather than remaining parallel. And Gauss understood this connection between curvature and the failure of the parallel postulate, understood that his intrinsic geometry of curved surfaces was opening a door to entirely new conceptions of space. But Gauss did not publish these ideas. He kept them in his notebooks and his letters, and he told only a few trusted correspondents about his thoughts, fearing what he called the clamor of the Boeotians, by which he meant those who would not understand and would attack him for challenging the sacred geometry of Euclid. One of his correspondents was an old friend named Farkas Bolyai, a Hungarian mathematician whom Gauss had known since their student days in Göttingen, and Farkas had spent many years trying to prove the parallel postulate, trying and failing, and he warned his son János Bolyai not to waste his life on the same fruitless quest. But János did not listen, and in the 1820s he discovered, independently and without knowledge of Gauss's private thoughts, a complete and consistent non-Euclidean geometry, and he published his findings in 1832 as an appendix to a book by his father. When Gauss received a copy of this work, he wrote back to Farkas Bolyai with a response that has become famous, saying that he could not praise the work of young János, because to praise it would mean to praise himself, since the ideas were the same as those he had developed years earlier but never published. This was a crushing blow to János Bolyai, who felt that Gauss was claiming priority unfairly, and the relationship between Gauss and the Bolyai soured. Though Gauss had not meant to be unkind, he was simply stating, in his direct and perhaps tactless way, that the ideas were not new to him, and he may have been trying to reassure Farkas that his son's work was indeed correct, since Gauss himself had reached the same conclusions. Around the same time, a Russian mathematician named Nikolai Lobachevsky also discovered non-Euclidean geometry, independently of both Gauss and Bolyai, and published his findings, so that the discovery is now credited to all three, though they worked in isolation and without knowledge of each other's efforts. Gauss's reluctance to publish his non-Euclidean investigations meant that he did not receive public credit during his lifetime, but his work on curved surfaces, the work that he did publish in the Disquisitiones Generales, laid the foundation for everything that followed, because it showed that geometry could be intrinsic, that it could be studied from within a surface, without reference to any outside space, and this idea was the key to understanding non-Euclidean geometries and to generalizing geometry to higher dimensions. The mathematician who took this generalization furthest was Bernhard Riemann, who was Gauss's student at Göttingen, and in 1854, Riemann delivered a lecture, with Gauss in the audience, in which he introduced the concept of what we now call a Riemannian manifold, a space of any number of dimensions equipped with a metric tensor that tells you how to measure distances and angles, and in which curvature can vary from point to point. Riemann's lecture was called On the Hypotheses Which Lie at the Foundations of Geometry, and it was a direct outgrowth of Gauss's work, extending the ideas of intrinsic geometry and the metric tensor from two-dimensional surfaces to spaces of 3, 4, or any number of dimensions, and Gauss, old and ill by this time, was deeply impressed, recognizing that his student had surpassed him and opened new vistas that even Gauss had only glimpsed. And it was this Riemannian geometry, this flexible, intrinsic geometry of curved spaces, that Albert Einstein would use, 60 years later, to formulate his general theory of relativity, in which gravity is not a force pulling objects together but a curvature of space-time itself, a bending of the four-dimensional fabric of the universe caused by the presence of mass and energy. In Einstein's theory, planets orbit the Sun not because they are pulled by an invisible force but because they are following geodesics, the straightest possible paths, through a curved space-time, and the mathematics that describes this curvature, the metric tensor and the Gaussian curvature and the geodesic equations, all of it traces back to Gauss's quiet work on curved surfaces, to his remarkable theorem and his intrinsic geometry and his parametric representations. So when you think of Gauss surveying the hills of Hanover, measuring angles between distant points, you can also think of him laying the groundwork for our modern understanding of the universe, not deliberately, perhaps, not with any grand plan, but simply by following his curiosity wherever it led, by asking what it means for a surface to be curved and how one might measure that curvature from within. The work is technical, certainly, full of derivatives and tensor components and coordinate transformations, but at its heart it is asking a very simple question, a question that a small creature on a surface might ask, which is, what is the shape of my world, and how can I know it without ever leaving? And the answer that Gauss gave, the answer encoded in his Theorema egregium and his metric tensor and his geodesic equations, is that the shape of your world is written in the distances you can measure and the angles you can observe, that the curvature is intrinsic, that the geometry is there for the finding if you only know how to look. This is the birth of differential geometry, the study of curved spaces in all their infinite variety, and it begins here, in 1827, in a paper with a long Latin title, written by a quiet man in Göttingen who spent his days measuring triangles across the North German countryside and his nights thinking about what those measurements might mean for the nature of space itself. In the year 1831, when Carl Friedrich Gauss was already 54 years of age and well established as the director of the Göttingen Observatory, a new figure arrived at the university who would become perhaps the most significant scientific collaborator of his entire career. This was Wilhelm Eduard Weber, a physicist some 27 years younger than Gauss, who had been appointed to the chair of physics at Göttingen largely on the strength of Gauss's own recommendation. Weber had already distinguished himself through careful experimental work on acoustics and wave motion, and there was something in his precise and methodical approach to physical measurement that appealed greatly to Gauss's own sensibilities. The two men found in each other a complementary set of talents, with Gauss bringing his extraordinary mathematical insight and Weber contributing a gift for designing and constructing delicate experimental apparatus. Their collaboration would span the better part of a decade in its first phase, and it would produce results that fundamentally shaped the study of magnetism and electromagnetism for generations to come. The subject that drew them together most powerfully was the study of the Earth's magnetic field, a phenomenon that had fascinated natural philosophers for centuries, but which had resisted systematic quantification. Sailors and navigators had long relied upon the compass needle's tendency to point roughly northward, and learned men had speculated about the causes of this behavior since at least the time of William Gilbert in the 16th century. Yet by the 1830s, there remained no universally agreed upon system for measuring the strength of magnetic forces in absolute terms, and observations made in different locations by different observers could not readily be compared with one another. Gauss recognized that this state of affairs was deeply unsatisfactory from a scientific standpoint, and he set about developing methods that would allow magnetic phenomena to be described with the same precision and reproducibility that astronomers had achieved in measuring the positions of stars. The first major achievement of the Gauss-Weber collaboration in this domain was the invention of an instrument that came to be known as the magnetometer, a device capable of measuring the absolute intensity of the Earth's magnetic field rather than merely indicating its direction. The principle underlying the magnetometer was characteristically elegant in its simplicity. Gauss reasoned that if one suspended a bar magnet horizontally by a fine thread and allowed it to oscillate freely like a pendulum, the period of its oscillations would depend in a precise mathematical way upon both the strength of the magnet itself and the intensity of the horizontal component of the Earth's field. By carefully measuring the dimensions and mass of the magnet, and by timing its oscillations with great accuracy, one could calculate the magnetic field strength in terms of fundamental units of mass, length, and time. This represented a profound conceptual advance, for it meant that magnetic measurements could now be expressed in absolute terms that were independent of any particular instrument or observer. The practical realization of this idea required considerable ingenuity and patience. The magnet had to be suspended in such a way that it could swing freely without friction, and the observations had to be made with exquisite care to minimize errors. Gauss and Weber developed techniques for reading the position of the oscillating magnet using a small mirror attached to the suspension, which reflected a beam of light onto a distant scale. This allowed the angle of the magnet to be determined with far greater precision than would have been possible by direct visual observation. They also worked out methods for correcting their measurements to account for temperature changes, which affected the strength of the magnet itself, and for the torsion in the suspension thread. The result was a measurement system of unprecedented accuracy, one that could determine the Earth's magnetic field strength to within a fraction of a percent. To house these delicate instruments and the observations that depended upon them, Gauss and Weber oversaw the construction of a dedicated magnetic observatory on the grounds of the Göttingen Observatory. This building was designed with extraordinary attention to the elimination of any sources of magnetic disturbance that might corrupt the measurements. Iron and steel were excluded entirely from its construction, for these materials would have been attracted by magnets and would have created their own local fields that would have contaminated the readings. Instead, the building was erected using copper nails and fittings, and the structural elements were joined with wooden pegs and copper bolts. Even the heating stove was placed at a considerable distance from the observation room, and the observers themselves were required to remove any iron objects from their persons before entering. The walls were thick to minimize temperature fluctuations, and the interior was kept as still and quiet as possible to allow the suspended magnets to swing freely without disturbance from air currents or vibrations. Having established the means to make precise magnetic measurements at a single location, Gauss turned his attention to the grander problem of mapping the Earth's magnetic field across the entire surface of the globe. He understood that such an undertaking would require coordinated observations at many different stations, all made at precisely the same moments in time so that any fluctuations in the field could be distinguished from geographical variations. To organize this effort, he and Weber established in 1836 an institution they called the Magnetische Verein, which may be translated as the Magnetic Union or Magnetic Association. This was an international network of observatories that agreed to make simultaneous magnetic measurements according to standardized protocols at predetermined intervals, and to share their results with the central organization at Göttingen for analysis and publication. The Magnetic Union represented one of the first truly international scientific collaborations of its kind, and it attracted the participation of observatories across Europe and eventually in more distant parts of the world as well. Stations in Berlin, Leipzig, Dublin, and St. Petersburg joined the network, as did observatories in the British colonies and in the territories explored by various scientific expeditions. The participants agreed to make their observations at specific hours on designated days, using instruments calibrated according to the methods developed at Göttingen, and to record their data in formats that could be readily combined and compared. Gauss himself took responsibility for much of the mathematical analysis required to make sense of the accumulated observations, developing new techniques for representing the Earth's field as a sum of what are now called spherical harmonics, mathematical functions that describe the variation of a quantity over the surface of a sphere. The publications that emerged from this collaborative effort were substantial both in their scientific content and in their physical dimensions. In 1840, Gauss and Weber produced their Atlas des Erdmagnetismus, a comprehensive collection of maps and tables showing the distribution of the Earth's magnetic field as it had been determined from the observations of the Magnetic Union. This atlas presented the variation of magnetic intensity, inclination, and declination across the globe, and it revealed patterns and regularities that had not previously been apparent. Gauss's mathematical analysis allowed him to conclude that the main features of the Earth's field originated from sources within the Earth itself rather than from external causes, though he acknowledged that smaller variations might be influenced by solar or atmospheric phenomena. The atlas remained a standard reference for geomagnetic research for many years thereafter. Alongside their work on geomagnetism, Gauss and Weber made contributions to the emerging science of electromagnetism that would prove equally enduring. In the decade since Hans Christian Ørsted had discovered that electric currents could deflect compass needles, and Michael Faraday had demonstrated the phenomenon of electromagnetic induction, natural philosophers had been grappling with the problem of how to describe these phenomena in precise quantitative terms. Gauss and Weber recognized that the same approach they had taken to magnetic measurement could be extended to electrical quantities, and they worked to establish a coherent system of units in which all electromagnetic phenomena could be expressed in terms of the fundamental mechanical quantities of mass, length, and time. This system of absolute units, which came to be known as the CGS system after the basic units of centimeter, gram, and second upon which it was founded, provided a universal language for electromagnetic science. Prior to its adoption, different investigators had used different standards for measuring electrical current and potential, and their results could not easily be compared or combined. The CGS system established clear definitions for the units of charge, current, potential difference, resistance, and magnetic field strength, all expressed in terms of mechanical quantities that could be reproduced in any well-equipped laboratory. Although the CGS system has since been largely superseded by the SI system of units in most practical applications, its fundamental conception of relating all electromagnetic quantities to mechanical standards remains the basis of modern metrology. Among the most famous achievements of the Gauss-Weber collaboration was the construction of an electromagnetic telegraph that connected the Magnetic Observatory with Weber's physics laboratory, a distance of approximately 1 kilometer across the town of Göttingen. This device, completed in 1833, was capable of transmitting messages by means of electrical signals sent along a wire, several years before Samuel Morse developed the telegraph system that would eventually achieve widespread commercial adoption. Gauss and Weber used their telegraph primarily as a scientific instrument for coordinating observations between their two buildings, though they also demonstrated its potential for more general communication by sending simple messages back and forth. The signaling method they employed was based on the deflection of a magnetized needle by electrical currents of varying direction and duration, and while it was slower and less convenient than the systems that later became standard, it demonstrated conclusively that reliable long-distance electrical communication was technically feasible. Gauss's theoretical contributions to the understanding of magnetism and electricity during this period were no less significant than his experimental work. He developed what is now known as Gauss's law, a fundamental principle relating the total magnetic or electric flux passing through a closed surface to the amount of charge or magnetic pole enclosed within that surface. This relationship, which Gauss expressed in the elegant language of differential equations and integral calculus, became one of the cornerstones of electromagnetic theory, and it would later be incorporated by James Clerk Maxwell into his unified system of equations describing all electromagnetic phenomena. Gauss also made important contributions to potential theory, the mathematical study of fields that can be described as the gradient of a scalar potential function, a framework that applies not only to electromagnetic forces but also to gravitation and other physical phenomena. The fruitful collaboration between Gauss and Weber came to an abrupt and unwelcome interruption in 1837, not because of any scientific disagreement between the two men, but because of political events that swept Weber away from Göttingen entirely. In that year, the new king of Hanover, Ernst August, unilaterally revoked the liberal constitution that had been in force in the kingdom since 1833, claiming that it had been adopted without proper authority and was therefore not binding upon him. This action provoked a response from 7 professors at the University of Göttingen, who signed a formal protest declaring their continued allegiance to the constitution and their refusal to take an oath to the king that would have required them to disavow it. Weber was among these 7, along with such distinguished figures as the brothers Grimm, the folklorists and philologists Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm. The king responded by dismissing all 7 from their positions and ordering 3 of them, including Jacob Grimm, to leave the kingdom within days. The affair of the Göttingen 7, as it came to be known, attracted attention throughout the German-speaking lands and beyond, and it became a cause célèbre for those who favored constitutional government and academic freedom. Gauss found himself deeply distressed by the dismissal of his closest scientific collaborator and the disruption of their shared work. Yet he declined to add his own name to the protest or to involve himself publicly in the political controversy. His reasons for this abstention appeared to have been complex and are not entirely clear from the historical record. He may have felt that as a man of science his proper role was to remain above political disputes, or he may have judged that his intervention would be ineffective and would only jeopardize his ability to continue his scientific work. There is evidence that he privately sympathized with the protesters and that he used what influence he had behind the scenes to assist those who had been dismissed, but he did not make any public statement on the matter. Weber found himself suddenly without a position and without the laboratory and instruments that had been essential to his research. He remained in Göttingen for a time, attempting to continue some of his scientific work in a private capacity, but eventually he accepted a position at the University of Leipzig, where he continued his investigations into electromagnetism and related subjects. The loss of Weber's immediate presence and the dismantling of their shared research program was a blow from which Gauss never fully recovered scientifically. While he continued to work on magnetic and physical problems for the remainder of his life, and while he maintained a correspondence with Weber, the intensity and productivity of their collaboration was never quite recaptured during the years of separation. The political situation in the German states underwent significant changes in the revolutionary year of 1848, when popular movements across Europe demanded constitutional reforms and greater political liberties. In Hanover, these developments eventually led to a change in the university's circumstances, and in that year Weber was able to return to his former position at Göttingen. The two men resumed their scientific relationship, though both were now considerably older and Gauss's health was beginning to decline. They continued to work together on problems related to electromagnetism and telegraphy, and Weber carried forward many of the research programs they had initiated together in earlier years. The collaboration of Gauss and Weber remained one of the most important partnerships in the history of physical science, and the methods and concepts they developed together formed the foundation upon which much of the later development of electromagnetic theory was built. The Magnetic Observatory at Göttingen continued to operate for many years after Gauss's death in 1855, and the system of absolute magnetic measurement that he had pioneered became the standard throughout the scientific world. The network of observatories that had participated in the Magnetic Union evolved into more permanent international collaborations, and the practice of making coordinated simultaneous observations at stations around the globe remained central to the study of geomagnetism. The CGS system of units, though eventually modified and extended, provided the framework within which generations of physicists expressed their results, and Gauss's name became permanently attached to the unit of magnetic field strength in that system. The theoretical insights that he contributed to potential theory and to the understanding of the relationship between flux and enclosed charge remain fundamental to modern physics, and they are taught to students of electromagnetism in universities throughout the world. In reflecting upon this period of Gauss's life and work, one is struck by the breadth of his interests and the depth of his contributions across what might seem to be quite disparate fields. The same mind that had revolutionized number theory and laid the foundations of modern algebra was equally capable of designing delicate experimental apparatus, organizing international scientific collaborations, and developing the mathematical tools needed to analyze complex physical phenomena. The collaboration with Weber brought out aspects of Gauss's genius that might otherwise have remained latent, for it provided him with a partner who could translate his theoretical insights into working instruments and who shared his passion for precision and accuracy. Together, they demonstrated that the phenomena of magnetism and electricity could be brought within the domain of exact science, subject to the same standards of measurement and the same mathematical treatment that had long been applied to astronomy and mechanics. This was a legacy that extended far beyond their own lifetimes, shaping the development of physics and technology in ways that continue to influence our world today. Carl Friedrich Gauss, for all his extraordinary capacities of mind, found himself navigating the terrain of fatherhood with considerably less confidence than he brought to the realm of numbers and forms. The man who could perceive the elegant architecture underlying prime distributions, who could hold vast calculations in his head with perfect clarity, seemed to struggle with the more ordinary and perhaps more difficult work of understanding his own children, of making himself understood by them in return. This is not an uncommon pattern among those whose inner lives burn so brightly in one particular domain, and it carries with it no judgment, only observation, only the quiet recognition that human beings are complex in their capacities and that genius in one sphere offers no guarantee of ease in another. Gauss had 6 children who survived infancy, 3 from his first marriage to Johanna Osthoff and 3 from his second marriage to Minna Waldeck. The children of his first marriage were Joseph, Wilhelmina, and Louis, though Louis died quite young, a loss that compounded the grief following Johanna's death. From his second marriage came Eugen, Wilhelm, and Therese, and it was with his sons in particular that Gauss found himself in persistent tension, a kind of low-level friction that occasionally flared into more serious conflict. The reasons for these difficulties were various and intertwined, touching on Gauss's demanding nature, his exacting standards, his emotional reserve, and perhaps most significantly, his complex feelings about what it would mean for his sons to follow in his intellectual footsteps. There is a statement attributed to Gauss, repeated in various forms across the biographical literature, in which he reportedly expressed his unwillingness to let his sons pursue mathematics as a profession. The reasoning behind this reluctance, as it has been passed down, was that he did not want them to demean the family name by comparison. Whether these were his exact words or a paraphrase filtered through time and memory, the sentiment captures something real about his attitude. Gauss had achieved such heights in mathematics that he may genuinely have believed no son of his could reach similar elevations, and that to fall short publicly would bring a kind of diminishment to the work he had done. This is a painful logic, if one considers it carefully, for it suggests that Gauss could not imagine his sons as separate individuals with their own paths and their own measures of success, but only as reflections of himself, inevitably insufficient reflections at that. Eugen Gauss, the eldest son from the second marriage, seems to have had a temperament that clashed particularly sharply with his father's. Where Gauss valued order, discipline, careful management of resources and time, Eugen appears to have been more impulsive, more inclined toward pleasures and social engagements that his father viewed with stern disapproval. The specific nature of their conflicts came to a head around the matter of gambling debts, those most classic markers of youthful indiscretion in the 19th century. Eugen had accumulated obligations that he could not meet from his own means, and this brought him into direct confrontation with his father, who had struggled with financial anxiety throughout his own life and who viewed such carelessness with genuine distress and anger. The confrontation between father and son over these debts was severe enough to rupture their relationship in ways that would not fully heal. Gauss, for all his capacities, was not a man who found forgiveness easy or natural, particularly when the offense touched on matters of financial responsibility and personal discipline. He had worked so carefully throughout his life to maintain his position, to secure what modest prosperity he could manage, and to see his son throw away money on games of chance must have seemed not merely foolish but almost incomprehensible to him. The specific conversations between them are not fully recorded, but the outcome speaks clearly enough. For in the year 1830, Eugen made the decision to leave Germany entirely and to emigrate to America, putting an ocean between himself and his difficult father. This departure was not made under happy circumstances, and one imagines Eugen boarding his ship with a mixture of relief and resentment, escaping the weight of his father's disapproval while also losing the possibility of reconciliation that physical proximity might eventually have allowed. America in 1830 was a land of opportunity for young European men, a place where one might remake oneself without the burden of family reputation and expectation, and Eugen seems to have taken full advantage of this possibility. He made his way eventually to St. Louis, Missouri, that gateway city on the Mississippi River, and there he established himself in business. The specific nature of his commercial activities varied over time, but he proved himself capable and successful in ways that might have surprised those who knew him only as the gambling debtor fleeing his father's wrath. Indeed, Eugen became a respected figure in the St. Louis business community, demonstrating that his earlier difficulties had been perhaps a matter of circumstance and youth rather than fundamental character flaw. He lived a long life in America, raising a family of his own, becoming thoroughly American in his habits and outlook while retaining some connection to his German origins. One might wonder whether success came more easily to him once he was freed from the constant presence of a father whose standards seemed impossibly high, or whether he simply matured in the way young men often do, finding his footing in his third and fourth decades of life. Whatever the case, his American years were by most accounts prosperous and reasonably contented, a sharp contrast to the discord that had marked his final years in Germany. Wilhelm Gauss, the second son from the second marriage, followed a similar path of emigration, though his particular conflicts with his father are less vividly documented in the surviving records. He too found life in Germany under his father's watchful eye to be constraining, and he too made the decision to seek his fortunes in the United States. Like his brother Eugen, Wilhelm eventually settled in Missouri, though he chose a different way of life, taking up farming rather than commerce. The brothers were thus reunited in the same general region, two sons of one of Europe's greatest mathematicians now making their lives in the American heartland, working with their hands and their practical sense rather than with abstractions and theorems. Wilhelm's life as a farmer was perhaps more modest than Eugen's business success, but it was his own life, conducted on his own terms. Far from the observatory at Göttingen where their father continued his work surrounded by instruments and calculations. Whether the brothers spoke much of their father, whether they compared their experiences of his difficult temperament, whether they found comfort in their shared American exile, these are questions the historical record does not fully answer. But their parallel choices suggest that the tensions within the Gauss household were not merely matters of individual personality clash but something more structural, something about the way Gauss inhabited the role of father that made remaining nearby feel impossible for these two sons. Gauss did maintain some correspondence with his sons in America over the years, though the warmth and frequency of these letters seem to have been limited. He appears to have been curious about America in an intellectual way, interested in the development of that young nation, in its politics and social arrangements, though he never expressed any desire to visit himself. The Atlantic Ocean served perhaps as a kind of emotional buffer, allowing some communication to flow while preventing the direct confrontations that had proved so damaging. Letters could be composed carefully, read and reread before sending, their contents controlled in ways that face-to-face conversation could not be. Perhaps this suited Gauss, for whom spontaneous emotional expression was never easy. His attitudes toward America were marked by a kind of theoretical approval mixed with what may have been some condescension about its cultural and intellectual development. America was a land of practical men, of farmers and merchants and engineers, and while Gauss respected practical achievement, he also lived in a world of pure thought that he knew had no real home in the rough new civilization across the sea. That two of his sons had become thoroughly American, had cast off their German intellectual heritage to become a businessman and a farmer, must have evoked complex feelings in him, perhaps some relief that they had found their footing, perhaps some lingering disappointment that they had not achieved anything he could recognize as distinguished. Joseph Gauss, the eldest son and the child of Johanna, remained in Germany and pursued a career that his father could more readily respect, though even here the relationship was not without its complications. Joseph became a military officer and later worked as a railway engineer, both honorable professions in 19th-century Germany that required education, discipline, and practical skill. He remained closer to his father both geographically and perhaps emotionally than his emigrant half-brothers, and he was present in Germany during the later years of Gauss's life. The railways were transforming Europe during this period, and Joseph's work on their development connected him in some ways to his father's own interest in applied science, in geodesy and surveying, in the practical uses of mathematical knowledge. But if Joseph's career was more acceptable to Gauss than whatever his other sons might have pursued, it was still not mathematics, still not the pure intellectual work that defined his father's identity. Gauss seems to have accepted this outcome, perhaps even encouraged it given his stated reluctance to see his sons enter his own field. But acceptance is not the same as enthusiasm, and the relationship between father and son seems to have been characterized more by duty and respect than by deep warmth or understanding. Therese Gauss, the youngest child and only surviving daughter from the second marriage, took on a role that was common for unmarried daughters in this era, becoming the primary caretaker for her aging father and the manager of his household. She never married, devoting herself instead to ensuring Gauss's comfort and care during the final decades of his life. Whether this was a choice she made freely or one that circumstances and expectations imposed upon her, the historical record does not make entirely clear, but she seems to have accepted her role with grace and even with affection. Gauss, for all his difficulties with his sons, appears to have had a somewhat easier relationship with Therese, perhaps because the expectations and competitions that complicated his feelings toward his sons were absent, or perhaps simply because she was there, present and attentive, in a way that his distant sons could not be. Therese managed the practical details of life that Gauss had little patience for, kept house, received visitors, ensured that meals appeared and that the observatory ran smoothly in its domestic aspects. She became his companion in old age, reading to him when his eyes grew tired, accompanying him on the short walks he could still manage, providing the kind of quiet, steady presence that aging requires. This was not an uncommon arrangement in 19th-century Europe. The unmarried daughter who sacrifices her own possibilities to care for elderly parents, and one cannot help but wonder what Therese's life might have been had she made different choices, or had different choices been available to her. But within the constraints of her circumstances, she seems to have found meaning and even contentment in her devoted care. The death of Minna Waldeck Gauss on the 12th of September 1831 marked a significant transition in the household and in Gauss's own emotional life. Minna had been ill for many years, suffering from what appears to have been tuberculosis, and her decline had been gradual and painful to witness. Gauss had nursed her through years of sickness, had watched her grow weaker and more limited in her capacities, had borne the weight of caregiving alongside his scientific work. When death finally came, it brought with it a complex mixture of emotions that Gauss himself seems to have acknowledged, at least in his private correspondence. There was grief, certainly, for Minna had been his companion for more than 2 decades, the mother of 3 of his children, a steady presence in his life even as illness constrained her. But there was also, Gauss admitted, an element of relief, the terrible relief that comes when prolonged suffering finally ends, when the anticipation of loss gives way to loss itself and one is freed from the particular burden of waiting. This is a deeply human response to the death of someone who has been ill for a long time, and Gauss's willingness to acknowledge it suggests a certain honesty about his own emotional states, even if that honesty did not translate into ease in expressing emotion to others. The years following Minna's death were shaped by Gauss's increasingly solitary focus on his work, punctuated by Therese's care and by occasional correspondence with colleagues, former students, and his distant sons. The household settled into new patterns, quieter perhaps, certainly marked by the absence that death always leaves. Gauss continued his scientific work with remarkable energy for a man of his years, producing significant research in physics and mathematics well into his 60s and beyond. But the domestic sphere remained somewhat melancholy, touched by losses accumulated over decades, by the early death of Johanna, by the long illness and death of Minna, by the departure of sons who had found his presence impossible to bear. The contrast between Gauss's emotional life in mathematics and his emotional life with his children is striking and perhaps instructive. In mathematics, Gauss found beauty, joy, even ecstasy of a kind, the pleasure of discovering perfect truths, of perceiving structures that no human eye had seen before. He wrote of mathematical discoveries with genuine passion, with a sense of wonder that never seems to have faded even as he aged. But this capacity for deep feeling did not translate easily into his relationships with his children, where he seems to have been awkward, demanding, quick to judge, slow to forgive. It is as if the emotional energy that he invested so freely in his intellectual work left little reserve for the different kind of work that parenting requires. Or perhaps it is simply that Gauss, like many deeply introverted people, found human relationships genuinely more difficult than abstract relationships with ideas. Numbers behave predictably, theorems once proven remain proven, and the landscape of mathematics does not demand the constant negotiation and adjustment that living with other people requires. His sons were not problems to be solved but rather separate beings with their own wills and desires, and this may have been fundamentally frustrating to a man accustomed to mastery in his chosen domain. The letters that passed between Gauss and his American sons over the years suggest a gradual softening with time and distance, though never a full reconciliation of the kind that might have occurred had they remained in Germany. Gauss inquired about their lives, received news of grandchildren he would never meet, sent occasional observations about European affairs. The correspondence was maintained, if not exactly warm, and perhaps this was the best that could be managed given the history that had driven them apart. Eugen in his prosperous St. Louis business, Wilhelm on his Missouri farm, Joseph in his railway engineering work, Therese in her devoted attendance. These were the outcomes of Gauss's fatherhood, a mixed legacy of conflict and distance and quiet dedication. In considering these family tensions, one need not judge Gauss too harshly, for fatherhood is difficult work and genius provides no exemption from its difficulties. He loved his children in whatever ways he was capable of loving, and if those ways were constrained by his temperament and his emotional limitations, this makes him perhaps more human rather than less. The man who saw so deeply into the structure of reality could not see so clearly into the hearts of his own sons, and this is a poignant reminder that human capabilities are not of a piece, that excellence in one domain does not guarantee even competence in another. And so the Gauss family dispersed across 2 continents, connected by letters and memory and the complicated bonds that families can never entirely sever. The observatory at Göttingen remained the fixed point around which these scattered lives orbited, the place where Gauss continued his work while his sons made their separate ways and his daughter kept house and his colleagues came to visit. It was not a perfectly happy household, but few households are, and the work that emerged from it continues to shape our understanding of mathematics and the physical world, which is perhaps as much as any of us can hope to leave behind. As Carl Friedrich Gauss moved through the middle decades of the 19th century, his life settled into patterns that would have seemed remarkably consistent to anyone observing the daily rhythms of the Göttingen Observatory. The dramatic discoveries of his youth, the foundational theorems and revolutionary insights that had established him as perhaps the greatest mathematician of his age, gave way to something quieter but no less substantial, a continuing engagement with mathematical and scientific problems that extended across an astonishing range of fields. The years from 1830 to his death in 1855 saw Gauss working steadily, methodically, with the same careful attention to precision and rigor that had characterized his earlier achievements, though now with perhaps a greater willingness to let certain investigations remain in his notebooks rather than rushing them into print. It is this period of what we might call his mature investigations that we shall consider now, tracing the various threads of inquiry that occupied his mind during these final productive decades. One of the most practically significant applications of Gauss's mathematical abilities during this period involved his work with the Göttingen Professors' Widows' Fund, an institution designed to provide financial security for the families of university faculty members after their deaths. Actuarial science, the mathematical study of risk and probability as applied to insurance and pension calculations, requires precisely the sort of careful analysis and computational accuracy at which Gauss excelled. The fund had been established to ensure that when a professor died, his widow and children would receive ongoing support rather than being left in potential poverty, a genuine concern in an era when academic salaries, while respectable, rarely allowed for the accumulation of substantial savings. Gauss took on the task of analyzing the fund's financial structure with characteristic thoroughness, applying probability theory to questions of life expectancy, contribution rates, and benefit calculations. The mathematics underlying such calculations involves mortality tables, which track the likelihood of death at various ages within a population, and present value calculations, which account for the fact that money to be paid or received in the future is worth less than money in hand today due to the potential for investment returns. Gauss worked through these problems with the same precision he brought to astronomical calculations, determining what contribution rates would be necessary to ensure the fund's long-term solvency while providing adequate benefits to those it was meant to protect. His analysis helped place the fund on a sound financial footing, demonstrating that abstract mathematics could have immediate practical consequences for the welfare of real families. This work also reflected Gauss's own prudent approach to financial matters, an approach that would serve him well in his personal investments and leave his own family comfortably provided for after his death. During these same years, Gauss continued to pursue purely mathematical investigations that pushed into territory few others were equipped to explore. His work on elliptic functions represents one of the most significant areas where his private research far exceeded what he chose to publish. Elliptic functions arise naturally in many mathematical contexts, including the calculation of arc lengths along ellipses, which gives them their name, and they possess remarkable properties that connect to deep structures within mathematics. Gauss had been investigating these functions since his youth, developing extensive theories in his notebooks that anticipated discoveries later made independently by other mathematicians, including Niels Henrik Abel and Carl Gustav Jacob Jacobi, who published their own fundamental work on elliptic functions in the 1820s. The question of why Gauss did not publish his discoveries in this area has occupied historians of mathematics considerably. His notebooks reveal a sophisticated understanding of elliptic functions and their properties, worked out in substantial detail, yet he allowed others to receive credit for work he had in some cases completed years earlier. Part of the explanation may lie in his perfectionism, his unwillingness to publish anything that did not meet his exacting standards of rigor and completeness. Part may reflect his tendency to move on to new problems once he had satisfied his own curiosity about a mathematical question. And part may simply be that he was occupied with his observational and geodetic duties, leaving insufficient time to prepare his theoretical work for publication in the polished form he demanded. Whatever the reasons, the result is that much of Gauss's work on elliptic functions remained unpublished during his lifetime and was only discovered later when scholars examined his extensive manuscript legacy. In 1832, Gauss did publish a major theoretical work that extended number theory into new territory, his second memoir on biquadratic reciprocity. The law of quadratic reciprocity, which Gauss had proved in multiple ways earlier in his career, describes a beautiful and surprising relationship governing when one prime number is a quadratic residue modulo another. Biquadratic reciprocity concerns the analogous question for fourth powers rather than squares, and Gauss discovered that understanding this law properly required expanding the notion of what counts as an integer. Rather than working with ordinary whole numbers, Gauss introduced what are now called Gaussian integers, numbers of the form a plus by, where a and b are ordinary integers and I represents the square root of -1. These Gaussian integers form what mathematicians call a ring, a collection of numbers that can be added, subtracted, and multiplied while remaining within the collection. Gauss showed that many properties familiar from ordinary integers carry over to this new setting, including the possibility of unique factorization into prime elements, though identifying which Gaussian integers count as primes requires careful analysis. For instance, the ordinary prime number 5 factors in the Gaussian integers as the product of 2 plus I and 2 minus I, while the prime 3 remains prime in this extended system. This work opened up entirely new approaches to number theory and represented a crucial step toward the abstract algebraic structures that would dominate much of later mathematical research. The introduction of Gaussian integers demonstrated that the integers we learn about in school are just one example of a broader class of number systems, each with its own arithmetic properties worthy of investigation. Throughout the 1830s, 40s, and into the 1850s, Gauss continued the astronomical work that formed the core of his official duties at Göttingen. the calculations of orbital elements, the tracking of perturbations caused by planetary gravitational interactions, the observations of asteroids and comets, all continued with methodical regularity. The asteroid Ceres, whose rediscovery had first brought Gauss to widespread attention, was joined over the years by numerous other small bodies as astronomers discovered more and more objects in the region between Mars and Jupiter. Each new discovery required orbital calculations, and Gauss either performed these himself or supervised students and assistants in carrying out the necessary work. The methods he had developed decades earlier proved their worth again and again as practical tools for reducing observational data to precise orbital parameters. Beyond his own research, Gauss played an important role in training and encouraging the next generation of mathematicians. Among his students at Göttingen, 2 would go on to achieve particular distinction. Bernhard Riemann arrived in Göttingen in 1846, initially intending to study theology before switching to mathematics. Under Gauss's guidance, Riemann developed into one of the most original mathematical thinkers of the century, making fundamental contributions to analysis, geometry, and number theory. His doctoral dissertation of 1851, On the Foundations of Complex Analysis, was supervised by Gauss, who recognized immediately the profound importance of Riemann's ideas even where they departed from conventional approaches. Riemann's later work on differential geometry and on the distribution of prime numbers would prove immensely influential, and the famous Riemann hypothesis concerning the zeros of a particular function remains one of the most important unsolved problems in mathematics to this day. Richard Dedekind was another student who benefited from Gauss's teaching and mentorship during these later years. Dedekind would go on to make crucial contributions to algebra and to the logical foundations of mathematics, developing rigorous definitions of fundamental concepts that had previously been treated more intuitively. Both Riemann and Dedekind represented the future direction of mathematics, moving toward greater abstraction and a deeper concern with foundational questions, and both acknowledged their debt to the education they had received at Göttingen under the elderly but still intellectually vital Gauss. Not all of Gauss's mathematical relationships involved students who could attend his lectures in person. His correspondence with Sophie Germain, a French mathematician who had first written to him decades earlier under a male pseudonym, continued to demonstrate his willingness to judge mathematical work on its merits rather than on the social standing of its author. When Germain's true identity had been revealed to him, Gauss expressed admiration for her achievements and for the obstacles she had overcome to pursue mathematics in an era when women were systematically excluded from formal education and academic positions. His recognition of her abilities, conveyed through letters that treated her as a fellow mathematician worthy of serious engagement, provided important encouragement to someone whose work might otherwise have been dismissed or ignored. Germain's contributions to number theory, including her work on a particular case of Fermat's last theorem, earned Gauss's respect, and their correspondence continued until her death in 1831. In his later years, Gauss developed what appears to have been a serious interest in questions that would eventually fall under the heading of topology, the mathematical study of properties that remain unchanged when shapes are continuously deformed. His investigations in this area remained fragmentary, recorded in scattered notebook entries rather than developed into formal publications, but they show him grappling with questions about the nature of space and connectivity that would become central to mathematics in later decades. The study of knots, for instance, interested him, and he considered how to classify different types of knots mathematically, a problem that would not receive systematic treatment until long after his death. These fragmentary investigations suggest that even in old age, Gauss's curiosity remained active, leading him to explore mathematical territory that lay beyond the boundaries of established disciplines. The financial security that Gauss enjoyed in his later years resulted not only from his academic salary, but also from astute investments that demonstrated his practical intelligence extended to monetary matters as well as scientific ones. He invested in bonds and other securities with careful attention to risk and return, maintaining detailed records of his holdings and their performance. This financial acumen allowed him to accumulate a substantial estate, far larger than what might be expected from a university professor's salary alone, and ensured that his family would be well provided for after his death. His careful record-keeping in financial matters mirrored his meticulous approach to scientific data, with the same attention to accuracy and completeness that characterized his astronomical observations. The daily routines of Gauss's old age maintained patterns established over decades. He continued to calculate, to read, to correspond with scientists and mathematicians across Europe, even as his physical strength gradually declined. Each day typically included time spent with newspapers, following political and social developments with interest, and time devoted to scientific correspondence that kept him connected to the broader world of research. He maintained a particular interest in technological developments, including the spread of railways across Europe, which he watched with evident appreciation for the engineering achievements involved. The electromagnetic telegraph, which his own work with Wilhelm Weber had helped to pioneer, expanded rapidly during the 1840s and 50s, demonstrating practical applications of scientific principles that Gauss had helped to establish. Honors and recognitions continued to accumulate throughout these final decades. Gauss was elected to membership in virtually every significant scientific academy in Europe, including the Royal Society of London, the Academy of Sciences in Paris, and numerous others. These foreign memberships reflected the international recognition that his work had achieved, transcending national boundaries at a time when such boundaries were often sharply drawn. Gold medals, honorary degrees, and formal commendations arrived with some regularity, each acknowledging contributions to various branches of mathematics and science. While Gauss was not particularly seeking of public recognition, accepting honors as they came rather than actively pursuing them, the accumulation of such distinctions testified to the extraordinary breadth and depth of his impact on scientific knowledge. His correspondence during these years reveals a mind that remained engaged with current developments while also looking back on a remarkable career. Letters to colleagues discussed technical problems in ongoing research, debated interpretations of observational data, and occasionally reminisced about earlier discoveries. Gauss maintained a network of scientific relationships that spanned disciplines and national boundaries, receiving visitors at the observatory and exchanging letters with researchers who sought his advice or simply wished to maintain contact with so distinguished a figure. These connections ensured that despite his physical isolation in Göttingen, he remained intellectually integrated into the broader scientific community. The final years brought the inevitable slowing that comes with advanced age, but Gauss continued working to the extent his health permitted. The calculations that had defined his life, the careful reduction of observations to precise numerical results, the verification of theoretical predictions against empirical data, continued in some form almost to the end. His mind, which had processed numerical relationships with such extraordinary facility since childhood, remained his primary instrument, and he continued to use it for the purposes to which he had devoted his life. The The substantial body of unpublished work found in his notebooks after his death testified to investigations that he had pursued for their own sake, satisfying his own curiosity without feeling the necessity of sharing every result with the wider world. And so the mature investigations of Carl Friedrich Gauss present us with the picture of a great mind continuing its work over decades, ranging across pure mathematics and practical applications, theoretical abstractions and concrete calculations. The Gaussian integers that he introduced, the actuarial analyses he performed, the students he trained, the correspondence he encouraged, the astronomical observations he reduced, all formed part of a continuing engagement with the mathematical description of the world that had begun in his youth and never truly ceased. The honors he accumulated reflected achievements already accomplished, while his notebooks revealed ongoing explorations that would only be fully appreciated after his death. It is a picture of sustained intellectual activity, of genius applied steadily over a lifetime rather than concentrated in a few dramatic moments, and in its quiet persistence there is something deeply admirable about the way Gauss continued to pursue understanding for as long as he was able to do so. In the late years of the 1840s, as Carl Friedrich Gauss moved through his seventh decade of life, the rhythms of his existence had settled into patterns that were at once deeply familiar and gently diminishing. The great house on the observatory grounds at Göttingen, which had been his home for so many years, continued to shelter him in its quiet rooms, and the mathematical work that had defined his days still occupied his thoughts, though now the pace of that work had softened, slowed, become something more contemplative than urgent. The body that had carried him through decades of calculation and observation was beginning to show the inevitable signs of its long service, and Gauss, ever the careful observer of phenomena, could not fail to notice the changes that each passing season brought to his own physical frame. The heart, that steady engine which had beat through so many nights of astronomical observation and so many days of mathematical discovery, had begun to show signs of weakness that made themselves known in ways both subtle and unmistakable. There were moments of irregularity, of strain, of a kind of tired protest from an organ that had worked faithfully for more than 70 years. The physicians who attended him spoke of cardiac concerns in the measured language of their profession, and Gauss received their assessments with the same analytical detachment he might have applied to any other set of observations about the natural world. He understood, in that clear mathematical way of his, what the data suggested about the trajectory of his remaining years. Sleep, which had never been his most reliable companion even in his younger days, became increasingly elusive as he aged. The nights stretched long in the quiet of the observatory house, and Gauss would often find himself awake in the dark hours, his mind still turning over problems and calculations while his body lay restless and unrefreshed. Insomnia had become a familiar presence in his life, an unwelcome guest who refused to depart no matter how politely he might wish it away. The accumulated weight of many sleepless nights pressed upon him, adding to the fatigue that his weakening heart already imposed. Most troubling in a physical sense was the persistent swelling in his legs, an edema that seemed to worsen with each passing month. His lower limbs, once capable of carrying him on long walks through the Göttingen countryside, now grew heavy and uncomfortable, the accumulated fluid making movement increasingly difficult. He could still walk, yes, but the distances grew shorter, the pace slower, and the effort greater. The condition required management, attention, the kind of careful monitoring that he had once reserved for astronomical instruments rather than his own failing body. And yet, even as these physical diminishments accumulated, The mind of Carl Friedrich Gauss remained remarkably clear. The mathematical faculties that had distinguished him since childhood showed no signs of the decline that had overtaken his body. He could still follow a chain of reasoning through its most intricate convolutions, still spot an error in a calculation with the same swift certainty he had always possessed, still comprehend new mathematical ideas with genuine understanding rather than mere recognition. This preservation of mental acuity amid physical decay was something he regarded with a kind of quiet gratitude. For to Gauss, the life of the mind had always been the truest form of living, and to lose that would have been a diminishment far worse than any bodily failing. The household in which Gauss passed these twilight years was managed with gentle competence by his daughter Therese, who had never married and had devoted herself to the care of her father's domestic needs. She understood his routines, his preferences, his need for quiet and solitude in which to work. She ensured that his meals were prepared as he liked them, that his rooms were kept in the order he required, that visitors were received appropriately, and that her father was not unnecessarily disturbed during his hours of concentration. Therese had witnessed the losses that had marked her father's life. The death of her mother Minna when Therese herself was still young, the complicated sorrows of the family's history, and she had grown into a woman whose primary purpose was the comfort and care of the aging mathematician who remained the center of her world. Their relationship was one of quiet affection and mutual dependence. Gauss relied upon Therese for the management of all those practical matters that he had never much attended to himself, and she in turn found meaning and purpose in her role as his caretaker and companion. They shared meals together, discussed the small events of the household, and maintained between them a kind of gentle domestic peace that suited the needs of an elderly scholar whose energies were increasingly limited. Therese shielded her father from unnecessary intrusions while ensuring that he remained connected to those relationships and responsibilities that still mattered to him. Despite his declining health and his preference for solitude, Gauss continued to receive visitors who made the journey to Göttingen specifically to meet the legendary mathematician. His reputation had only grown more luminous with the passing years, and for young mathematicians especially, the chance to converse with Gauss, to receive even a few words of acknowledgement or advice, represented an opportunity of immense significance. Among these visitors was Richard D. Kind, a young man of exceptional mathematical promise who would himself go on to make profound contributions to the foundations of mathematics. D. Kind came to Göttingen and found in Gauss a figure of intimidating brilliance tempered by the mellowing effects of age, a master who could still illuminate mathematical questions with remarkable insight even as his physical presence suggested the frailty of his years. Another young mathematician whose path brought him into Gauss's sphere during these years was Bernhard Riemann, a student of extraordinary depth and originality who was completing his doctoral work under Gauss's supervision. In 1851, Riemann submitted his doctoral dissertation on the theory of functions of a complex variable, a work of such profound insight that it would reshape the landscape of mathematical analysis. Gauss, reading this dissertation with the same careful attention he brought to all mathematical work, recognized immediately the exceptional quality of what Riemann had produced. The ideas contained in those pages were revolutionary, pointing toward new ways of understanding the very nature of mathematical space and function. Gauss approved the dissertation with genuine appreciation for its merits, understanding that he was witnessing the emergence of a mathematical mind of the first order. Other visitors came as well, scientists and scholars from across Europe who wished to pay their respects to the great Gauss before the inevitable end that age must bring. These pilgrimages to Göttingen had something of the character of homage rendered to a living monument, and Gauss received them with varying degrees of patience depending on his health and spirits on any given day. Some visitors found him generous with his time and insights, willing to discuss mathematical and scientific questions at length. Others encountered a more reserved figure, polite but clearly conserving his limited energies, offering acknowledgement rather than extended engagement. The variability was understandable given his physical condition, and most visitors departed satisfied simply to have been in the presence of one whom they regarded as among the greatest intellects of the age. The year 1848 brought to Europe a series of political upheavals that shook the established order across the continent. Revolutionary movements erupted in France, in the German states, in Austria, in Italy, demanding constitutional reforms, national unification, expanded political rights. The news of these events reached Göttingen, where Gauss followed them with the keen interest of an informed observer and the deep unease of a man whose temperament was fundamentally conservative. He had never possessed much sympathy for revolutionary movements or radical political change, preferring instead the stability of established institutions and the gradual evolution of society through measured reform rather than violent upheaval. The chaos and uncertainty that the revolutions introduced troubled Gauss profoundly. He saw in them not the noble pursuit of liberty but rather the dangerous disruption of the social and political structures upon which civilized life depended. The mathematics that had occupied his life's work was a realm of eternal truths, unchanging and certain, and Gauss found the volatile passions of political revolution distasteful by contrast. He expressed his conservative views in correspondence with trusted friends, making clear his hope that order would be restored and that the excesses of the revolutionary movements would be contained. This was not a matter on which he felt any ambiguity. His distaste for upheaval was genuine and deeply held. One consequence of the political changes that followed the 1848 revolutions was the return to Göttingen of Wilhelm Weber, the physicist whose collaboration with Gauss had produced such remarkable work on magnetism and telegraphy in earlier years. Weber had been dismissed from his professorship in 1837 as one of the Göttingen Seven, a group of professors who had protested the abrogation of the Hanoverian constitution by the new king. For more than a decade, Weber had been unable to hold his position at Göttingen, though he had remained active in scientific work elsewhere. The political changes of 1848 and their aftermath eventually created conditions under which Weber could return to his former post, and Gauss welcomed this restoration of his valued colleague with quiet satisfaction. Their collaboration did not resume with the intensity of former years, given Gauss's age and health, but the presence of Weber in Göttingen once again was a source of comfort and connection to a more productive period of Gauss's life. Throughout these years, correspondence remained one of Gauss's primary links to the wider world of science. He had long maintained an extensive network of correspondents with whom he exchanged letters on scientific matters, personal news, and the general state of their respective disciplines. Among the most important of these correspondents was Heinrich Christian Schumacher, the astronomer with whom Gauss had exchanged letters for decades. Their correspondence had been one of the great scientific dialogues of the era, covering subjects ranging from astronomical observation to mathematical theory to the practical details of scientific instruments and methods. Schumacher edited the Astronomische Nachrichten, the leading astronomical journal of the time, and his correspondence with Gauss represented a continuous thread of scientific communication that both men valued highly. When Schumacher died in 1850, Gauss lost not only a correspondent but a friend of long standing, someone who had understood his work and shared his scientific interests across many years. The cessation of that particular exchange of letters left a gap in Gauss's intellectual life that could not easily be filled. He continued to correspond with others, including Johann Franz Encke, the astronomer who directed the Berlin Observatory and who had been one of Gauss's students in earlier times. These remaining correspondences provided some continuity with the wider scientific community, but the loss of Schumacher was felt keenly, another in the series of diminishments that marked Gauss's final years. The daily life of Carl Friedrich Gauss in these twilight years had taken on a quality of gentle routine that suited his reduced physical capacities. He spent considerable time reading, finding particular pleasure in the works of Homer, those ancient epics whose Greek verses he could follow with the facility of a scholar trained in classical languages. The Iliad and the Odyssey offered him a world of heroic action and divine intervention quite remote from the mathematical abstractions that had occupied most of his intellectual life. And yet there was something in their formal perfection, their carefully constructed meters and epithets, that appealed to his sense of structure and beauty. He read other works as well, but Homer held a special place in his later years, a companion for the long hours when more demanding work was beyond his strength. He continued to work on calculations, though now at a gentler pace than in his years of full vigor. There were still problems that interested him, still questions in astronomy and mathematics that drew his attention, and he would spend portions of each day engaged with these concerns to whatever extent his health permitted. The work was no longer driven by the urgent ambition of his younger self. It was instead the natural continuation of a lifelong habit, the expression of a mind that could not simply cease to think mathematically any more than his heart could cease to beat. Occasional walks remained part of his routine, though as his leg edema worsened, these excursions became shorter and less frequent. He might venture into the grounds of the observatory, perhaps a little way into the surrounding area, but the long walks of earlier years were no longer possible. These abbreviated outings still offered him fresh air and a change of scene, small pleasures that remained available even as more strenuous activities fell away. In 1851, the University of Göttingen celebrated a jubilee marking 50 years since its golden anniversary foundation celebrations, and Gauss was honored as one of the institution's most distinguished members. He had been associated with Göttingen for half a century, having arrived as a student in 1795 and having served as a professor and director of the observatory since 1807. The university recognized this long association with appropriate ceremonies and acknowledgments, and Gauss received these honors with the dignity befitting his position and achievements. Such public recognitions had never been entirely comfortable for him, given his preference for private work over public display, but he understood their appropriateness and accepted them with grace. As his health declined, Gauss found it increasingly difficult to attend scientific meetings and conferences. The travel required was beyond his physical capabilities, and even local gatherings demanded an expenditure of energy that his depleted reserves could not always supply. He withdrew gradually from these communal aspects of scientific life, maintaining his connections instead through correspondence and through the visitors who came to him. This retreat from public scientific gatherings was a natural consequence of his physical condition rather than a deliberate choice to separate himself from his colleagues, and those who knew him understood that his absence reflected necessity rather than preference. There remained in Gauss's mind, even in these final years, an awareness of work that he had completed but never published, results that he had obtained but never shared with the wider mathematical community. He was known to have mentioned, to visitors and correspondents alike, that there existed findings which he had not published because he did not have time to polish them to his exacting standards. This statement captured something essential about Gauss's character and his approach to mathematical publication. He had always insisted that his published work meet the highest standards of rigor and elegance, and he had been willing to let results remain unpublished rather than present them in forms he considered incomplete or insufficiently refined. This perfectionism had meant that some of his discoveries remained known only to himself, recorded perhaps in his notebooks and private papers, but never communicated to the scientific community in the formal manner of publication. The non-Euclidean geometry he had investigated, the elliptic functions he had explored, various other mathematical insights that had occupied him over the years existed in states of incompleteness that prevented their publication according to his own standards. Whether this was a loss to mathematics or simply an inevitable consequence of one man's finite time and energy is a question that admits no simple answer. Gauss had made his choices, and those choices had produced a body of published work of extraordinary quality, if perhaps smaller quantity than might have been possible under different standards. The late 1840s and early 1850s thus passed for Gauss in a kind of gentle diminuendo, a gradual softening of activity and strength that nonetheless preserved the essential clarity of his remarkable mind. He remained who he had always been, a mathematician of the highest order, an astronomer whose contributions had shaped the field, a physicist whose work on magnetism and geodesy had advanced human understanding of the natural world. The physical vessel that housed this intellect was failing, yes, but the intellect itself continued to function with much of its former power, observing the world, considering problems, maintaining the habits of thought that had characterized a lifetime of extraordinary mental effort. Therese continued her faithful attendance upon her father, ensuring that his needs were met and his comfort maintained. Weber was nearby once again, a link to the collaborative work of earlier years. Visitors still came, seeking the wisdom of the great Gauss, and he received them as his strength allowed. The correspondence that had connected him to the wider world of science continued, though with fewer partners now that Schumacher was gone. And through it all, Gauss maintained his reading, his calculations, his occasional walks, his gentle routines, the quiet patterns of a life approaching its natural close. The twilight years of a great mind are seldom dramatic in their outward events. They tend instead toward this kind of peaceful diminishment, this gradual drawing in of energies and activities, this slow preparation for the final rest that awaits all living things. For Gauss, who had never sought public drama or personal display, this quiet ending was entirely fitting, a conclusion consistent with the character he had shown throughout his long and productive life. He had worked, he had discovered, he had published what he chose to publish and kept private what he preferred to keep private. Now he rested, as much as his restless mind would allow, and waited with the patience of a man who understood that all processes, even the process of a human life, must eventually reach their natural completion. As the year 1854 drew toward its close, the seasons turned in their quiet and unhurried way over the town of Göttingen, and the winter settled upon the rooftops and the cobblestone streets with its familiar weight of frost and silence. In his home near the observatory, the same home where he had lived for so many decades and where he had carried out the great labors of his mathematical life, Carl Friedrich Gauss was growing increasingly frail, and the cold months of that year would prove to be among the most difficult he had ever endured. He was 77 years old, an age that was considered quite venerable in his time, and though his mind remained sharp and clear, His body had begun to show the unmistakable signs of its long years of service to a life of thought and contemplation. The troubles that beset him were primarily of the heart, in the physical sense of that word, for his cardiac function had been declining over the preceding months, and the symptoms of this decline made themselves felt with increasing persistence as the winter deepened. He experienced shortness of breath, a general weakness that made even small exertions tiring, and a heaviness in his chest that reminded him constantly of his mortality. Yet even in this diminished state, Gauss continued to think about mathematics, to correspond with his colleagues when his strength permitted, and to reflect upon the work that had occupied his long and productive life. His daily routine, which had once been marked by regular observations at the observatory and long hours of calculation and writing, had necessarily become quieter and more confined as his illness progressed. He spent much of his time in his study, surrounded by the books and papers and instruments that had been his companions for so many years, and he received visitors when he felt well enough to do so, though such occasions became less frequent as the winter wore on. The physicians who attended him did what they could to ease his discomfort, but the medicine of that era offered little in the way of effective treatment for the kind of heart failure from which he suffered, and it was clear to everyone, including Gauss himself, that his remaining time was limited. Throughout the cold months of January and February of 1855, his condition continued its gradual decline, with periods of relative stability punctuated by episodes of greater weakness and distress. He bore his illness with the same quiet dignity that had characterized his entire life, neither complaining excessively about his suffering nor expressing undue fear about what was to come. His children, those who were able to be present, attended to him during this time, and his colleagues at the university kept themselves informed of his condition, waiting with a mixture of concern and resigned acceptance for whatever news the coming days might bring. On the 23rd of February, 1855, in the quiet hours of the night, Carl Friedrich Gauss passed away peacefully in his sleep, his breathing gradually slowing and then ceasing altogether as his weakened heart finally came to rest. There was no struggle, no dramatic final moment, only the gentle transition from sleep to that deeper and more permanent stillness that awaits us all at the end of our days. He died in his own bed, in his own home, in the town where he had spent the greater part of his adult life and where he had done the work that would secure his place in history, and in this sense his death was as fitting and as peaceful as anyone might have wished for him. The news of his passing spread quickly through the academic community, both in Göttingen and beyond, and there was a general sense among those who learned of it that something truly significant had come to an end, that a great light in the world of learning had been extinguished. The funeral was held several days later, and it was attended by a remarkable gathering of dignitaries and scholars, university officials and government representatives, colleagues who had known him personally and admirers who had known him only through his writings. They came to pay their respects to a man who had been recognized during his own lifetime as one of the greatest minds of his age, and the solemnity of the occasion reflected the esteem in which he had been held by all who understood the magnitude of his contributions. His body was laid to rest in the Albani Cemetery in Göttingen, a peaceful place of green lawns and old trees where many notable citizens of the town have found their final repose. The grave was marked with a simple monument, as befitting a man who had never sought ostentation or excessive display in his personal life, and upon this monument was inscribed the epithet that his contemporaries had bestowed upon him during his lifetime, the title that summarized in 2 words the judgment of his peers regarding his standing in the history of mathematics. The inscription read Mathematicorum Princeps, which is Latin for Prince of Mathematicians, and this designation has remained associated with his name ever since, a testament to the extraordinary regard in which he was held by those who were best qualified to assess his achievements. In the aftermath of his death, there occurred an episode that has remained controversial to the present day, involving the preservation and subsequent study of his brain by the anatomist Rudolf Wagner, who was a colleague of Gauss at Göttingen and who had a particular interest in the relationship between brain structure and mental ability. Wagner removed the brain shortly after death and preserved it for detailed examination, hoping to discover in its physical characteristics some explanation for the extraordinary intellectual powers that Gauss had displayed throughout his life. He measured its weight, examined its convolutions, and compared its features to those of other brains he had studied, publishing his findings in the years that followed. The results of this examination were inconclusive, as such studies generally were and continue to be, for the mysteries of human intelligence have proven resistant to explanation through simple anatomical observation. The brain was found to be of somewhat above average weight and to possess unusually deep and complex convolutions in certain areas. But whether these features were truly related to Gauss's mathematical abilities or were merely within the normal range of human variation remains a matter of speculation. The ethical implications of this preservation and study have been debated over the years, particularly in light of modern sensibilities regarding consent and the treatment of human remains. And the practice of preserving the brains of notable individuals has largely fallen out of favor in contemporary times. The brain itself has been preserved and remains in Göttingen, where it has occasionally been subjected to further examination using more modern techniques, though it continues to guard its secrets with a silence that Gauss himself might have appreciated, given his own tendency toward reticence and his reluctance to publish work before he considered it complete and perfect. This brings us to another remarkable aspect of the period following his death, which was the discovery among his papers of a vast quantity of unpublished work that revealed the true extent of his mathematical investigations to have been even greater than his contemporaries had realized. When his colleagues and successors began the task of sorting through the notebooks, letters, and manuscripts that he had accumulated over the course of his long career, they found that he had made significant advances in numerous areas of mathematics that he had never shared with the world, either because he considered them incomplete, because he had not found the time to prepare them for publication, or because he simply preferred to keep his discoveries to himself. Among these unpublished papers were found early developments of non-Euclidean geometry, which Gauss had explored decades before the work of Bolyai and Lobachevsky became known, and which showed that he had understood the possibility of geometries different from that of Euclid at a time when such ideas were still considered almost unthinkable. There were also extensive notes on elliptic functions and their applications, contributions to the theory of surfaces and their curvature, and various other investigations that touched upon problems that would occupy mathematicians for generations to come. The publication of these papers, which continued over many years in the form of his collected works, added substantially to his already impressive legacy and demonstrated that his influence on subsequent mathematics would be even greater than his published writings alone had suggested. The trajectory of 19th-century mathematics following Gauss's death was profoundly shaped by his work and by the example he had set for what mathematical research could achieve. Among those who carried forward his legacy, Bernhard Riemann deserves particular mention. For Riemann had been Gauss's student at Göttingen and had absorbed from his teacher both a deep understanding of mathematical technique and an appreciation for the importance of geometrical thinking. Riemann's own work on the foundations of geometry, presented in his famous lecture of 1854, just months before Gauss's death, Built directly upon the insights that Gauss had developed regarding curved surfaces and the intrinsic properties of geometrical spaces, and it laid the groundwork for the revolutionary developments in geometry and physics that would follow in the 20th century. Richard D. Kind was another mathematician whose work bore the strong imprint of Gauss's influence. D. Kind had also studied at Göttingen and had learned from Gauss the importance of rigor and precision in mathematical reasoning. Dedekind's contributions to algebra and number theory, including his development of the concept of ideals and his work on the foundations of the real number system, continued the tradition that Gauss had established and helped to shape the abstract and structural approach that would come to characterize modern mathematics. The entire edifice of 19th-century mathematics, with its developments in analysis, algebra, geometry, and number theory, can be seen as growing out of the foundations that Gauss had helped to lay, and the influence of his work extended far beyond the borders of any single discipline or national tradition. Mathematicians in Germany, France, England, and elsewhere looked to his writings for inspiration and guidance, and the standards of proof and exposition that he had maintained became models for what mathematical research should aspire to achieve. The lasting impact of his work is reflected in the numerous mathematical concepts, formulas, theorems, and even physical units that bear his name, serving as constant reminders of his contributions whenever they are encountered in textbooks, research papers, or practical applications. The Gaussian distribution, also known as the normal distribution or the bell curve, is perhaps the most widely recognized of these, being the probability distribution that describes so many natural phenomena and that plays such a central role in statistics and the analysis of data. Its characteristic bell shape, symmetric about its mean and tapering smoothly toward its tails, appears wherever random variations accumulate and average out, from the heights of individuals in a population to the errors in scientific measurements to the fluctuations of financial markets. Gaussian elimination is another technique that bears his name, being the systematic method for solving systems of linear equations through the successive elimination of variables, a procedure that is taught to students of mathematics around the world and that forms the basis for countless calculations in engineering, physics, economics, and other fields. The method itself was known before Gauss, but his systematic treatment and application of it helped to establish it as a standard tool of mathematical practice. In the realm of physics, the Gauss serves as a unit of magnetic flux density in the centimeter-gram-second system of units, named in his honor in recognition of his pioneering work on terrestrial magnetism and his contributions to the understanding of magnetic phenomena. Though the Tesla has largely replaced the Gauss in modern scientific usage under the International System of Units, the older unit remains in common use in certain contexts and serves as a reminder of the foundational work that Gauss carried out in this field. Gauss's law, or rather the several laws that go by this name, describe fundamental relationships in electromagnetism and gravitation, expressing in precise mathematical form how electric fields and gravitational fields relate to the distributions of charge and mass that give rise to them. These laws are central to the study of physics and appear in virtually every textbook on electromagnetism and classical field theory, their elegance and generality reflecting the mathematical sensibility that Gauss brought to everything he studied. Beyond these specific namesakes, his influence pervades countless areas of mathematics and science in ways that are not always explicitly acknowledged, for many of the techniques and concepts that he developed have become so thoroughly integrated into the fabric of mathematical knowledge that their origins are sometimes forgotten. Whenever mathematicians work with complex numbers, or study the properties of prime numbers, or apply the methods of least squares to fit curves to data, or investigate the geometry of curved surfaces. They are in some sense continuing the work that Gauss began, building upon foundations that he helped to establish. Monuments and honors dedicated to his memory can be found in various places around the world, from statues and plaques in his native Brunswick and his adopted Göttingen to commemorative stamps and coins and named features on the surface of the moon and other celestial bodies. His face has appeared on German currency. His name has been given to mathematical societies and research institutes, and his legacy is celebrated whenever mathematicians gather to reflect upon the history of their discipline and the individuals who have shaped its development. To consider the personality of the man behind these achievements is to encounter a figure of considerable complexity, one who was capable of the most profound intellectual accomplishments while remaining in many ways reserved and difficult to know. He was a perfectionist of the most exacting sort, unwilling to publish any work until he considered it complete and polished to the highest degree. And this perfectionism, while it ensured that everything he did publish was of the highest quality, also meant that much of his work remained hidden from the world during his lifetime. His political views were conservative by the standards of his time, and he showed little sympathy for the revolutionary movements that swept through Europe during his lifetime, preferring stability and order to the uncertainties of political upheaval. This conservatism extended to his professional life as well, for he was cautious about accepting new ideas from others and sometimes slow to acknowledge the contributions of younger mathematicians who were following paths that he himself had chosen not to make public. Emotionally, he was reserved and private, not given to easy displays of feeling or to the cultivation of wide circles of friendship, and many of those who knew him found him somewhat cold and distant in his personal manner. Yet this reserve concealed a capacity for deep attachment and genuine feeling, as evidenced by the profound grief he experienced at the death of his first wife and the lasting bonds he formed with certain colleagues and students who earned his respect and affection. He was a man of strong feelings who had learned to keep those feelings largely to himself, and this combination of inner intensity and outer reserve gave him a character that was both impressive and somewhat enigmatic. To assess his place in the history of mathematics is to engage with questions that touch upon the very nature of mathematical greatness and the criteria by which we might judge one thinker against another. By virtually any measure that might be applied, he stands among the very highest ranks of those who have contributed to human understanding of the mathematical world, and many who have studied his work and its influence have concluded that he deserves to be regarded as the greatest mathematician since the ancient Greeks, or perhaps even the greatest of all time. His range was extraordinary, encompassing number theory and algebra, analysis and geometry, astronomy and geodesy, statistics and physics, and in each of these fields he made contributions that would have been sufficient to establish a lasting reputation on their own. The depth of his insight was matched by the rigor of his methods, and he combined creative originality with a demand for precision and completeness that set new standards for mathematical practice. In the long history of mathematics, from the ancient civilizations of Babylon and Egypt through the Golden Age of Greece and the gradual developments of the medieval and early modern periods, there have been many figures of genius and many transformative contributions, but there are few indeed who can be placed alongside Carl Friedrich Gauss in terms of the breadth and depth and lasting importance of their work. He was, in the judgment of his contemporaries and in the considered assessment of those who have studied mathematics in the generations since his death, truly the prince of mathematicians, and his legacy continues to shape the discipline in ways both visible and invisible, his influence woven so deeply into the fabric of mathematical knowledge that it can never be entirely separated from the whole. And so we leave him there, at rest in the Albani cemetery in Göttingen, beneath the quiet trees and the open sky. His work complete, his reputation secure, his influence extending forward through time in ways that he could not have foreseen, but that would surely have gratified the part of him that cared most deeply about the advancement of human knowledge. The world that he helped to understand continues on its course, governed by the laws that he helped to elucidate, and the mathematicians who follow in his footsteps continue to explore the territories that he mapped and to push beyond them into regions that remain to be discovered, carrying with them the tools and the insights and the standards of excellence that he bequeathed to all who would take up the study of mathematics in the centuries to come.